All right. Let's see if this works. It's a weird frame. Let's see. I don't know how this is gonna sound audio-wise. Maybe I should check it out. Let me play a clip of this just really quick. While I'm talking over this. Yeah, there. Let me hear that. I don't know how this is gonna sound audio. Let me play a clip of this just really quick. While I'm talking over this. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. 10 viewers resubscribed while I'm away. Okay, that's cool. I don't see anyone in chat. Let's see if I can bring up see if I can get my regular Twitch chat happening. Just 1 second. Hey everybody. So I don't usually do this, obviously. The only other time I've done this was with that Breen video. What do you mean, am I sure this is okay? You're allowed to do editing on creative on Twitch. It says so. Why would you ask me that? Haven't you seen Mark doing editing streams? This is allowed. Why wouldn't this be allowed? I'm not showing full episodes or films or anything. Like, this is all within the bounds of fair use. This is for the purpose of you know, showing an editing stream. I don't know why you would say that, cool man. I don't know what you're asking. Just gonna open up my Twitch app on my phone so I don't have to read off of the screen that's way out of my vision, way out of my periffs. Los Angeles was fun. Yeah, give me a second. So the only reason I'm able to do this right now is just because I believe that the well, yeah, but I mean, if I don't know, if I get in shit with Twitch, I mean, like, theoretically, any game cutscene that you play is not fair use in its entirety, right? Which is why, like, if I'm showing any scene that I'm gonna edit through, it's not gonna be. I'm not gonna show it in like. I'm not gonna like play the whole fucking episode and then be like, oh, which clip do I use or anything, you know? Like, I don't. If I get shit from Twitch over doing an editing stream for shit that is very clearly fair use, and even like not just the product I'm making, but the stream itself, then I'll talk to them about it, because there's literally nothing wrong with what I'm doing, and I can't imagine that any of it will get claimed in the way that I'm doing it, because I mean, anyway. Wind up keeping me up at night, and according to this film, the only reason why these things I don't know. I've been editing all day. It's like 11 p.m. and I feel like I need some extra motivation to stay awake. I've pretty much finished up all of the vocal recording for what I'm doing. And so I can use this mic to go directly into the computer that I stream with and not interfere with the editing I'm doing. So I'm not going to do this all the time. I don't know. I'm testing this out because it would be cool to kind of do this here and there. Hey, Sikab. And I will ask that none of you, you know, like, I mean, you're here now, and you'll be seeing some things that are kind of spoilery towards the end product that I'm making. I'm not going to show too much. There's some shit in this video that I'm definitely not going to show, because it would be it needs to be something that you know, is revealed in the order that I would like it to be revealed. But I mean, you'll see the last few minutes of this, I guess. But the only other scene that really got to me when I was younger was when one of the Martians disguised themselves as a human being. So far, the first part of well, yeah, familiarity for Final Cut Pro. Because I can. So, like, for example, the types of editing that I'm doing right now. So, like, the like. So I'm like constantly mashing the Z button to see the audio peaked there. I need to bring that down. I'm constantly mashing. Yeah, I got to turn this down even more. I should really look into using a compressor before all my reviews. I do them manually. It doesn't take like too much extra time, but it would make everything more even. A compressor and a limiter. No. So yeah, familiarity, like the types of reviews I'm doing right now, just using a bunch of hotkeys for what I'm doing. So I'm just constantly, like this part of the editing process where I'm doing the audio, I'm just constantly mashing the space bar, the A key, and the Z or Z key. And as you'll notice, I'm a little bit obsessive over the timing in the dialogue to the point where if it's a frame off, it'll bug me. So like literally 1/30th of a second. Literally earlier today. Earlier today. Wait. Okay. But earlier today, you know this static effect that I use every single review. I somehow like dragged a clip over it and kind of like, you know, interfered with it, and it was 1 frame short. And I was like, this feels off. And I went back and I fixed the other two. From the difference of 1 frame, it was bugging the hell out of me. Unnerving. Ouch. Unnerving. Ouch. It was bugging the shit out of me. Yeah, I don't think FCP7 does 60 frames per second, and I don't think any of the footage I'm using would be 60 frames per second. I don't think any movies that I'd be editing would be 60 frames per second. Turns out. Do Blu-rays exist in like 60 frames per second? I know The Hobbit was 48 in theaters, at least. I don't know if any I know televisions can be like 60 hertz or whatever, or even higher. I know TV sets can make things seem like they're super high frame rate, even if the source isn't necessarily. Turns out they really don't like grandma's music taste. This is serious. This is seriously how they defeat the aliens. They just defeat the aliens. They just the aliens. The aliens. They just the aliens. They just drive around, defeat the aliens. Sometimes the aliens. They just drive. Sometimes you just gotta like feel it out and see what feels right. Aliens. They just nope. See, every once in a while I'll come across something until all of their brains explode. Where the cut doesn't feel right, and I'll do this instead. Instead of a hard cut, I'll have it one kind of overlapping the other. The aliens, they just drive around with big ass speakers. I'm not sure about this one. The aliens, they just drive. Premiere, I can't streamline this shit. So if every time I want to make a cut, I can't like hotkey it. You know, I've tried doing the same thing in Premiere. It takes a million fucking years longer. Explode. This is no. Like maybe I don't know. This is no. I don't know what kind of editing you'd be doing. This is no different than defeating the Plus, with airline food. It's lazy. I was using. Not funny at all. Fuck off. I was using Premiere to edit some stuff on my PC side. It's not funny at all. Fuck off. And out of nowhere, it started dropping frames in the preview, and I literally have never been able to fix it. And I've uninstalled it and reinstalled it again, and I haven't been able to figure it out. So it's kind of making me hesitant to switch over and use that on the Mac if I'm experiencing an issue on it in the software that I don't even know how to fix, and I've tried for like weeks to fix and still have no idea. Searched every fucking forum I possibly could, right? So I'm definitely not making the switch to Premiere. Oh, fuck off. We've got 3 more shows to go, and the number 1 made this video. We've got 3 more shows to go, and the number 1 spot is the entire reason I made this video. Did these things freak you out at all? Yes, no, maybe? I've been noticing a lot of you'll know exactly me, you won't be. We've got food. It's lazy, stupid, and it's not funny at all. Fuck off. Did these things freak you? Let's see what this link is. I can open it because you're not even gonna see the stream. Oh no. I guess you guys can hear this, but ugh, that's awful. Okay. Yeah, unless you boot camp it on a modern rig. I don't know what you're saying. PT. Okay. I didn't even celebrate American Thanksgiving because I'm not American. You can see why this one was a little bit traumatizing to a younger version. Oops. So yeah, like I need to constantly be zooming in and out, and all I have to do in FCP7 is literally just press the Z or Z key and click a bunch, or double tap it and then click a bunch, and then I'm out. Whereas in Premiere, I have to go all the way down here and go like that every single time, and it's so fucking annoying. It's such a waste of time. It's such bullshit. I waste more time doing that than I would the entire rendering process of FCP7. And having your heart dissected out. You know? So that's one reason. Now, obviously, you can see why this one was a little bit traumatizing to a younger version of myself. I mean, being held down and having your heart... yeah. Even call for help makes of myself. I mean, being held down and having your heart dissected out of you while you're still alive is pretty bad already, but the fact that you can't even call for help makes this infinitely more... Deciding how I want to order these. Now, obviously, you can see why this one was a little bit traumatizing to a younger version of myself. I mean, being held down and having your heart dissected out of you while you're still alive is pretty bad already, but the fact that you... I want to include these guys doing these motions, but I don't want to have it waste time by
The fact that you can't even call for
bothering
help
to
is
like
infinitely
point it
more
out.
terrifying to think about.
Maybe I can fit him in the first part. Just 1 second. What are my thoughts on Moose? I don't know. I saw a moose really close once. It was scary.
Obviously, you can see why this one was a little bit
Came out of the water
traumatizing to a younger
like
version of
fucking
myself.
Jason.
I mean, being held down and having your heart dissected. Now, obviously, you can see why this one was a little bit traumatizing to a young. But the fact that you can't even call for,
There. Say more in less time. That's my goal, as always. It's being able to communicate more things in less time. Let's see if I can fit this in here and have it play off nicely.
A younger version of myself. I mean, being held to a younger version of. Now, obviously. To a younger version. Now, obviously, you can see why this one was a little bit traumatizing to a younger version of myself. I mean, being held.
I love it. You can see both. What makes both of those shots great, and I didn't have to waste any time doing it. Now I can do a throwback to this boy. Oops. So yeah, like every time I zoom in and out like that, it would take like 10 more seconds. It's really, really annoying trying to do that in Premiere. Like, I don't know what kind of content you guys are editing in Premiere, but it's not, it wouldn't be streamlined for what I'm doing. That's fucking for sure. Like, just based on the type of edits I need to do and the type of content that I'm making, it's just, it wouldn't make any fucking sense. I would ask that you guys don't, I know that you're here. I was going to say this earlier. I would ask that you guys don't do any like unnecessary spoiling for the rest of the community. You guys are choosing to be here and what music video? You gotta play that. Okay. You guys are choosing to be here and seeing, you know, what's ahead in the YMS segments. Just don't. If anybody like posts shit on the subreddit, like, "Ooh, look what I found out," or like, "Spoiler," like, probably it's gonna encourage me not to do these types of streams. So just try your best, I guess.
But the fact that you can't even call for help makes this.
Sony Vegas is pretty fucking good at streamlining, honestly. Just so you know, the biggest reason why I'm still using FCP7 is because I'm so much more familiar with the program that if I come across an issue, then I know how to fix it, right? And it's really frustrating because a lot of the issues that I've wound up fixing in FCP7 are ones that I had to learn through trial and error. And if I can't, you know, if I come across these issues in other editing software, which I will because that's how editing software works. It's just, you know, you have to trick it into doing the right thing no matter what program you're using. Then it's just like, okay, I have a deadline for a review that I've set for myself, and that's why I'm up at 11 at night still working on this, right?
The fact that you can't even call for help makes this infinitely more terrifying to think about.
That was decent. I might zoom in more. It would just it would just be way too much of a waste of time to have to relearn every single fix for an editing software. Because most of the time, If there's a serious issue that I'm stuck on, I've searched for it in like help forums and I've found nothing. You know, sometimes it's hard enough to just describe the issue you're having.
Already, but the fact that you can't even call for help makes this infinitely more terrifying to think about. Terrifying to think about.
There we go. I don't know what DAW stands for.
I love how Buffy just nonchalantly walks into this guy's room. I'd almost like for the scene. I love how Buffy just
Digital audio workstation.
nonchalantly walks into this guy's room. I'd almost like for the scene to go on a bit longer to have. I'd almost like.
I'm so tired, but I can't stop working because otherwise I'm screwed.
Like for the scene to go on. Just nonchalantly walks into this guy's room.
You know what? Like, in all seriousness, I shouldn't have even said November. I shouldn't have done it. The only reason I said November on the video that I'm working on, like for the end title of the last one, the only reason I said that is just because I figured people would be disappointed if I implied that it would be any time longer.
I'd almost like for the scene to
Which is true, but I mean, realistically, I'm really fucking pushing myself. I know I went to LA for a week, but A, I was editing while I was there. B, I stayed up for like, what was it? Oh yeah, I pulled like 3 all-nighters in the span of 5 or 6 days the week before. And then in the 3 days before I left, I got maybe 6 hours of sleep from editing and recording all the dialogue just so I would have all this audio to work on while I'm there.
I'd almost like for the scene to go on a bit longer to have this.
Oops, what is that?
Longer to have this guy.
And then I got a cold. So I had a cold the first few days that I was there because I stayed up so long.
Just nonchalantly walks into this guy's room.
Ah, fuck, that doesn't work.
I love how Buffy just nonchalantly walks into this guy. Walks into this guy's room. I don't.
Just gotta figure out how this is gonna work.
This guy.
Sometimes you have to feel it out, you know? Like, if you want to make art, if you want to make something that's decent or good or like the best that you think it can be,
I'd almost like
you have to kind of feel it out and see what happens.
this guy's room. I'd almost like for the scene to go on a bit longer to have this guy find her.
Yeah, that's it.
This guy find her and mouth the words.
Oops. Do I make mistakes from the all-nighters when coming back to it later? No. No, not any more mistakes than any days where it's not an all-nighter.
This guy find her and mouth the words. What the fuck?
Might use a different image for that.
Sky find her and mouth.
Let's see what this looks like. I would love to see La La Land, honestly. Space Cop was awful. What should I have liked about it is the question you should be asking, not what didn't I like about it. There was nothing to like about it. There was 0 things to like about it.
This guy find her and mouth the words, "What the fuck?"
That's not bad.
To have this guy find her and mouth the words, "What words? What the what the?"
Let's try this.
This guy find her and mouth the words, "What the fuck? Fuck." Fuck. Fuck. More terrifying to think about. More terrifying to think about. I love how Buffy just nonchalantly walks into this guy's room. I'd almost like for the scene to go on a bit longer to have this guy find her and mouth the words, "What the fuck?" This guy find her.
I'm gonna bring it a little closer. It's meant to be a bad movie. Okay. So is Birdemic 2. Do you like Birdemic 2? What was good about Birdemic 2? So is every attempt at a bad director making something quote unquote ironic because they've discovered that they do better making bad shit than good shit. You know, so is Tommy Wiseau's The Neighbors. The Neighbors is supposed to be bad too. Remember how he was like, "Oh yeah, everything's a dark comedy now. So if I try to make something that's funny bad, then it's automatically illegitimate criticism. Anything that any criticism that is thrown at it is automatically illegitimate if that's the case." Right? Space Cop is the same category. They fucking copped out. They space copped out. They decided, you know, we're better at making something intentionally bad than actually trying. And they made something intentionally bad and it was awful. It wasn't even funny. Intentionally bad is supposed to like I mean like the good intentionally bad movies like Black Dynamite, you know, that's a good example. They show some sort of talent within it. It's smart or clever how it's intentionally bad. It's intentionally bad in a talented way, you know? Space Cop is intentionally bad in a way that like a 2-year-old could have made it. Somebody like James Wynn could have made Space Cop. Tommy Wiseau could have made Space Cop. There's nothing about Space Cop that infers that there was any sort of talent involved in making it. There was nothing funny about it. There was nothing entertaining about it. It was only cringeworthy. It was awful. There was nothing good about it.
Go on a bit longer to have this guy find her and mouth the words, "What the fuck?"
That works.
So Rupert studies some fairy tales and begins to learn more about these creatures.
It's respectful to the genre it's mocking? No, it's not. Kung Fury was. Apparently they didn't like that.
So Rupert studies some fairy tales and begins to learn more about these creatures, resulting in a silent slideshow for the benefit of our main characters. Seriously, if there's any... So Rupert studies some fairy tales and begins to...
Let's see.
Learn more about our main characters. Seriously, if...
I like cringeworthy stuff that's good. I like Birdemic 1. I don't like Birdemic 2. I like Samurai Cop 1, and I can't imagine I'll like Samurai Cop 2.
If there's any reason at all to watch this episode, it's this scene. Don't really want to spoil the experience, though, so just... recommendation. There isn't really anything else in this episode that freaked me out as a kid. Just a bunch of cheesy fight scenes with recommend. So Rupert. So Rupert studies.
Why does TV hate me? I don't know. Bring up literally any person in existence on 4chan and they'll all talk about how they hate that person. There's nothing. 4chan rarely circle jerks about somebody. It's only hate. The only time they've ever circle jerked about anybody is when they used to circle jerk about Red Letter Media back in like, I don't know, what year was that? Back in 2013, 2014, around that area. They literally had nothing bad to say about Red Letter Media that entire time. But now, I mean, now they hate them too, so.
So Rupert studies. So Rupert studies some fairy tales and begins to learn more about these. Begins to learn more about these creatures.
I could switch the clips in this and pretend as though what he's reading there is the fairy tale book and not the newspaper. Magic of editing.
Fairy tales and begins to learn more about these creatures, resulting in.
Haha, I just tricked everybody.
And a silent slideshow for the benefit of our main characters. Seriously, if there's any.
All right. This is a great scene. This is so good.
Our main.
Gonna have to fix that. Nope. There we go.
Resulting in a creatures, resulting in a silent slideshow for the benefit of our main characters.
I want to fuck with it a bit more, actually. I'm going to make it look even better. Here's what I'm going to do.
Resulting in a silent slideshow for the benefit of our main characters.
There we go. So now when I see, the reason why I did that is because when I say slideshow, it shows the slideshow. When I say characters, it says characters, right? So there's a little edits, you know, simple little edits that nobody notices, but I put in there just to make it better for me. Nobody notices because you're not supposed to notice, right? There's a lot of effort that goes into shit that, like, the whole point, you know, there's a difference between doing an effect on the screen like this, right? And then putting time and effort into things that, like, literally the point of it is to cover up something else or so that you're not supposed to notice it. Just something that, you know, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of shit that goes into it that's not really, obvious. I'm incredibly tired, but I gotta do this shit or I'm fucked. Because I said November and clock's ticking, so I'm going to MFF at the end of the month. I have another recording session right before that. I got to practice for that shit. I've got my Google Hangout on Saturday. I've got my stream on Sunday. I'm supposed to meet my aunt tomorrow. So I'm doing all this shit fucking double time right now. I mean, quadruple time. If I didn't say November, then it would have been fine, but I said November. I mean, it wouldn't have been fine because people would have bitched about it not being November, but I would have not been under so much pressure from myself. I didn't hate Kung Fury at all. Kung Fury seems like what Space Cop tried to be. All right, what are the most important slides that I can communicate over top of this line?
Seriously, if there's any reason at all to watch this episode, it's this scene. Don't really want to spoil the experience, though, so just trust my recommendation. There isn't really anything else in this episode that freaked me out as a kid. Just a bunch of cheesy fight scenes with punching and kicking. Buffy gets her voice back.
Yeah, so I have 2 lines right here to communicate as much information as I possibly can visually so that I can show up on the screen and the information can be there and I don't have to waste time talking about it. 1 second. There we go. Because I kind of fucking hate it when reviewers do nothing but like just explain the whole episode and just recap it in a like narrative way, like this happened and this happened and this happened, and they're not really reviewing it, they're not really adding to it. I've always been really fond of like seeing how much information I can communicate in, you know, short enough of a time. I like my editing to be really quick. I like to take away all the spaces from in between my sentences. I like to have, you know, the TV static only 6 frames long. I like to have it overlap with my narration. I don't like to have it. I don't like wasted time. Is all I'm saying.
Seriously, if there's
I like it to be as clean as possible
serious
until it just feels right to me.
seriously, if there's any reason at all to watch this episode, it's this scene. Don't really want to
Okay.
reason at all to watch this episode, it's this scene. Don't really seriously, if there's any reason at
All right, what do I want to show? So we've communicated that already. Well, I have. I've man, this is where the GIF is from. If you've seen this GIF, it's so funny. I'm wondering if I want to show it in there to like try and convince people to watch this part, or if I want to just leave it unspoiled so that they can experience the scene themselves. Because if people watch the scene, it's really funny, you know? It's really, really funny. What else do they communicate in here? No sword can kill them. Yeah, I kind of don't really explain in my narration that the scream of a princess can kill the villains.
there's any reason at all to watch this.
No, don't want that kind of a cut. Let's see.
Any reason at all to watch this episode, it's this.
Here, why don't I see if I can fit both of these slides in here.
Episode, it's this scene. Don't really want to spoil the experience, though, so just trust my recommendation.
There we go. There's enough time to read it. I don't have to say it. That's more information communicated in less time.
So it's this scene. Don't really at all to watch this episode. It's this scene. Don't really want to spoil the.
Don't really have to say that as
there's any reason
clearly.
to watch this episode, it's this scene. Don't really want to spoil
There
the
we go.
experience though, so just trust my recommendation.
I think that works. Always save. Steve McQueen was never my favorite director. He's my second favorite. He'll be my second. He'll be my favorite living director. When Hanky Chan dies. So
There isn't really anything else in this episode that freaked me out as a kid. Just a bunch of cheesy fight scenes with punching. Buffy gets her voice back and she screams and their heads explode. Nevertheless, the few scary scenes in this episode sure did manage to stick with me. Like, I don't even remember anything else.
Wow, I really summarized the rest of this. I don't even go in depth at all.
There isn't really
I recorded this before I left for LA.
anything else in this episode that
I recorded this part of the dialogue as well as like all of this before I left for LA, and I got back yesterday, and that's all. This is what I've been editing. There's a lot more to do. I haven't done any of the songs or anything, so
there isn't really anything else in this episode that freaked me out as a kid. Just a bunch of cheesy fight scenes with punch. Sure did manage to get her voice back.
all right.
Just trust my recommendation. There isn't really any.
There we go. These GIMP things are so stupid. They're so bad. They're not even like scary. They're just dumb. Where's Buffy when she first interacts with them? Where is this?
Now that scene right there is definitely.
Oh, why does the audio do that sometimes?
The one that freaked me out the most, knowing that is definitely the one that freaked me
Sounds
out. Sounds
poppy. I don't know why. It's not. It has nothing to do with like what's happening in the software. It's just how it's streaming. I don't know why. Oh, there it's. See, now it's fine.
Knowing that they could take out an entire room in seconds. Comforting thought. Apparently,
so dumb. Ugh.
Recommendation. There isn't really anything else in this episode that freaked me out as a kid. Just a bunch of cheesy fight scenes.
Here. I'll skip the B story and make it so that this part flows seamlessly into it, because that's what I want to talk about when I'm talking about cheesy fight scenes. I don't even feel like I have to share the story of that dumb girl and her psychic bullshit. I don't remember much about this fucking show at all. Just this episode is that, and that's it. And I explained that in this video, is that like that's the impression I was left with. Yeah, so I think part 2 is looking to be about anywhere between 18 and 20 minutes is what it's seeming to be. So part 1 was 4 shows. I'm calling them shows because it was, you know, some of them are movies, some of them are TV shows.
Just a bunch of cheesy fight scenes.
Ah, look at that. Seamless.
Bunch of cheesy fight scenes with punching and kicking.
Look at that bullshit.
Buffy gets her voice back and cheesy fight scenes with punching and kicking. Buffy gets her voice back.
I wanna synchronize. See, I know, like this is also just shit that people won't notice that I actually did, that I actually changed. Here. What if I start it here and don't even show Buffy? Because what I want to do here is just because I think it'll be better for my own sake.
There isn't really anything else in this
Is synchronize the word punching with a punch and kicking with a kick.
There isn't really anything.
Like some people will notice, maybe like 1 out of every 1,000 people will notice that I did that, but
bunch of cheesy fight scenes with
punching. See, there was the punch. It was a little bit late. There's a punch and a kick that happened at like a.
There isn't really anything else
a kind of like a synced spot. What would happen if I? Let's see where it needs to be.
Out as a kid, just a bunch of cheesy fight scenes with punching and
no, there was the kick.
of cheesy fight scenes
with
with
punch,
punching and
kick.
kicking.
There we go. Let's.
Cheesy fight scenes with punching and kicking. Buffy gets.
Now, if I don't want that extra frame, if let's say I want to add it or end that shot here so that the extra frame doesn't exist when I go into the next one.
Scenes with punching and kicking.
There we go. That's still fine. It's like a couple frames off from what it was before. And then how does this look?
There isn't really anything else in this episode.
I've never lived in an apartment ever. I've only ever lived in houses. I don't like sharing walls with people I don't know. I've had really bad experiences with that.
There isn't really anything else in this episode that freaked me out as a kid. Just a bunch of cheesy fights.
Okay, let's see.
There isn't really anything else in this episode that freaked me out.
Yeah, that works fine, I think.
A bunch of cheesy fight scenes with punching and kicking.
I like that. Okay. Now we're talking about Buffy getting her voice back, and that's way later. Skipping all this bullshit because I don't need to talk about it, and if I don't need to talk about it for the sake of what I'm doing, I won't. I don't like to waste time, you know? I like my reviews to be like fast-paced and consumable. I think that's what separates me from Plinkett reviews, even though they're like very similar format. Is Plinkett will, and I mean like what he does is great. I love the Plinkett reviews. Don't get me wrong, but he spends a long time talking about things. You know, like he's the exact opposite in practice is what I just explained about like saying more in less time. He'll say less and more time. He'll spend like an hour and 40 minutes talking about like the same movie and not really covering too many subjects about it. And also when I'm talking about spending more time explaining something, I'm not just talking about like the topic. I'm not just talking about how you word it. I'm talking about how you phrase it and how you edit it. And how they edit it is pretty similar to the way that I'm talking right now, in the sense that there's lots of space between everything I'm saying. It's kind of slow and drony. Whereas the way I edit my reviews, especially at this point, you know, as they go along, I don't like extra space at all.
I mean, being held down and having your heart.
It's like jump cuts without jump cuts, you know? It's like jump cuts in the audio. Is how it is logistically. Bam. This is funny. Gonna try and skip through it as much as possible, just so Twitch doesn't get mad at me. I highly doubt that they would, because it is fair use anyway, as long as I skip through this. Oh, fuck, look at that. Bah! Oh, so awful. Punch. Oh, no, it doesn't even connect. Maybe I want this punch and kick. This is also something that happens, is I'll completely redo an idea. I'll be like, oh, that looks good. And then I'll find something that works better. And instead of settling for something because it's less work, I'll be like, oh yeah, this looks better. Of course I'm going to do it because I want it to be better, right?
Just a bunch of cheesy fight scenes with punching and kicking.
So there's a punch and a kick. But I think what I'm going to wind up doing is bring it back the way it was before with this.
There isn't really anything else in this episode that freaked me out as a kid.
And then, ooh, look at that. Exact frame. Exact frame. No extra frames. Sometimes it just works out that way. Punching, kick. There we go. Let's see what happens there.
With punching and
oof. Maybe I can slow it down too, just to make it extra embarrassing. Oh.
Scenes with punching and kicking.
Yeah, I'll have to slow it down if I want it to sync, actually. Oh. Oh. It's pretty bad. Okay, let's see. Let's see the exact frame that this shot starts on, so that I can slow it down properly.
Scenes with punching and kicking.
Okay. Oof. Oh, it's so bad. I have collaborated with H3H3. And I would like to again.
Just a bunch of cheesy fight scenes with punching.
All right, so that's the full shot.
Fight scenes with punching and kick.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to slow it down. Let's see. Punch. There we go. Let's see. Punch and yeah, I think I need to slow it down even more. It'll be extra embarrassing though, so that's at least good. See, this is a way that you can kind of check something without waiting for it to render, is just by moving your mouse through it. That works? I think that works. All right. So like if you need to check a zoom and how it works, you can just move your mouse like that and not have to wait for it to render and just use that as the last resort. All right. So I don't know how that's going to look, but let's see. Well, I mean, if we're going to talk about the definition of Mary Sue, then Max Landis is right about it, but the only problem that I have with what he said is that I don't even care. Like, I don't give a shit if someone's a Mary Sue. Right?
As a kid, just a bunch of cheesy fight scenes with punching and kicking.
Here's what I'll do. Just so this clip doesn't exist for such a...
Scenes with punching and kicking. Scenes with punching and kicking.
As embarrassing as that is, I might like it better the other way. Let's see. How far back did I go? There we go.
Recommendation.
I have my settings maxed out for the undo queue, which takes up space on the hard drive. But since I know that I'm the type of person that I will need like maximum amount of undo availability, it really works out.
So just trust
that audio.
my recommendation.
I don't know why it does that.
There isn't really anything else in this episode that freaked me out as a kid. Just a bunch of cheesy fight scenes with punching and kicking. Buffy gets her voice back.
I like that better, but I want to find out a way that I can show this this punch in particular. Okay, here's what I'll do.
Watch this episode. It's this scene. Don't really want to spoil the experience though, so just trust my recommendation. There isn't really anything else in this episode that freaked me out as a kid. Just a bunch of cheesy fight scenes with punching and kicking. Buffy gets her voice back and she screams and their heads explode.
Just trying to think about how I'm going to do this.
Cheesy fight scenes with punching and kicking.
I definitely like that a lot better. But I think what I'm going to do... Oh no, that doesn't work. I think if I just sort of spend the first bit, even though I'm talking about something different, and I just slow down this one shot. And I add like a funny sound effect or something. Ugh.
And kicking. Buffy gets her voice back.
I need to make it even slower. That's the sound we need. We need the whip. We need the hit.
Buffy gets her voice back. And
okay, I can cut it a bit short at the beginning now that it's that slow.
Buffy gets her voice back and Buffy gets her...
I need to drag it out a little.
Buffy gets her voice back.
That's pretty good. I think it can end there. Say nigga? Okay, I just did. I don't care. It's a quote. Okay, let's see. Where does she scream? I'll add that sound effect in a second. Gotta hate that like strobe motion. I really hate it. That like low frame rate thing. When they clearly didn't film it on like high frame rate. No. Ah. All right. Smash the box. See, if I didn't zoom in like that, then I would have missed 3 whole frames of motion, and that can make all the difference. I'm not even fucking kidding. So it's very important to be able to have like a streamlined way to zoom in and out when you're working with footage that already has cuts in it, right? So if I was working with footage that I filmed and I was like, oh yeah, so like this whole chunk of video was literally one shot, then it might be fine to edit in Premiere, but this chunk of video is several shots. And something that's really annoying to have happen is you'll know I try to avoid this a lot. I think this thing might have happened in maybe 1 or 2 of my older reviews. I know for a fact that it happened in part 1 of this video when I uploaded it first. And I know, so basically what I'm talking about is like if I were to have, if I were to, let's say, start a shot here, when all I'm really looking to do is have this shot, like this shot, right? Let's say I have 2 shots together and I didn't notice that extra frame. I didn't notice it at all. And I played it like this. You can see it for a fucking split second. You can see it for just the tiniest fucking second. And that's a problem that you run into when you're editing through footage that has several cuts in it rather than editing through footage that's just a single cut, right? When I say it happened in part 1 of this video, so like childhood trauma part 1, it happened on my first upload, meaning that I completed the whole video, I exported it, and had all the settings right. I uploaded it to YouTube, and then as I checked it, as I reviewed over it before I was about to publish it, I noticed it. It was during the fucking Attack of the Killer Tomatoes part. And it bugs me so much that I trashed the video and I fixed it, and I spent the entire day, re-exporting it, not able to edit other shit on this computer, and uploaded it again, checked it again, watched the whole thing again. It takes a while to export if you're doing it in good quality too. But that's, it matters to me. So I don't like seeing those things. And I'd imagine that maybe there's a couple people out there that watch my channel that also don't like seeing those things.
Buffy gets her voice back and she's
Oh, fuck. How am I going to include this?
This episode, it's this scene.
I want to really badly.
Though, so just trust my recommendation. There isn't really anything else in this episode that freaked me out as a kid. Just a bunch of cheap.
Maybe here's what I can do. I can show this and then come back to it. Why not that? There, I can cut this one early. So that's why I have to zoom in. Is like I could cut it there, like where my voice makes the cut already. But then I'd have an extra frame, like that exact same thing that I just talked about. It's so annoying to me. I don't know. It's annoying to me, at least. And if it's annoying to me, then I don't want it there. Like, I don't care if it's annoying to you or not. I'm making videos that I want to be happy with, right?
Just a bunch of cheesy.
Whoa! Wow! When I'm saying the word cheesy fight scene, I think that's an appropriate time to show it. And then I can show the punching and kicking.
Fight scenes with punch.
There we go.
Just a bunch of cheesy. Just a bunch of.
What happens if I extend this a bit?
Just a bunch of.
No. What happens if I slow this down even more?
Just a bunch of.
Right.
Out as a kid, just a bunch.
That, despite being a short shot, doesn't really.
Just a bunch of cheesy fight scenes with punches.
Okay, that's good. I think I found out a way that I can do it. Because I didn't like it being there when I was talking about something different. I want to show Buffy getting her voice back when I say Buffy gets her voice back, right? I don't want to show the cheesy fight scene while I'm saying Buffy gets her voice back. I would rather show the cheesy fight scene when I'm talking about cheesy fight scenes. Let's see if there's a good chief scream. That one's good. I love. I think for the punch, I think this one's the best one. So a lot of them I was using MP3s, but now when I use one, I do this. I open it with Audacity. I convert it to AIFF, and then I have it in an editable format where it is less likely to experience any kind of export malfunction. So that's another thing I had to learn with this software. And like depending on what your sequence settings are, obviously. So if I drag in an MP3 like this, you'll notice how there's red there. That means I have to render it, which doesn't take any time at all if it's audio. But I mean, for whatever reason, dragging in an AIFF file because the timeline is or the sequence is matched towards these audio and video specific types settings, right? Meaning that it doesn't have to render as long as it's a specific format.
Kicking, Buffy gets.
Then if you make an effect on it, it also doesn't have to render, right? Which is nice. And then when you export it, it is much less likely to have any sort of issue.
Kicking, just a bunch of cheese.
So I've noticed with a lot of MP3 files I've brought in, especially ones that I add effects to. So if I slow it down or something.
Just a bunch of cheesy fight scenes. With
if I bring in a bunch of MP3 files and slow them down, they can be at risk for having an issue that I won't even notice or that doesn't even exist until I've already exported it. And then that's just a waste of time. You know, I finish a whole video and then
fight scenes with
that was pretty good. I finish a whole video and then I have to wait like half a day for it to export just because it's a lot of information, right?
Cheesy fight scenes with.
And then if a problem doesn't even exist until it's done exporting, then that's fucking awful because then it's like I have to trick it into doing something beforehand, right? I have to export it and then realize it's wrong, like after I've uploaded it, then come back to the software, change it a bit, hope that whatever I did fixes it, and then export it again, and then have to watch all of it again to make sure it didn't happen.
Bunch of cheesy fight scenes.
Do I want this?
Fight scenes with. Fight scenes with. Fight scenes. Cheesy fight scenes with.
I think that one's pretty good. Bring it up to 7, maybe.
Cheesy fight scenes with.
Ah, man.
Fight scenes with. Fight.
I'm gonna. Yeah, we'll see how it looks. We'll see how it sounds when there's music in there too.
Fight scenes with.
It might be more noticeable or less noticeable, so I'm not gonna obsess over it until we get to that point.
There isn't really anything else in this episode that freaked me out as a kid. Just a bunch of cheesy fight scenes with.
All right, let's find an impact. That's not bad. I like this one better. I think I can manipulate this into doing what I want.
Just a bunch of cheesy fights.
No, I kind of want to crack. I need like a whip. Thud? No. Where are my whip sound effects? Miscellaneous. probably... Oh. That's a good punching one, actually. That's a really cheesy one. I'm glad I found that. Impacts and crashes. No. I think there's a way I can search for them. Actually, no. I think I added whips. Yeah, I added whip sound effects right here because it wasn't in the main folder. So, since there's a bunch of sound effects in one spot, I'm just going to bring this over here. Just find the one I want. Nope. No. 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 That one's not bad. I like this one. I think I've used that one before.
He walks into this guy's room. I'd almost like for the scene.
So remember, whatever line you copy on is the line it'll paste on. So make sure it's not overlapping with something. Otherwise, it'll write over it.
Just a bunch of cheesy fights. Just a bunch of cheesy fights. Just a bunch.
Probably bring it here.
Just a bunch of Just a bunch of
It's kind of funny.
Just a bunch of cheesy fights. Cheesy fights.
All three of them together is pretty good.
Cheesy fight scenes with.
All right.
Kid, just a bunch of cheesy fights. Just a bunch. Just a bunch of cheesy fight scenes with.
That's good. And then I'll obsess over the levels when the music's in.
The kid, just a bunch of cheesy fight scenes with punching and kicking. Buffy gets her voice back and she's.
Ugh, I'm exhausted. Fuck. I'm tired, man.
Buffy gets her voice back and she screams and their heads explode. Their heads explode and she screams. And their heads back.
I don't need to show it entering your mouth.
Back and she screams and back and she screams and their.
I can have some low-level audio of Buffy screaming here.
And she screams and their heads explode.
Man, the head's exploding from audio thing. I might have to record a new line just to show a comparison to something else that happens later in this review. Ugh. Or maybe I can, you know what I can do?
Back and she screams and their heads explode.
Here's what I can do. I can take the audio, detach it, Command L from here, go like that, move this back. And then instead of having to worry about trying to connect the audio of this clip, hearing them explode, instead of having to worry with seamlessly melding that with the screaming here, I can just add in my own sound effect of exploding heads. Oh, this is awful. Ugh. And here's what I'll do to make that easier. Shows all of them explode there. Detach that. Audio gone.
Explode.
Yep.
And she screams and their head
Right, do I even need this first shot?
explode.
Let's see what happens if I don't use it. I don't think I need it.
Screams and their heads explode.
That's pretty good. Yeah, it's right when I set it to. Doesn't look like there'll be any kind of like extra frames or anything.
Their heads explode.
Maybe I can slow motion it too. Let's see what I say next after this.
Nevertheless, the few scary scenes in this episode sure did manage, and their heads explode.
Instead of showing this close one, I think I'm just going to show the far shot and slow it down. And that way there'll be more to absorb from it, and I can space out the sound effects. Let's see how this looks.
Their heads explode.
I don't know. I thought it showed 3 in the wide shot. Oh, wait.
Explode.
Doesn't make sense how they filmed it here, because it shows the same explosion twice, I think.
Heads explode.
So it shows 4 here, but I only see 3 in frame. I don't know how many there are
Their
total.
heads explode. Heads
What if I get rid of this explosion and just pretend as though they filmed it in a way that didn't show it twice? And so we're going to, even if they didn't try to, we're going to pretend this guy, which I think is what he's supposed to be, is this guy. We're going to do that, and then I don't have to add 4 sound effects. We can add 3.
Heads explode. Explode. Explode.
That's not bad.
Heads explode.
Looks kind of, you know what? I can slow this last one down and not the other 2. And it would probably look fine too.
Heads explode.
Yeah, I think I like that. Thanks, Luddy Croissant.
Screams.
Okay. Explosions. How are these? Ah! No. That's dumb. No. No. Maybe? That one, I think, is so far the best one. I don't like the audio quality of that one. It sounds off. Let's see what... I know this one has, like, glass sounds in it. But I think it's possible that it could work either way. Let's see if I have any other explosions or anything. What is this?
I don't think they're gonna give you a medal for that one.
Oh, more Halo shit. That's funny. Confusion. No. Yeah, I think I'm fine with the one that I have. I don't think there's any other. Well, let's see if Impact says something. No. I use this Impact auto hood sound effect for when Mikey got hit by the car. It was pretty good. It was pretty subtle. I don't know. I had it pretty quiet, but it makes the world a difference to me. I don't know. Ugh, no. Okay, let's try this. We'll see. I'm a little skeptical about how it will work, but you just gotta try it out and see what happens.
She screams and their heads.
Okay, so we got. So here's where the explosion basically starts, and we want to line it up like this. I'm going to copy it like that, and then drag it back.
And their heads explode.
See, that was pretty well synced, I think. So let's try that. And then no impact number 2. Exact frame. There we go. Drag it back. And impact number 3. There we go. Except I kind of have to move it down again because I forgot to copy it on a different line. There we go. There. Drag it back.
Their heads explode.
No.
Heads
I don't like it. I want to replace it with something.
and their heads explode.
I need like a wet, kind of gooey sound effect. Just while I go in my browser, I don't know if there's anything that I should be worried about showing. So I'm just going to do this when I'm going to YouTube to search for shit. So hold on while I do that. Why do I have dropped frames? I don't know. Fuck. Ugh. Okay. How do I find something like that? Like wet explosion. Looks like there's a heavy amount of search attempts for that, at least. So wet explosion. Nobody uploaded a video for wet explosion, but tons of people are searching for it. It's fascinating. Shit, I can't. Okay, I can't hear it unless unless I have the audio going through here, which means I have to have this scene going. So let's try that. I don't like it. I don't like it, and I don't think that I'm gonna find what I want by searching wet explosion. No. I know that there's like, okay, so Scanners has this thing, right? But I don't think it's the sound I want. Still haven't even seen it. Well, fuck off! That's not even the sound I want! Hey, look, Mars Attacks is right there. I'm trying to put my finger on it. There's a sound that would be like, you know the there's a sound that happens at the beginning of like Attack of the Killer Tomatoes or whatever, when the tomato hits the screen. It's like there has to be something like that. Splat? Maybe I'm going to search splat sound effect. Let's see how that works. I could combine that and maybe like a lesser explosion sound effect or something. Oh, that's disgusting. But I think it might work. That was like ear rape there. Let's try these. Nope. Ugh. No. No. Vomit wet splat. No. SpongeBob splat? No. Well, let's see how these work. Again, convert to AIFF. See how these work. Well, I'm going to look at what the Tom sent me to see if that's helpful at all. Oh! Oh, wow, those are actually really helpful. I guess I'm just gonna search for it on this computer. Sound effects: blood, gore, carnage, tear, and flesh. I bet that's all I need to search to find the video. There we go. Yeah, one of those sounds I really liked, actually. Thank you, the Tom 5000. Ugh. Ugh. I might. It might sound cool if I had them in different speeds or pitches, because there's 3 different effects, right? Nope. That one was the one I really liked right there. Weird. Yeah, I don't think the rest of these are all that useful. Nightmare, I've already answered that question. It's after my Synecdoche, New York review's finished. That one's decent. Ugh. It might sound cool since there's 3 different 3 different no, yeah, those are nothing compared to these ones. Since there's 3 different sound effects and 3 different places to use them.
He screams.
Look at that. Let's see which order I would want. I think that one's the most impactful one. So I'm going to switch these around. I'm going to bring down the volume to like 15, see how well I can hear them. Do I still? No, I don't. Okay.
Cheesy fight scenes with punching and kicking. Buffy gets her voice.
Okay, so the frame that I want is there.
Her head's exploding.
That would see. That's good. I like that. I like that a lot. Thank you, Batom. I'm happy with that. See, I don't like. Yeah, that's if I try something and it doesn't work, I don't want it. I'm gonna keep trying different shit until it works, and that's just how it's how I roll. And I mean, according to plenty of people, I spend way too long on my reviews, and that's, you know, a fair statement. But the implication when people say that is that I'm like not working on it, that I'm like dicking around playing video games or something.
Their heads explode.
When in reality, I am working on it. I'm just spending a lot more time on it than the average human being would bother, because I'm a fucking autistic, obsessive retard
Their heads explode.
that likes to do things in ways that a perfectionist asshole would deem appropriate. The exact same level of perfectionism that I demand of the films that I promote on my channel is the type of standard that I would demand out of YouTube content that I both consume and create, I think.
Load.
I think I might turn this one down. No, it was at 15 before, wasn't it? I don't want it at 23. Oops. Ah, what are you doing? There we go. There, let's try it 18.
Load.
No.
Load.
Let's bring it back.
Load.
There we go. I like that. I like that a lot. Is she screaming like that?
Buffy gets her voice back and she screams and their heads explode.
I dig it. See, that's cool. I like the way that that effect turned out, and that's what I want
And she screams and their
out of the things that I make. So I want to turn down the explosions just a little, just because I can barely hear what I'm saying. We'll see how the audio is when I add music. Like I said, I'll have to make some more like obsessive adjustments with it.
screams and their heads explode.
I love it. Awesome. Okay. Whenever I do something I really like, here's what I do. Save project as. So you save a new one. This is going to be 33, the 33rd save I've made on this. So you save a new one. And then that way, if you do something that's like irreversibly fucked on your project, if you do something where you're like, you don't have enough undos left, or, you know, just something that you can't fix, or, you know, you screwed something up so bad, then you can go back to the previous save. You know, I can go back to 32. If I really need to, I can go back. It's very important if you don't want to have to redo a bunch of work.
Nevertheless, the few scary scenes in this episode sure did manage to stick with me. Like, I don't even remember anything else about this show, really. I remember liking it when I was younger, but that's about it. Next up is...
Is that all I say about it? I might have to add some more dialogue. We'll see how it looks.
Load. Nevertheless, the...
If you have too many layers, even if it's AIFF, you'll have to render a bit. The only reason it wants to render this part is just because I have this right there. So I have too many layers of it, but it's fine.
Screams and their heads explode. Nevertheless...
That's pretty good.
Load. Nevertheless...
No.
Load. Nevertheless...
No. There we go.
Explode. Nevertheless, the...
I like how she stopped screaming slightly after.
Heads explode. Nevertheless, the...
Still sounds a little weird though. I'm trying to make it better.
Load. Nevertheless...
No, that sounded better.
Load. Nevertheless...
Nope. Nope.
Explode. Nevertheless...
I'm just gonna have to ignore it until the music's in.
Nevertheless,
Because it might fix itself without me
scary
trying.
scenes in this episode sure did manage to stick with me. Like, I don't...
Okay. Ugh.
I don't even remember anything else about this show, really. I remember liking it when I was younger, but that's about it.
Okay.
She screams and they explode. Nevertheless...
Okay. So now I need some visual reference to... Yeah, I don't even need... Oh wait, maybe I want some of the end credits. I don't know. Let's see.
Explode. Nevertheless, the few scary scenes in... I don't even remember...
Let's try it there. There. Again, exact frame, because then you can use the most of it. Constantly have to zoom in and out, something that Adobe Premiere is not made for. One of the most frustrating things you can do in the program. Gigantic waste of fucking time.
With me. Like, I don't even remember anything else about this show, really. I remember, like...
Yeah, I'll use like a reaction face there. Do a callback to the to their faces or some shit. I'm so tired.
Until it seems...
No, not that one. What's the one that I showed? I think it's the one right after. No, yeah, right after they steal the voices, I think. There we go.
They open up a little box, and then we see something leaving...
Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. It's just checking. It looked like something was, oops, rendering over there, but it wasn't. Losing my mind. Okay, that ends on the exact frame I would want it to, so I can do this and this. Okay.
Nevertheless, the few scary... Explode. Nevertheless, the few...
Might want the video to match up with the audio there.
And their heads explode. Nevertheless, the...
What happens there to make it seem weird?
Nevertheless... Nevertheless...
Does it seem like there's an extra frame, even though I know there isn't? I'm just trying to figure that out.
Heads explode. Nevertheless, the...
Something weird about it. Sometimes when you do an effect on FPC7, so you notice how there's a blue line right there? So sometimes when you do an effect and then it goes into a scene that doesn't have an effect, it'll create something visual that's not actually happening while you're doing playback. So it'll look like there's an extra frame, even though there's not. And the way to fix that, and the way to accurately see whether or not the finished product will have something there, and it's not just something that's happening by playback, is you can add an effect to it that's, add an effect to it that isn't really going to affect your clip at all, just so you can see what it looks like with an effect there. So if I were to, just for the beginning of this clip, add a 99.9% opacity filter to it, which means basically 100, or I could add a layer on top of it at 0 opacity, which means literally nothing has changed. Oh, it still looks weird. Yeah, okay. It's just my brain fucking with me, but anyway, so you can add, if you're unsure about it and it's doing something like that, you can add basically a non-effect to it, like an effect that isn't really going to change anything, and then it won't do that sort of glitch where it's an effect clip going into a not effect clip. So I'll worry about that later if it's still bugging me. I might, even if there's nothing technically wrong with it, if it bugs me, I'll fucking do something about it.
This episode sure did manage to stick with me. Like, I don't even remember anything else about this show.
No, I don't want the Joss Whedon thing there. I want another clip. I'll add a clip that I wasn't even using during the episode to sort of like emphasize that there's a greater plot to the series that I'm just completely oblivious to, which is kind of what I'm talking about. Fucking stupid bullshit. Him drinking the blood and then just... yeah, it looks so dumb. Yeah, why don't I use this clip?
Like, I don't even remember anything else about this show, really. I remember liking it when I was young.
This is really dumb. Here, I can use this for both audio clips, I think.
Like, I don't even remember.
There we go. So that's a character that I didn't even mention the whole episode. How do I get the footage to edit? You can rip it from a DVD and then convert it. You want to make sure that all of your files are the same file type. So I have a preset. So MP4 1080 max. It's not really max. That's just what I named it. So here's the settings that I have. Bitrate 20,000, 29.97, H.264, 1080. The audio should be better, realistically. I should create a new custom for the next review I do. 320 is way better than 192. That's what I should be using, and it doesn't take up much more file size. I've just been using the same shit for a while, and I really need to update it. Anyway, yeah, you want it all the same. You want to convert everything you rip into the same format.
Managed to stick with me. Like, I don't.
Otherwise, you're gonna have to
anything
render
else
shit.
About this show, really. I remember liking it when I was younger, but that's about it.
Okay, so I can do my little transitionary TV static here.
That's about it. That's about it.
Let's see.
But that's about it.
See, that makes it so much. I don't know about you guys, but I like it much better when it kind of like interrupts it a little rather than being directly after. So if we're going by audio alone, so this is the last show I'm talking about. If we're going by audio alone, the review will be about 17 and a half minutes, but keep in mind, I'm showing clips. I'm showing clips, and there will be like a 20-second end card. So it's going to be at least 18 minutes. We'll see how long. So for reference, there's quite a long scene that I showed here in Buffy just to kind of prove a bit of a point and get some information across. I added this kind of sing-along text just to make it more entertaining for the viewer, because I realized that like I want to show all of it, but if I showed it without any sort of visual addition, it would just kind of be boring, and it totally worked too. So when I started talking about Buffy, that was at the 9-minute mark, and now I'm all the way at the 14.5-minute mark. So that's a good 5.5 minutes. And if we're gonna just for shits and giggles, why don't we do this? Yeah, so here's my entire dialogue, my narration about Buffy. So I'm just going to open a new sequence here. This is the export one. I just use it for exporting shit when I don't want to have to do anything about the whole project. So if I get rid of this and I show, oops, I close all the gaps. Oops. Roughly, I'm not going to worry too much about these minuscule. Well, I am. I say I'm not, but I'm doing it. Get rid of all this shit, and suddenly you'll notice that 5.5 minutes turns into something closer to 4 minutes. So that's 1.5 minutes that I added off of just clips that I'm using while I'm talking about it. So it's possible that this, let's see how long this is, 190204 to 2154. 19 minutes to 22 minutes. So 3 minutes might turn into like 4 or 4.5. I don't know. I kind of doubt I'm going to use that many clips. So this video will probably be somewhere around between 18 and 19 minutes.
It's about this show, really. I remember. That's about it.
And I'm hoping that since I have 4 shows in episode 1 that I talked about, 4 shows in episode 2 that I talked about. There's only 3 shows in episode 3 in the part 3 that I'm making. There's only 3 shows that I'm talking about, but one of them is a several part episode of a TV show. So it's not just like a 20-minute thing, it's like an hour long thing. And I know that I'm going to have the most to say about the ones that are closer to the top of the list. So I'm kind of, even though I haven't even started part 3, like normally I would like to, but I really want to get this out for November and TikTok. Um, even though I haven't started part 3, I'm fairly confident that despite there being one less show that I'm talking about in part 3, that it'll still fill up a anywhere between 15 to 20 minute time frame including credits. Yeah, there'll be a part 3. This is part 2. So part 2 is going to be 18 minutes or whatever. Part 1 was like 22 minutes.
Tim Burton's Mars Attacks. This movie is
Let's see.
but it's also witty. For the most part, this movie is pretty to me when I was younger. So when the Martians fight the movie and the entire first tone at all, and it kind of caught me off. My parents put on caricature. All suddenly, just dandy.
Here's where I want the first clip. It's all from memory. I don't even have a script. I kind of just talk into the microphone and spill my thoughts and remember it as I go along.
Next up. About it. Next up
I like that.
is Tim Burton. I was younger, but that's about it. Next up is Tim Burton.
See, now, like, I don't know. Just these couple frames. It's 6 frames long of static. And 3 of those frames, there are other clips that are underneath it that are kind of like being interrupted by the static. And I feel like that makes the world of difference in terms of like comedic pacing. Like when something interrupts something else rather than waiting its turn to show something else, I feel like that adds a lot of like really subtle subconscious comedy to it. I feel like that helps.
But that's about it. Next up is Tim Burton's.
You can hear it like in any review that I do. Like as the static goes, it's not just it doesn't waste any time.
About it. Next up,
You know? I like that.
Next up is Tim Burton's Mars Attacks. This
Let's see. There might be a good title within the footage to use. Otherwise, I'll use a poster. No. Oh, yeah, actually, I think there's a good title here. And there we go. If you copy and paste something and then undo the cuts you've made, it won't undo the copy and paste.
Next up is Tim Burton.
Too soon.
Next up is Tim Burton's Mars.
There we go. Oops.
Next up is Tim Burton's
Audio's doing weird things again.
Mars Attacks. Next up is Tim Burton's Mars Attacks. This movie is attacks. This movie.
All right. I'm gonna piss and get a drink. I'll be right back. Oh. Still gonna grab a drink. I'm just gonna make the stream accurate to what's happening in case someone drops by. BRB. Ugh. Give me one more second. All right. Just chugged some Monster Energy. The rate I'm going, I'm headed for a premature death by a heart attack from not really just caffeine, but spending my last 3 years sitting in front of a computer.
But that's about it. Next up is Tim Burton.
Why does it do that? Oh, that stupid fucking audio thing that it's doing. I just have to trust that it's not a part of the actual software and that it's just from the stupid stream doing it.
This movie is a little weird.
I don't know why it's doing that.
This movie is a little weird.
Am I gonna have to seriously fuck around with the settings until that happens? Until that goes away?
I love how Buffy just
Oh look, it's gone!
Buffy gets her voice.
I don't know why that happened. I have no idea why that happened. It's just from me streaming it, honestly.
This movie is a this movie.
I like how there isn't much delay at all for despite the despite
this movie is a little weird.
The audio going through my capture card into my PC. There's no delay really.
Is a little weird. It's
USB 3.0. Do I want to show? What the? Man, this movie is so dumb. I kind of fucking hate it. This character doesn't have shit to do with anything. Why is he in the movie? He's just like a cameo? Like, what is this? What a bullshit character, honestly. This movie's full of bullshit characters, honestly. Annoying characters that don't serve any fucking purpose. It's boring.
This movie is a little weird.
Look at him look at the he's looking at the camera! Ugh.
Burton's Mars Attacks. This movie is a little weird. It's
What bad movie. If I do join all edits here, it doesn't join the edits on the other sequence, which is very nice. Because if it did do that, then I would be fucked because there's a lot of edits in here that I don't want joined. So as you'll notice, maybe there's not that many here, honestly. I don't know. There's some edits here that I definitely don't want joined. Like that one right there, I can see there's an edit that I don't want joined. But I'm not going to show that part. Just have to wait and see. Ugh. Ugh. Doggy. I really don't like this movie at all. It's kind of fucking bad. I'm not religious at all. You're thinking of changing? You shouldn't have to think about changing from being religious to not religious, right? It shouldn't be a decision. Being religious or not religious is based off of whether or not you believe in a deity, whether or not you believe in a religion, not whether or not you practice religion, right? If you practice religion but you don't believe in it, then you're not really religious. You're just pretending. You can't decide your religion. Unless you like some people decide in the sense that they willingly shut out information that would prove their religion wrong. You know. They try as hard as they can to plug their ears and scream so that they don't have to come to any sort of conclusion that there is no afterlife, that they don't survive their own death. That's every religion for you. It's what every single religion has in common. The idea that you survive your own death. That you are here forever. And that you don't disappear. It's the only reason religion exists.
A little weird. It's way too cheesy to be taken seriously, but it's also way too dark to it's also way too
If you put it on a pedestal like that, Macho Naked Carp 127, then I will talk about it. If you make it that big of a deal by anticipating something that I haven't even done, then I will make it a big deal. So fuck off with that shit, seriously. You can't like that's I don't like it when people anticipate something that hasn't happened and cause it via self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like accuse me of something that I'm not doing, and therefore, in turn, by accusation, cause what you are accusing me of. Although I can't say that I'm not at fault at all for participating, but still, completely encouraging it. All right, what am I talking about here?
too dark.
Yeah, too dark. What did I want? What's a good scene before the actual battle that I can say too dark? I guess maybe just the clip of this guy on the TV. Ugh, this doggy. You're right, Samama22. There might be a presence or God that links us all, but these stories are unbelievable. You're entirely correct. And so my logic when considering the existence of a God is the same logic that I would use when considering the existence of anything else that there is no proof of. You should assume that it does not exist because there's no proof of it, right? There's nothing that you should assume exists to which there is no evidence, right? There's literally nothing that you should assume exists to which there is no evidence. Same logic as the flying teapot around the sun. There's no proof of it. We can say it's like invisible to NASA photographs. We can say that it is a invisible teapot that no one can ever see, but it exists. But why would you live your life as though that exists? Why would you live your life as though the assumption is correct when there's zero evidence to support such a claim, right?
It's also way too
It doesn't make sense. Why would you do that for anything? You do it for God, not anything else. I wonder why. Could it be possible that human beings are afraid of dying? Could it be possible that
seriously, but it's also way too
our biological drive to survive, one that is the most powerful drive we have in our entire bodies, more powerful than sex? Think about how like weak-minded and ill-willed people are when it comes to sex. Think about how many dudes, especially, completely drop all logic just to get their dick wet. How many dudes have done such stupid things just for the premise of sex? Survival. is an even stronger biological urge than sex is. And so human beings create fictions to tell themselves that survival is a goal that they can have forever. Human beings create stories within their brains to be able to believe that they survive their own deaths. That even when faced with nothing but evidence that life for every single being on this planet ends, no matter who you are, no matter how rich you are, no matter how powerful you are, no matter how strong you are, no matter what, we all die. And despite every every sign pointing towards that, literally everything we know saying that, everything that we could possibly observe, despite that, we are still creating fictions that we can collectively agree on based on geographical distribution. No, oh wow, I wonder why that side of the world's Muslim and this side of the world's Christian. What a coincidence. One of them's wrong though, and one of them's right. Haha. Yeah.
But it's also
what a wild coincidence that is.
way too dark to really be
What a wild coincidence that every single religion has the prerequisite of surviving your own death. What a crazy coincidence that is. Man. It's almost as if that's why religion was invented. It's almost as if there is a extreme biological urge in every single human being that is more powerful than even the urge to reproduce, that is telling us that we need to survive. And in order to believe that we survive forever, we create stories.
also way too dark to really be considered a comedy.
I think that might work fine. I don't think I need an extra clip there.
But obviously
I like how I can see his face better here.
way too dark to
So if I remove the speed attributes here, oops.
also way too dark to really
Can I show both?
way too dark to really be considered a comedy.
Did they use the same animation?
Too dark to really be considered.
I think they did.
Also way too dark to really be considered.
I think they just added a different filter. I'm not going to show it because I don't want to point it out.
Too dark to really be considered a comedy.
I think it'd be a waste of time to talk about it. There we go. Exact frame. Look at that. Works out again.
For the most part.
Yeah, wanting to have sex is a biological trait for surviving so we can pass on our genes to our offspring. Sorry. You're completely right when saying that. So is the will to survive. Those are our two most powerful urges, because if we didn't have them, we literally wouldn't exist. There is no such thing as a species that doesn't have an overwhelming biological urge to both survive as an individual member of the species and reproduce. There's no such thing as a species to which those two traits don't exist. And the reason why is because any species that don't have those traits die. Any species that don't have those traits are already extinct. There were species that didn't have those traits. There was like one genetic mutation within a line of other species, and they didn't have the will to survive or reproduce, and then they died, and there was only one of them, and that's it. You know, like, by all logic and probability, those things did exist, but the reason why we don't see them today is because it's not possible, right? If you don't have the biological, not just urge, but overwhelming biological urge to both survive as an individual member of the species and to reproduce, then you don't exist. Life has existed for so long that all of those species just wouldn't exist at this point.
For the most part, this movie is pretty boring, but obviously there were at least a few.
What can I show about it being boring? Don't want to do the cliched boardroom. I might. The meeting thing, the God thing. Let's see. I'm just going to go back to the actual large clip. Danny DeVito. Oh, look, this guy. He looks bored. That's a good clip. You just, yeah, there we go. I like it. See, it's better to use clips that correspond with what you're saying, I think, or at least that's how I would like to consume my media. You know what's really funny though is like when people live their life based on the presumption that there's a god, like a very specific god. So like organized religion, like Christianity or Islam, or Judaism. Ironically, just mentioned Yahweh with all three of those. The funniest part about it is that they all recognize some sort of like trickery by Satan.
For the most part, this movie is pretty boring. But
there we go. So like when Christians,
at least a few parts that really got to me when I was younger.
When hardcore Christians are like, oh no, evolution doesn't exist, dinosaurs don't exist, it's like, well, now there's overwhelming proof of dinosaur bones, and so they'll change their answer.
But obviously there were at least a few parts that really got to me when I...
Okay, I'm going to find a clip for that. So they change their answer and they say, oh, so Satan's planting those dinosaur bones there, or Satan's planting all of these pieces of so-called evidence to try and trick you into thinking that there's no God. So it's like every single organized religion acknowledges some form of like delusion or trickery by Satan. If you look inside the Quran, if you look inside the Bible, you'll find tons of stories, like individual psalms, where the main theme of the story is basically saying, there's a character, there's one of the people that lived in Jerusalem or whatever, and there's a bunch of fucking tests that they have to work their way through, like moral tests. There'll be some sort of trickery, and then by the end of it, it was like, no, yeah, you were right for not believing that bullshit, even though you believed it to be true. So like the guy who was like, oh no, God doesn't want me to kill my son or whatever. I'm not sure if that's the best example to use, but there's tons of examples in all religious texts, where there'll be some sort of like supernatural trickery going on, right? And it's like, oh no, yeah, you have to trust in your faith and your heart and just secretly know what the real answer is, and then you got it, bud. So if that's the case, and if every single organized religion acknowledges that there are tricks happening within the universe to try and fool you into believing in the wrong religion or practicing your religion incorrectly, then how do you know that the Bible itself, the Quran itself, how do you know that that entire piece of text or your church or your pastor isn't a trick? How do you know that the religion that you worship isn't Satan trying to fool you into believing in the wrong religion? How do you know? If you've acknowledged, and you've literally acknowledged and you accept that according to your religion, there are tricks that Satan is using to try and fool you into believing things that are wrong, and that you need to find out what God is independently of all of these tricks happening, then wouldn't the most heinous trick, or wouldn't the most what's the word I'm looking for? Wouldn't the most definitive or divine test be whether or not you are a slave to organized religion? What if me, as an atheist that doesn't believe in a God, what if I'm going to get into heaven because the actual test was whether or not you would fall for organized religion? What if there's a God out there, right? And he's like, oh yeah, I planted all these Bibles and Qurans and everywhere, and the real test to get into heaven is to not fall for that bullshit, and you should believe in your heart independently of what the majority of the world says. You should follow your own morals and your own belief system independently of all of this pressure that's put onto you. And immediately, once you're born into a religious country, right? So if you think about it, the only temptation that exists is that of religion. Religion's always talking about, Satan being like, oh yeah, here's the apple. Oh yeah, atheism's so tempting, or lust is so tempting, or all of these immoral behaviors are so tempting. When in reality, it's religion that's tempting. The idea of surviving your own death is tempting. That is the ultimate sin, if you think about it, is tricking yourself into believing that you survive your own death, despite all evidence to the contrary. Tricking yourself into believing religious dogma, despite all evidence to the contrary. What if that's the ultimate test? What if there's a God out there that, according to the laws of this universe, doesn't exist, but once we exit this universe, if we survive our own deaths, which I don't believe we do, what if all of those laws of physics in the universe are suddenly null and void, and the final test of whether or not you get into quote-unquote heaven or hell is whether or not you fell victim or you were stupid enough to believe in organized religion on this planet, right? Does that not make so the rules of religion in of itself contradict themselves, right? So they all acknowledge, every single organized religion acknowledges that Satan plants things in this universe and that you should ignore the realities of this universe if you want to get into heaven, but they don't use that same logic towards their own religion. How do they know that the Bible wasn't made by Satan? How do they know that the Quran wasn't made by Satan? They don't. You were born into it, right? It's fucked up. Nobody uses logic. Some people use Pro Tools. All right, I need to stop getting distracted. I go on rants like these because I'm very opinionated and because I've spent a lot of time thinking about this shit. All right, what's a clip I can use for morbid? Oh, wait, no, I was past morbid. I was talking about, yeah, there's a lot of things that affected me as a kid.
I was younger. So when the Martians finally show up to play, there were at least a few parts that really...
I just wasted like 7 minutes or something. Oops. I think I'm going to show a clip of them on Mars kind of congregating and planning for the attack. I think that's best. Maybe there's a clip near the beginning that I can use, because they don't really show them until the attack happens, other than... Oh, wait, here's... This is bad effect. This wouldn't be a real example of a clip that traumatized me when I was younger, but it might be something that I could use so that I don't spoil what's about to be explained after. Let's see if I can find something better. Organized religion is stupid. It's honestly stupid.
But obviously there were at least a few parts that really got to me when I was younger. So when the Martians
Yeah, I'll use that.
finally...
Just because otherwise I'm spoiling shit that I talk about anyway. SJWs are the new organized religion. That's what's happening. They're filling a void. It's organized religion without the guise of it being organized religion. It's pretending to not be organized religion. It's like standing opposed to organized religion while at the same time doing every single thing that makes it wrong.
Because Eleanor Roosevelt was too fond of chins. That's why.
All right, so now I need to use the clip from the invasion. Oh, wait, let's just confirm.
So when the Martians finally show up to planet Earth, it's already almost 40 minutes through the movie, and the entire first half of the...
All right. So I just want the clip of them landing. Where can I do this? Oh, that's so bad, but I'll use it just because, I mean, it's part YMS review anyway. I kind of want to show off how bad it is. Let's see. I know that's not exact frame, but I kind of want to show the whole ramp. 40 minutes through the movie. Time it. All right, let's see how much. Okay. I might have to slow it down. I might have a couple extra frames here. Let's see. Ooh, baby. Made it. All right.
That really got to me when I was younger. So when the Martians finally show up to planet Earth, it's already almost 40 minutes through the movie, and the entire
Religion is kind of like an inevitability that comes from having a life form that can both be imaginative and make explanations for things. So like human beings possess the ability to explain things that they don't necessarily know the answer to. It's called, hypothesis. And then also you have to have a species that is, that has the will to survive, an overwhelming biological urge to survive, and then, just those two things combined, and you have a brain that understands that it prefers to believe a certain scenario. Like I don't know how complicated the dolphin language is. I know that they can like teach each other tricks. They can communicate very effectively with each other, even though we don't understand their language, which is fascinating to me. I feel like dolphins are really fucking smart. And I mean, I'm willing to believe, just on my own hunch, without any real evidence, that dolphins likely have some sort of religious beliefs. They probably, they see human beings with their contraptions above the ocean, being able to breathe in environments that they can't, and being able to have technology or contraptions or devices that allow them to survive and breathe in environments that they also can.
and the entire first
And I
half
think
of
it's
the film
entirely
doesn't really
possible that
exhibit
dolphins
much
look at human beings and are like, wow, they must be the controllers of this universe, right?
serious tone at all. So when shit, and the entire first half of the film doesn't really exhibit much serious tone at all.
You might laugh at it, but I think it's entirely feasible. I don't think that that's an unreasonable thing to think at all, because these are intelligent species that can communicate with each other, right? And so they might just have some sort of like casual explanation that they all agree to, just being like those are, they won't call them humans. They'll be like, oh, those things over there, we see them every so often, and they clearly dominate this universe, and they have no understanding of anything outside of it. Like, they don't go on land. They don't know what the globe is. They don't know what the planet is, right? And so they probably have some sort of collective understanding of, not dolphins as an entire species, but different communities of dolphins, right? In the same way that humans have different religions geographically. So, like, a group or a family of dolphins in one area will have an entirely different understanding of human beings or the universe around them than any dolphins in any other geographical area, right? I think it's entirely feasible. I think it's entirely possible.
Exhibit much serious tone at all. So
Oh yeah, like they would probably just be like, humans take fish from us, and they, treat us like shit, but sometimes they treat us all right, and they clearly control things. Human beings do the same thing with deities. They go like, oh yeah, there was an earthquake, there was a tornado, God's killing everybody, but it's just a part of his plan. You make excuses.
the entire first half of the film doesn't really exhibit much serious tone.
Okay, focus, Adam. I've had a lot of energy drinks, and I'm very tired. It's like 1:30 in the morning. Oh, look at this. No, that was after their attack. I don't want to use anything after their attack. What is a shot that I can use to show? That's kind of funny. I could show the Danny DeVito cameo. That's what I could do. I saw that earlier. Like, where is his camp? It's in the casino scene, right? Where is that? Yeah, that wasn't here. That wasn't here. Oh, there. Oh, there we are. Sometimes it's difficult to find things. All right. Let's just start it here. See how much of it I can use within that time frame. I'll probably want to show the close-up shot. Let's see how long that is. Ooh, baby. I'm the trash man. See what happens if I do this. Yeah, it fits. All right. Yeah, I've seen some dolphin documentaries. Dolphins, like not just documentaries, like look it up on YouTube too. Like, if there are dolphins that have learned a trick, like you can blow bubble rings and like pass them to each other. There are dolphins that have learned this kind of independently, and then another dolphin from a completely different family or tribe that has not been exposed to this kind of trick or communication can be placed in the environment with those said dolphins and learn it from the other ones. They can communicate in ways that they can teach each other how to do things. They have a language system. There's dolphins, I think it was off the coast of Florida, where they have a very refined and intelligent hunting technique, very similar to you know how native tribes would sort of lure buffalo off the edge of a cliff and sort of, you know, trap them and trick them into running off, and that's how they would, you know, they would corner them, and it involved a lot of communication, right? Dolphins were able to do the same thing off the coast of, I believe it was Florida, where they would circle around fish. There would be an entire group of them, and they would lure them all along the shore until the fish ran out of space and were forced to like jump out of the water, and the dolphins would basically just catch them as they come down. Like they would all trap them in a certain area until there were enough of them that were in too much of an enclosed space that they would try to jump out, and the dolphins would just feeding frenzy, right? It's crazy. They're very, very intelligent animals, and they can communicate very, very well with each other. And just because human beings don't understand their language, and just because, you know, they are ocean living creatures that are not exposed to like literature or technology or anything like that, I mean, obviously they can't be as efficient at communicating or learning or building off of previous knowledge as human beings can be, because we have, you know, opposable thumbs and the ability to write and the ability to mix chemicals and create compounds and machinery because we live on land, right? Dolphins don't have that privilege. And perhaps if they did, perhaps if the roles were reversed and human beings were ocean creatures and dolphins were walking mammals with the exact same brains, you know, 1,000 years ago or some shit, 10,000 years ago, who knows? Maybe dolphins would be in the same position as we are, and we would be in the same positions as dolphins are, just because of our circumstance, right? The genetic lottery that we've won as human beings has allowed us to really utilize our environment to the best of our abilities. Not just genetic lottery, but our environmental lottery. You know, like if dolphins possess the ability to understand like chemical compounds and like electricity and you know, anything that has driven human beings towards this, you know, industrial or farming or technological revolution that brings us to where we are today, that I'm talking to you guys through a computer on the other side of the planet. If they had that ability, they might be there, right? Or if we didn't have that ability, if we didn't have that privilege, then we would probably not be there. You can't do that in the ocean. You can't do that with flippers. You can't do that. It doesn't matter how smart you are. It doesn't matter how capable your brain is of understanding information. learning, communicating, whatever. It doesn't matter if you can't, you know, if you can't operate tools and if you can't build things in your environment.
Half of the film doesn't really exhibit much serious tone at all.
We do have privilege, and I'm not saying like that we should feel guilty about it. It sucks that that word has been compromised by SJWs in the sense that you can't use it anymore without people thinking you're being a dick. But it's the correct word to use, really.
Going down, it kind of caught me off guard, to say the least. Here I am.
Okay. Wasting a bit of time, but I like these philosophical ramblings, honestly. I like being able to speak my mind about shit. How do I show shit going down without really... Why don't I show them walking out? There we go. Because I don't want to spoil it until I actually talk about it, you know? There we go. What's with that shit? Do you see at the top here how it gets like dark on the first frame? What is that shit? What is that bullshit? What is that? What is that? That's part of the movie. Was that like the film reel? What is that? Oh my god. See, if I pointed that shit out, that would be nitpicking. I point out a lot of shit that people call nitpicking, but I don't think that most of what I do is nitpicking. There's some things that, you know, if something breaks me out of the immersion, I feel like it's worthy of pointing out. That sort of thing, like the one frame of that, that's not going to break me out of the immersion.
At all. So when shit actually starts going down, it kind of caught me off guard, to say the least. Here I am as a little kid.
I might not even want to show that first shot.
Tone at all. So when shit tone at all. So when shit...
I don't like him moving like that. I don't like the motion blur at the end of this shot.
And the entire first...
So let's see what happens if I slow it down. If that just gets rid of what makes it annoying to me. Yeah, I do know they've made Planet Earth 2. I would, you know, it almost made me buy a 4K Blu-ray player, but then I was like, fuck it. No, I'm not going to do that. At 8 p.m. tonight, I had my alarm set to buy an Xbox One S from Best Buy website because of the Black Friday sale.
Movie and the entire first...
And I had to convince myself over the like 2 hours that I knew about the sale to just not do it. Because I was like, I already have Xboxes. I don't have like... Here's what I'll do. I have a 4K monitor, but I don't have a big 4K TV. Like, I think I should just wait. Because I have The Revenant in 4K. I would love to have Planet Earth 2 in 4K. But any 4K Blu-ray I have, I would prefer to have a 4K / regular Blu-ray. I don't want something that's only playable in a 4K Bluray player. I want something that I can bring to a friend's house. If it's just 4K Blu-ray and that's it, then I don't want it. Awesome, that's fixed. I did it.
So when the Martians finally show up to planet Earth, it's already almost 40 minutes through the movie, and the entire first half of the film doesn't really exhibit much serious tone at all. So when shit actually starts going down, it kind of caught me off guard, to say the least. Here I am as a little kid watching this dumb movie. Here I am.
Oh no.
So when shit actually starts going down, it kind of caught me off guard, to say the least.
I don't like it when there's like the beginning of a motion right as the clip's ending. That's just as annoying as having a extra frame. So if I can start the motion earlier, then that won't be annoying.
Down, it kind of caught me off guard, to say the least. Here I am as
there we go. See, that works. I know there's so many people that watched this as a kid for some reason. I don't know why. What was the MPAA rating? Give me 1 second. Just gonna do this for a second. Just gonna look at the MPAA rating. Bear. Mars Attacks. certifications. What was it rated in the US? Because I know in Canada, it was rated 14A for most of Canada, and then rated G in Quebec. USA PG-13. This is one of very few movies, very few movies that's there's a 14A rating for Canada and a PG-13 for the US. I'm shocked. Usually, it's like there's a if there's a 14A rating for Canada, it's because the film was rated R in the States. Why Xbox One S and not PS4 Pro? Because what I was talking about was 4K Blu-rays. PS4 Pro doesn't play 4K Blu-rays. It doesn't. Isn't that sad? If you didn't know that, then I might be blowing your mind right now. But the PS4 Pro does not play 4K Blu-rays. Isn't that the worst?
Off guard to say
Like, why are they even trying? Why are they even releasing a new console?
Going down, it kind of caught me off guard
It's a really shitty
part,
quote-unquote upgrade.
Boring, but obviously there were at least a few parts that really got to me when I was younger. So when the Martians finally show up to planet Earth, it's already almost 40 minutes through the movie, and the entire first half of the film doesn't really exhibit much serious tone at all. So when shit actually starts going down, it kind of caught me off guard to say.
What did I do to fix it last time? Oh, it's fixed. All right.
Caught me off guard to say the least. Here I am as a little say the least. Here I am as a little kid say the least. Here I am
What am I going to show here?
as a little kid watching this dumb movie my parents put on. Every character is more like an
I think I'm going to show something from the beginning here. Do they show a kid anywhere? I'd like to show something about it being dumb. They show a black kid, but I'm not black. I can't relate with anyone that's not my skin color, says social justice warriors. Yeah, can't go that far. I don't want to spoil that shit before I get to it. Here I am as a little kid watching this dumb movie my parents put on. What could I show there? I could just show Jack Black. Because everybody thinks he's stupid, right? Yeah, this is fine. I don't think there's a kid in here. Was I ever religious? Yes. Up until the age of at least 13. It's pretty Christian. I was raised in a very religious household.
Say the least. Here I am as a little kid watching this dumb movie my parents put on. Every character is more like an over-exaggerated caricature. Every parents put on. Every character.
See, that's just voice crack. See, that's just one frame, but it.
As a little kid watching this dumb movie my
I feel like it makes a difference. I don't know.
Here I am as a little kid watching this dumb movie my parents put on. Every character is more like an over-exaggerated caricature. Everything seems to be all.
Let's try this.
Off guard to say the least. Here I am as a little kid watching this dumb movie my parents put on. Every character is more like an over-exaggerated caricature. Everything seems to be all hunky-dory. Everything caricature. Everything seems to be all hunky.
I'm not wearing a t-shirt and pajama pants. I'm wearing a t-shirt and shorts.
Hunky-dory until suddenly.
All right, I finally get to show the carnage here. Ugh. All right, getting into the action. I'm not gonna show the dove. People want to see that, they can watch the movie. How do they blow the? How do they destroy this guy and not anybody behind? Oh wait, no, he turned around. Okay, never mind. Illegitimate criticism.
suddenly. Suddenly. Suddenly.
I feel like that's better.
Suddenly. Suddenly.
Yeah, it's the best. I think I like
Till-
that one. Yeah, so don't want to show their clips reacting because that's not something that I even mention. There's no point. I'll show only things that are within the shot of this thing is kind of funny. Only things that are in the same environment. So, yeah, let's do this one. Yeah, there we go. Oh my god, subhype. Thank you, Duminy in Fairy. In Furry. Yeah.
Graded caricature. Everything seems to be all hunky-dory until suddenly. Caricature. Everything seems.
I want to start the Martians movement at the beginning of the clip instead of having that weird lack of movement for half a second.
Everything seems to be all hunky-dory until suddenly.
There we go. I think this works. All right, here's what I think I want to do. Let's take some of these and put them here and change them to... I just want to show some of the deaths. Oh, I can kind of see... Yeah, I can see that guy die. Let's see what happens if I show this. See what happens there. So whenever I do a blank seconds later, I like for it to be as accurate as possible unless I'm telling a joke. So if it's pretty obvious I'm telling a joke, like in Cool Cat when I said 2 days later, then it's obviously not it's not accurate, and I kind of give enough credit to my audience that they should know that when I say 2 days later, it's not actually 2 days later. So this says 4 seconds because I just copied and pasted it from the other thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the timing. So I go 115, 18, and then 24 is the amount of frames per second. So it goes up to 30. So 18 seconds, 24 frames. And so this is 25 seconds, 22 frames. So rounded, it's about 7 seconds. So if I get rid of this, I can change the title, to... change the title to 7 seconds later. I don't like to use the same audio bits that I've done in a previous one. I try to have them all sort of like unique. Of course, some of them are going to sound similar, so I just kind of move it to a random spot. I like that one. Sometimes it doesn't sound good and I have to redo it, but I like that one. It's kind of funny. Because I've done it enough times in this episode too, as you'll notice, that you can kind of get the full song from it. Let's see. What a dumb, boring movie. So stupid. These explosions didn't bother me at all. Like, cheesy fucking PG-13 explosion bullshit never bothered me. Because it doesn't actually show anything that happens, you know? Jack Black shouldn't have been in this movie. He was a dumb cameo. None of this matters. Nothing really traumatizing in this scene, and I go on to explain other scenes. No. I just want to show people disintegrate. That's it. That's the only real... There we go. All right, so that's a full... That's a lot. 2006, 15:20:06 to 16:49:28. So that is a minute and a half. 90 seconds later, it will be the easiest way to communicate that. So I might as well just take the title. Oops. Sorry. Wrong button. 90 seconds later. Just gonna double check that that is accurate. 1:15 or 15:20:06 to 16:49:28. So that's rounded to 50 because it's 28 out of 30 frames. Yeah. 16:50, 15:20. That's a minute and a half. I would love to do a YMS on pass-through, but I don't have it yet. I'm waiting for it to ship. I hope he ships it. Facebook isn't getting that many new users is the problem. Like, Facebook's going to be nothing but, like, grandmas and dead people. In, like, 30 years, it's just going to be old people and dead people. Facebook's toast. They don't have any reason to get, like, younger. Oh my god, my hand's twitching. Oh my god, this is weird. Abusing my body here. Getting shit done. For you guys. Good. Ugh. Let's see if there's any more kind of carnage or whatever in here. Ugh. There's this part. Well, oh no. Why is this audio here?
They just drive around with big ass speakers until all of their brains explode.
Ooh, shit. I did do that, didn't I? Fuck. It's supposed to be right here.
They just drive around with big ass speakers until
Okay.
all of their brains explode.
Why don't I do this just so I don't make that mistake again? I moved a row of clips without moving the row beneath it, because usually I don't have much beneath it. But if I put them in the same row, then I won't make that mistake. There we go. Crossfade.
Aliens. They just
Solves everything. Ugh. Yeah, I've noticed what Spez has been doing. It's kind of funny. Now it's like, oh, hey, remember all those controversial Reddit posts I made? Well, actually, Spez did it. I can just say that. All right, so this guy dies. Stupid. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't mind, I don't mind. Let's just show them taking off. All right, let's see, how many seconds is this? 15, 22, 21, 16, 16, 17. So 17 and 21 are pretty accurate, so I don't have to carry over. So sorry, 17 and 21 are pretty close to each other. They're closer than having to carry over. So 22 and 16. So 22 all the way to 60 is 38 seconds, plus 16 is 54 seconds total. 54 seconds later. I'm just going to double check. So 22. So theoretically, if there were 6 more seconds on here, so 16 be all the way up to 22. Yeah. So 54 seconds is correct. I really don't need to do this because no one's ever going to double check me. I can just make up however many seconds it is, but it just I feel like it's important to like give some sense of honesty to what the film is doing. So if there's something that somebody else notices that I didn't notice that was like, oh, this is what's bad about it because it took place 54 seconds later, or there's something extra that they noticed because of the amount of time that it took later, I can convey that information just by telling them how many seconds it was later and not have to actually show anything that happened and save time. You know, exactly what I said. Say more in less time. And that way, if there's something funny about it that I didn't notice, then someone can get that information. Perfect. Love it. Where's my static? Where's the last one? There it is. I want this even shorter. Ugh. Maybe even shorter. See what happens. See how it looks. You can't know how it looks until you see. I don't know. I like it shorter, but I feel like it might be too much or too little time to even see them taking off in the distance to most people. Let's see if I can compromise. No, I think the amount of time that I had before is like just enough to time to notice it. I like it. I like it. That's the way I want it. So, as per tradition, I've made it past a significant chunk. Some people might not call it a significant chunk. Some people might not call it a significant amount. There's a lot of content creators out there that are able to make videos the same length that I make mine. So like overall completed time, but make them in like a day instead of like months. Depends on what you're doing, you know. It depends how many layers you have. Look at how many layers are here. Look at how many. Look at all that shit. What is that? Right? Look at all those layers. It's like an ogre. It's like an onion. What's all that? Look at all that. Look at all that shit. Look at it. Look at how many individual clips those are. And I'm not even going to show you what that is because it's pretty fucking great. I renamed it to Keck before streaming so you guys wouldn't even know what it is. I changed the title to be sneaky. Yes, I will include the finger biting scene. That is a part that kind of freaked me out in a way. All right, so next dialogue to match up footage is...
Well, isn't that just dandy?
I don't even need that because, you know, I was planning on having well, isn't that just dandy?
Until suddenly,
after his death right here. Actually, no, I might use it. Let's see. Let's see how it fits in there. I was thinking I might not need it. I can probably still use it and it would be just fine. Oosh.
Well, isn't that just dandy? Well, isn't that just...
Unlink audio and video. Delete that. Do this.
Well, isn't that just...
Slow it down. Zoom in. Keyframe. There. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4? Let's do 4 frames. Let's try that. Let's see what that looks like. I am really fucking tired. Jesus, I said this at the beginning of my stream 3 hours ago.
Well, isn't that just dandy?
You know what I'm gonna do? Actually, I would love to.
Well, is...
Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna shift this video to the right. I'm gonna make sure that this is at 0, so it's not anywhere up or down extra. And then what I'm gonna do is so here's what I did for part 1, except instead of doing it on the top and bottom of the screen, I did it on both the left and the right. So
Well, isn't...
the aspect ratio, you can see these black bars top and bottom, right? And so in part 1, since the aspect ratio, there's a part in here too where I do the same thing. Since the aspect ratio cuts off the left and the right, any effect that I added, I don't think there was anything in, oh wait, yeah, there was some in here. Look at this. So I basically used, here's one that I used for the left and the right. And the reason why I put them, there are these 2 layers up here, is so that like if I do a like zoom in effect, so like notice how this part is zoomed in closer than this part, right? So this is the same shot. This is this shot right here, and then this shot right here is a zoomed in version of that shot. But without these 2 clips, then the zoomed in version of the shot doesn't have those black bars, right? And so although on YouTube it's totally acceptable to do something like that, and in JonTron's videos he does shit like that. I don't think he edits them. It's totally acceptable, and no one's gonna give a shit if it looks like that. Really, nobody. But I kind of like to put in extra things where I can make it so that it's consistent. So the aspect ratio, despite me zooming in, stays the same. So this, despite the original clip having an aspect ratio that goes away as soon, see, like those black bars are there forever, but as soon as you zoom in, then they disappear. But if I'm making it fluid, and I have it all the same, then I can create virtual, just fake black bars. So if I get rid of, if I put something else there, just to show you an example. 10,000 BC, shitty frame that I used for a review way back when. So I put that there. The aspect ratio is the same because I put fake black bars. Here's the one on the right or left. Here's the one on the right. And so I'm able to artificially create an aspect ratio. And you know what? Not a single person commented on the fact that I did that in part 1, and that's okay because I like it myself. I like the results, and it's for my eyes, and so I can do it, and I'm happy with it. So now, what was the clip that I was just going to do that with? Oh yeah, so I was doing a zoom in on, oh yeah, right here.
Well, isn't that...
So I'm gonna recreate the exact same thing, and although I haven't done any effect with the anamorphic widescreen, I think that's what it's called, this widescreen ratio before, I believe that I can just recreate it. So what I can do is I can stretch out some footage a little. It's gonna have to render no matter what I do with it, quite honestly. So it doesn't even matter if it's slowed down. It might, I don't know, it might be more consistent. So we bring it over, and then anytime there's an effect like this, anytime there's a title, I can just call that like a reset, where everything goes black and no one's gonna give a shit. But anything before that, it might just be a good idea. So like anything from like this static all the way to that, since there's no breaking of that aspect ratio before that, then I'll probably want to drag this all the way there, just for consistency's sake. So otherwise, what will wind up happening is like when I start this effect, even if I start it like right here, there might be a noticeable like the frame might move like an inch forward or an inch backwards, and it's really fucking annoying to me. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to crop the top of this until, you know what I can do here? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring it in so fucking close that I won't even, okay. There we go. 90. Okay, so 99.6. 96 is pretty close. Let's try 95. 95, too far. 95.5. What is that? Ooh, that's barely there. I can barely even notice it. So if I fit to window, I might not even have to bring it back all the way. So this is the bottom frame, right? This is the bottom section. So I've cropped it so that all that's visible. What the hell happened? Oh shit, I did that wrong. What did I do? Okay, I'm gonna have to do this again. Sorry. Look like a fucking idiot. Okay. So I want to make it, let's try this. 85, 86, 87. 87 looks decent. Looks like it might be a little too short. I'm going to do 87.1. No, 87.1 is not good. Let's try 86.9. 86.9 is too far, so 87 seems perfect, I think. And I'm hoping that it's not noticeable, especially in a regular window size. There we go. Ooh, look at that. So when the zoom in happens, the aspect ratio stays on the same on the bottom. So my options are, I can copy this clip and then drag that up, and then when I paste it, it'll happen on the same layer. So now I have two of the same clips above this. And so I'll change the top one just because it'll be easier to recognize top and bottom. I'll change the top one to not give a shit about that crop, 0, and then change the bottom to 87, and let's see how accurate that is. Let's see how accurate it is to have the bottom layer be 87. Is it 100% what's the word? Symmetrical. Let's see. So let's try 87.1. Ooh, looks like it's too far. Let's try 86.9. Too far. 87 is the magic number for this aspect ratio. Sometimes you got to work around and figure out what each aspect ratio is. There isn't an exact number for each one, so you got to kind of like mess around with it. So the final result, once I render this, which it shouldn't take too long, and because I did it like to the exact pixel pretty much, I don't have to drag this all the way over to that static effect. So the final result should look pretty fucking sweet.
Well, isn't.
Hey,
Well,
so
well.
I don't notice any. I'm gonna stick my head really close to my monitor for a second just to make sure. Give me a second. I'm gonna move away from the mic.
Well.
I could kind of notice something on the bottom frame, and I just want to make sure it's not there. And if I change it by 0.1, maybe I can change it by another denomination that's even smaller. But if I change it by like a very small amount and then I don't notice it, then I'm happy. So give me a second. I'm going to go away from the mic again and stick my head close to the screen to see if I can notice it. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? I'm going to try... Oh my god, I don't know why I can see that. I'll see if I can show you guys what I see. It's in the bottom left corner. Look at that. See that shit right there? It's not there before. Not there in the frame before. Is that something that exists independently of this? So if because the motion hasn't happened yet. So what if... No, it doesn't. So why is that there? Oh, no, I know. So I want to move it the opposite way. So wait. I want to do it at 87.01. Let's try that. Let's try 87.03 until I just don't see that white shit, because that bugs the hell out of me. 87.1 maybe. Let's try that. And it's gone. So 87.1 is apparently the magic number, which probably means that this top one is also 87.1 and I was wrong. So I'm going to change it to that as well, since I have to render it anyway. And we're going to see if things are unnoticeable. If the top one's now screwed, then I'll change it back to 87 instead of 87.1. But, I mean, I'm just going to see what it looks like. I kind of did give a sneak peek of my new album, didn't I? I kind of did when I showed that preview, that 2017 teaser on my film review channel, didn't I? So that's not even, like, I don't think I'll be able to tell. Hold on a second. I'm going to put my face close to my screen. Yeah, I can't notice it. I think that's fine. I can't notice it. So it should be fine.
Well, isn't that...
Okay. Well, that means I don't have to render all this shit. I don't have to bring it out there and wait like an extra 5 minutes to render it. Although I more than made up that amount of time perfecting this shit. But if I do another effect like this with the same aspect ratio, so like later on in this bit of part 2, then the information will already be there and I can just copy and paste it. I can just copy and paste these black bars, because from these two layers, that's all that's showing is black bars. So I can just copy and paste it and the effort's already done.
Well, isn't that just dandy?
All right, so I'm going to cut this a little short.
Just dandy.
7 seconds. Oh no, I shaved off a couple frames, but it's still rounded to 7 seconds, so...
Well, isn't that just dandy?
Oh man. Now I don't want there to be that silence before the music starts. I liked it before, but now that there's that there, I don't want it. My
Just
dialogue.
Well, isn't that just dandy?
Okay. Yeah, I like this. Oh.
Sure, everything seems to be all hunky-dory until suddenly... Well, isn't that just dandy?
Great. I like it. I like it a lot. Let's see.
I think part of the reason why this really got to me is that all they have to do is just touch you with this
Ugh.
infinitely reaching super laser, and within seconds your entire body aside from your skeleton is completely disintegrated. There was also something a little extra terrifying about being unable to reason with them. Like if I was a kid and I was watching
See, that one's too long. I'm so fucking obsessive. There's too much space between those sentences.
reason with them. Like if I was about being unable to reason with them. Like if I was a kid and I was watching a movie where the main conflict was brought out of some misunderstanding, I'd always imagine these fantasy scenarios in my head after the movie about what I would do in that situation. Like as long as there was some sort of possibility that it could have some be pretty okay what you have to say, then any crazy night, and according to this, your guard down. Now that scene right there is
So, before I show a clip without any dialogue, this is the, or sorry, narration. This is the narration that I want to get across. So that's exactly where I remember leaving off and,
I think part
yeah, there we go. And having a clip that I wanted to show. So I'll move this over a bit just so it doesn't interfere. I'll move this over here. Sorry. So the clip that I want to ultimately show, ugh, this is so stupid. Bark! There! So dumb. So bad. It's not like it tries to be a comedy in a way, but it's not that funny. Like I like dark comedies that are successfully funny and not just like dumb. You know, you can't just have a movie that's like, haha, it's dumb, so it's funny. Like this is, ugh. I respect it a little for being kind of original. In a sense, like there's very few movies that are like this, so I'm gonna give it a couple points. But all right, so this is the scene that I want to lead to. When I say let your guard down, they want you to let their guard down, and then they just fucking destroy them like that. So I'm gonna make a little cut there just so I know, because it's there. Thanks for quoting my lyrics. That's pretty cool. I hope that Fragments makes it onto the new album I'm recording. It's all dependent on how it sounds and if I like it better than my previous recording. And that's the Fragments is one of the songs that I haven't done the most layers yet, so it's still a work in. Well, I mean, the whole album's a work in progress. There's a few songs on it that are pretty much done, but Fragments is one of them that is like I still need to do. I haven't even recorded the drums for Fragments. Shit, I gotta. I'm doing a drum recording on like what, Tuesday? Shit. I gotta practice. Fuck. This is why I'm like flustered trying to get this shit done, is because I've got so much shit that I'm doing. Alright. Oh god. Ugh.
I think part of the reason why this really got to me is that all they have to do is
It's
just
Friday. Ugh.
touch you with this infinitely
Well, it's not your favorite song I've ever done. It's your favorite song I've ever released.
reaching super laser, and within
But thank you.
seconds your entire body aside from your skeleton is
Okay, I'm gonna repeat some of the clips I've used just to not spoil things that I will be talking about.
well.
Right, so not just clips that I've used, but clips that are taken from the scene that I've shown that I may not have used. So I can do this. I can show them shooting their super laser without showing them making contact, because the imagery of... Actually, no, I used this clip and I think it would be fine. But what I was about to say is like the imagery, the idea of what happens and connects on the other side of the laser has already been expressed. So I've already shown it. So the image is already in people's heads. So if I were to use a clip of just them shooting their laser at someone and not necessarily showing the end result, because I know that there are a few shots like that in this scene, then it'll at least be in people's heads what's happening.
I think part of the reason why this really got to me is that
Okay. Only to use more than one clip unless I want to slow that down.
To me is that all they have to do is just touch you with this infinitely reaching super laser, and within seconds your entire body.
No, there we go.
Like as long as they're.
Ugh.
Really got to me is that all they have to do is just.
I might want to. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Well, no. I don't really like the explosions. I don't really want to show that because that has nothing to do with like what traumatized me.
Touch you with.
It has everything. Like I don't know. I cannot explain this.
Like as long.
I'll show Jack Black dying again. No, I'll show the other guy disintegrating because Jack Black. There's a constant stream that's pointing at him. Oh wait, let's see. Yeah, he's disintegrating as he's continuing to be shot. Whereas I want to show that all you have to do is just shoot them really briefly, and then you'll disintegrate even if you're not being shot. Like it's a it's almost like a flesh-eating virus gun. Is kind of what I want to communicate about what scared me about it. There we go. Let's see if that works.
I think part of the reason why this really got to
I don't
me
have
is that
600k subs. I have almost 500k. Why'd you put the number 6 there? I'm not even at 500k yet.
I think part of the reason why this really got to me is that all they have to do is just touch you with this infinitely reaching super laser, and within seconds you're.
Okay,
entire
so here's
body-
what I'm going to do. So I'm going to stretch out this shot because I'm talking about your body being disintegrated here. So I'm going to stretch this out like that. I'm going to...
got to me is that all.
So now I have these two clips here,
This really got infinitely reaching super laser.
and I'm going to meet them halfway. So that's about half. Doesn't need to be exact because I don't even give a shit, and I won't even notice. And we'll see what it looks like in slow-mo. Ugh. I gotta meet my aunt for dinner tomorrow. I feel like it's gonna be my breakfast. Just based on what I'm doing right now. Checking my subreddit. A quick case for Lucas Hedges in Manchester by the Sea. Okay, let's see. No, he was terrible. No, you're not even mentioning the accent. You're not even, the accent is what made it terrible. It's the accent. He can't pull off the accent. Why are you, what the hell is this? I know you guys can't see what I'm looking at. I'm looking at it on the other computer that I'm streaming with. It's one of the posts on my subreddit called A Case for Lucas Hedges in Manchester by the Sea, posted an hour ago. Just making a quick response because I feel like I have to respond to this shit because apparently no one knows how to judge an accent in a movie. He didn't even mention it. He didn't even mention it. Why would you assume that? Oh my god. Sorry. Manchester by the Sea was like the most Oscar baity movie I've seen in years. The music ruined it. Try to imagine the police station scene without spoiling anything. Try to imagine that without the overbearing and unnecessary music. Try to imagine the him discovering his house scene without that overbearing and obnoxious music. There's so many points in that movie where the music just ruins it. And then, in any point where the music does ruin it, or sorry, in any point where the music doesn't ruin it, that fucking stupid kid actor and his awful accent ruin it. Yeah, he's terrible. Somebody just made a case for him in the subreddit. I didn't downvote him, but I responded. Anyway, I'm gonna BRB because I gotta piss again. I'm gonna get another drink, and we are going to continue this late night editing stream. BRB. Ugh. Ugh. 2:21 a.m. So I think we were streaming since 11, so we're about 3.5 hours into this shit, and I've made it. Let's see. I've made it a grand total of I think I started around here. Yeah. 13:24 all the way to 15:35. So about 3 hours. Let's not count the 20 minutes just because I did go on a rant for a bit. I think bathroom breaks should be considered acceptable. I don't know about you. Fuck. I made a drink too. It wasn't just the piss. So that's about 2 minutes of syncing the edited narration to the to video clips. And so this is not including, watching the films, and of this larger video project there's like 11 of them. So it's not including that. It's not including, converting and getting the files ready, naming, editing, whatever, sifting through them, finding appropriate places, not including the recording of the narration or the writing of it, even though there's no technical writing. It's just, the writing is me making it up as I record it. But I mean, that takes time too. Most of this dialogue was edited before I started the stream. We haven't done any really major effects. The only effect that we've done is this.
Well, isn't that
And effects are what take the most time. So like this shit. Oh, I thought it would be so. When I added this shit, this like sing along bullshit, which was yesterday, I thought it would take me no time at all, but it took me like almost the whole day. I was a little disappointed because I was so fucking obsessive about it that I added keyframes. So every time you see the cursor stop here, like every single one of those is a different keyframe, and I wanted to sync it to make it so that the yellow appeared as each word was going by, but I wanted it to seem natural, so I wound up like redoing every single one of these like way too many times. It took way longer than I wanted it to, but anyway. I'm a fucking
within
idiot.
seconds your entire body aside from your skeleton is completely...
Let's just look at this.
I think part of the reason why this really got to me is that all they have to do is just touch you with this infinitely reaching super laser, and within seconds your entire body...
I think that's good. I'm just gonna watch this one more time.
I think part of the reason why this really got to me is that all they have to do is just touch you with this infinitely reaching super...
Maybe I should switch around these two.
I think part of the reason why this really got to me is that all...
Yeah, because when I say infinitely touching, I want it to show the length of the laser. And so if those two things sync up, then that's preferable.
I think part of the reason why this really got to me is that all they have to do is just touch you with this infinitely reaching super
Yeah,
laser.
it shows that it never gets affected by gravity in the same way that a bullet would. It can literally just shoot all the way across to that mountain, theoretically, based on what's in the film.
Laser.
And so switching those around, I think that makes it better.
I think part of the reason why this really got to me is that all they have to do is just touch you with this infinitely reaching super laser, and within seconds your entire body aside from your skeleton is completely...
See, that's the thing though, is like no one would ever notice that I decided to switch those two clips around. No one would ever notice that because they don't see the shit.
Completely disintegrated. There was also something a little extra terrifying about being unable to reason with them. Like if I was a kid and I was watching a movie...
What am I
where
going to
the
show here?
was brought out of...
Maybe I should just show random combat footage. That would... Oh, what about this shit? I know this is leaping forward, but I guess it like kind of plays into their like mindless kind of... Huh! Yeah, I like this shot. Let's use this shot. Even though I won't show what he's looking at, I won't show why he's being like that, but I kind of want to like get across like evil, robotic mindlessness in the clip that I'm showing. Oh, look at that! I might have an extra frame. I could slow it down. Ooh, one extra frame there. Let's see if I have an extra frame. I need 3 more. No, okay, I'm gonna slow it down. And because it's only like 4 frames that I'm slowing it by, it should be virtually unnoticeable. Sometimes the audio fucks up a bit, so it's best to just detach it and get rid of it if you're not using it anyway, if you're slowing down the clip in FCP7. Oh! Thanks for joining me. I'm appreciating the company. Oh! As I slowly kill myself.
Disintegrated. There was also
Why does it do that? Why does it do that to the audio?
you
While
with
I'm
his
streaming, really.
infinitely
That's the only
reaching
reason.
super laser.
I'll just have to
Within
wait until
seconds,
it
your
fixes
entire
itself.
body
I don't know
aside from
why.
your skeleton is completely disintegrated. There was also something a little
Oh, it's
extra
fixed.
terrifying about being from your skeleton is completely disintegrated. There was also something a little extra
Look, you can't even tell that
terrifying
it's
about
slowed
being
down.
unable to reason with them. Like if I was a kid and I was watching a movie where the main conflict was brought out of some misunderstanding, I'd always
Do I have footage of a child watching TV? What did I do? What clips did I use in my childhood trauma part 1 video? I think I prefer the smooth to the chunky style. I deleted all the render files for this to make space, so I'll have to just manually go through this. I know I used some like footage of children. I used the kid from the show. Oh fuck! Sometimes when I like scroll through too much footage, it crashes. It's only ever happened a couple times, so if it happens once more, I'll just restart the computer. I've been looking to upgrade my laptop too. I save often enough that I don't even have to worry about the fact that that happened. Like, that doesn't even matter. Just gotta wait. All right. So what's funny is it opens up one of the previous projects. So this is 31, right? But as you remember, even though it's not even showing up in recent, I have to go into my folder where all this shit is. For whatever reason, doesn't even remember that I saved all the way up to 34, and it's not corrupt. I saved it and it's fine. And for whatever reason, when Final Cut Pro crashes, it completely forgets the spacing that I put for these things. So this is like, I want to drag this pretty far this way. Yeah, that's pretty good. Let's see. I'm gonna drag this a bit. That might be fine. I'm just gonna bring this up a little. You know, bring it to a space that's like comfortable. There we go. This should be good.
something a little extra terrifying about being unable to reason with them. Like if I was a kid.
See, I'm so you know how some people when they're playing FPSs, they're playing like Battlefield or Call of Duty or whatever, like their default sort of what's the word? Tick or twitch or reflex or like Tourette's is to hit the reload button. For me, when I'm editing, it's Command S, and I should take a picture of my keyboard because the Z or Z key and the S key are like invisible now because I hit them so much that the lettering is actually worn off.
Terrifying about being unable to reason with them.
I save so often just because you have to expect that shit like that will happen. It's kind of awful. Robbie Rotten. Get rid of this. Oh wait, no, yeah, I want to make sure that I don't see. One thing they have to worry about is like it doesn't close the other one, so you got to get rid of 31. No, don't want to save it. I don't know why I would. So that only 34 is open because otherwise you might be editing on the wrong sequence. And if you're editing on the wrong sequence, then you won't even know which one you saved to make progress on. So make sure that there aren't two projects open at once because otherwise you'll have duplicates of the same sequences. Ugh. As much as I would absolutely love to do my 2007 list next, I gotta, unfortunately, very unfortunately, I have to wait until after my Synecdoche, New York review is done. It's not gonna happen. What's a good example? I shouldn't scroll through this if I know it might crash just because of all the unrendered shit. Let's see if I can go through the pictures. Let's see. Child. Pondering. No, maybe.
There was also something a little extra terrifying about being unable to reason with them. Like if I was a kid and I was watching a movie where the main conflict was brought out of some misunderstanding, I'd always imagine.
Okay, when I say imagine, I should use this. It's kind of funny. This fucking kid's face is so funny. Just want to make sure there's no like black peeking through. Yeah, this is funny. So sometimes you have to compensate for the zoom to get like a consistent. See, look, see now it's moving. It's moving kind of to the right. I don't like that a lot. But if I move it any further right, then I get that black there. So sometimes the solution is just bringing it in so that you can get a consistent sort of straightforward zoom. Look at that. That's a little better. Now it's moving a little to the left, but I can compensate by bringing the end result to the right. Oof. Oh, now that's moving to the right. Let's see. Let's try. You just gotta, before you even render it, you gotta see what it's like. Oh, let's bring it up a little. Not bad. No, wrong way. Oh, there we go. That's a pretty straightforward zoom, I think. So now that I like the way it looks, then I can render it after the fact instead of rendering and wasting time to see what it looks like. I don't care if it's got a watermark. I'm not gonna buy the image.
Like if I was a kid and I was watching a movie where the main conflict was.
Child watching TV, maybe. I'm just gonna I can't trust what the Google image searches will be, so I'm just gonna do this while I look for more images. Little BRB screen. Just because I can't, I'm not gonna go on my browser without knowing what I'm gonna find. Children or child in front of TV. There's so much weird shit that I search for my reviews that I gotta wonder, like, if I what, some of these are funny. If I'm being mon oh my god, some of these are stupid. If I'm being monitored by like the RCMP or some shit. Some of these images are great. I'm just opening a couple of new tabs. They gotta be so perplexed by what I search in Google. I don't even bother incognito because I know, like, if I'm being investigated, they're not gonna find shit. Oh wow, furry porn. That's it. Like, that's not illegal. Fuck you. Okay, so I have a couple good images. And then what I do is I click View Image in Google, and then before saving it, I do right-click. I know you can't see it, but I mean, just pay attention to what I'm saying. I do right-click and then search Google by image, because I'm in Chrome. And then you can find larger sizes of that same image, and it'll look better resolution in the video you're making. So now I just found an infinitely larger image, the exact same thing that I found in that search result, so much bigger. It'll work so much better for my review. I found both. Oh, look. Both of these are fucking huge. All right, saving these images. All right. Save image, picture, sorry, desktop, review files, pictures. Let's save this as child watching TV 1, and then save the second image as child watching TV 2. And we'll see which one looks better in the video. I'm just going to drag them into my project. And you'll see them in a second when I take the BRB thing off. All right. And we're back. And the audio is probably going to mess up again just because that's apparently what's been happening lately. But that has nothing to do with what's happening in my editing computer. Apparently, it's just everything happening with the fact that I'm streaming it, and that's it. So the child pondering is right here. If I was looking to be super efficient and I remembered, well, I'm always looking to be super efficient, but if I remembered, what I should have done is, did I switch it back? Sorry, my stream's a little delayed. Yeah, I did switch back. What I should have done is start the rendering while I was looking for Google Images. It's only 10 seconds, but I would have saved 10 seconds. I would have saved 10 seconds if I had just hit Command R before I started looking for the other images. So I've got child watching TV 1 and 2. I'm going to move that into my pictures folder. And that way, if I ever want to use it again, it's always there. All I have to do is when I create a new project, instead of creating new, I save as and then new project and then just create a new timeline. And that way, when I create a new project, all these things that I've used in every other review are still there. So we go here, child watching TV 1. That's pretty good. And then child watching TV 2, also pretty good. So one with the remote, one without. One where you can see the TV, one where you can't. So let's see.
Like if I was a kid and I was watching a movie where the main conflict was brought out of some
I like this one better, I think. I think I like that one. Yeah, let's do this. See, now you see these black on the side because it's not the same ratio. So what you want to do, or what I want to do, is just zoom it in just enough so that that black isn't there. And then when you start the zoom, there isn't that distracting change of aspect ratio while you're including images. So I always like doing zooms. I always like it. So especially for my YMS reviews, I always prefer there to be motion rather than no motion. Just because it shows like an extra level of effort. And you know, these are these longer form videos are what people wait for and what people subscribe for. Oh, my hand's twitching again. That's so weird. And oh fuck. And so I would prefer for each frame, or sorry, each image or scene in the review to be something that, you know, if I have the option of moving it or not moving it, I would like it to be moving. You know, not moving means that you were just okay with it and you didn't put in extra effort. Moving means you put in extra effort. And sometimes like the slow zoom forward brings a little bit of like expectation in the viewer's mind. So there's like I don't know if you guys have seen a bunch of my older reviews. You probably have, but I utilize the hell out of slow zooms in, like, especially in moving video footage, like my Walking Dead reviews. There's slow zooms everywhere.
Like if I was a kid and I was watching a movie where the main
It's very
conflict was brought
it's
out-
not like super noticeable, but I like it to be like kind of dragging inwards. There's this like subtle kind of like implication from the product. I want to say film, but it's not a film, from the video's perspective.
to reason with them. Like if I was a kid and I was watching a movie where the main conflict was brought out of some misunderstanding, I'd always imagine these fantasy scenarios in my head.
I might switch this with this. I might switch it with this one. I already used that guy in part 1. I think this might work out better, as much as like the over-exaggerated imagination is there, and I kind of think the image is funny. I think that this might just work better for what I'm trying to say. So an easy way to make sure the zoom is straightforward is keep the center at 0.
I would do in the situation.
So add a keyframe at the very beginning, and then when you know you're going to end it, drag it in like that. And then you can see how it looks. Want it to be a little bit more, just because I know that the other zoom is there, and I want them to both be like fairly consistent. It would be kind of weird to have a clip, especially a still image, of just like a super slow zoom, and then the next one's like super fast, or vice versa. You know, you don't want anything that's like too jarring, like too weird. You want things that you want effects that like flow together, and that the average viewer doesn't think about, unless you're really trying to make like a stupid meme joke or something, you know.
Some misunderstanding. I'd always imagine these fantasy.
See, it's like having the same speed of a zoom
Like if I was a kid and I was
almost
watching
feels like a
movie where the main
continuation
conflict
of the
was brought out
previous
of some
shot.
Misunderstanding. I'd always imagine these fantasy scenarios.
I like
in my
this.
head after the movie about what I would do in that situation. Like as long as there was some sort of.
All right, yeah, I like that. But unfortunately, if your focus when editing is creating effects that the viewer doesn't necessarily notice, or that it's better if they don't notice, and it's just like a part of this subconscious flow that I'm trying to create, the unfortunate byproduct of that is having a lot of fucking stupid, impatient people accuse you of not putting effort into your work, and saying like, "Oh yeah, you should be able to create the exact same video within like 3 days." Fuck off. You have no clue what I'm doing. Make the same video, asshole.
Like as long as there was some sort of possibility that it could have some stupid, cheesy "let's just be friends" ending, then I. Like as long as there was some sort of possibility that it could have some stupid, cheesy "let's just be friends" ending.
I'm wondering if I should think of like an example of a film that's done that. What's a really bad ending for a movie where they're just like friends at the end? I know I can probably think of one. I don't think there's one on the list that I just made, which ties into the, I guess, like the fear concept. Like most of the villains in this series are ones that don't give a shit about understanding. But there is some sort of, I know there's movies out there, and they're on the tip of my tongue. They're probably like kids shit. I know they're things that like other people have reviewed even, and I'm just struggling to think of what one might be that I could get a real example for. Like friends at the end, sort of like War with Jet Li. No, I'm talking mostly about kids movies though. Thanks, Mark. I don't want to incorporate like an adult, like maybe like a fantasy adventure movie, like family appropriate, like maybe kids, like Lord of the Rings, even though I know that doesn't happen in that movie. Not a movie that like kids really aren't supposed to watch though. It's a kids movie or even kids TV show trope. There's like kids TV shows where that's happened. I know that like I know for a fact that there's like episodes of TV shows that I've watched, not just as a kid, but shows that are like for kids. For kids, Leo Burnett and For Kids Are the Devil. I could show the end of like the Pokemon movie. Because that's pretty much what happened, wasn't it? I could do the end of the Pokemon movie. I could show like Mew and Mewtwo. Well, I do have a Blu-ray. Let's see. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna do some file hunting because I might already have. I might already have some sort of a ripped file for it. I just gotta find the right hard drive. So give me a second. I'll be right back. All right. So you're not gonna be able to see what I'm doing because I just put it into the PC computer and not my Mac computer. But I'm looking through a hard drive. I think the movie was in 97. Shit. I think I deleted it. It's just a hard drive full of. Oh shit! Is it Mewtwo Strikes Back? Is that what it's called? Is that the actual movie? I think it is. Give me a second. Because I think I actually have a rip of this already. Just because of Oh no. I can't use this. No, that's a bad rip. I want one from the Blu-ray. All right, I have to rip it again. Okay. I have it somewhere. Where's my Pokemon? Oh wait, here it is. Ugh. Yeah, there's like a there's like a 3-pack movie. And so the software that I have that I can rip Blu-rays from actually has well, I mean, I'm pretty sure any software that can do this has it. But it has the ability just to rip an individual scene from a film. So I don't have to waste time ripping the entire movie. I can just rip that one scene that I need from the movie. Give me a second. All right, what I can do, I think, is do I want any DVD open or do I just want DVD Fab open? I think I just want DVD Fab open, and it might get mad at me if I have any DVD open. Okay. No. Power DVD. Why are you opening automatically? Fuck off. All right. Error. Okay, fuck off. I'm going to close any DVD. Exit. I'm going to open DVD Fab 9. See what happens here. It's going to minimize some shit. Let's see. Let's see if I can just show what I'm doing here. 1 second. Oh. Oof. Chapter. So I want to figure out. So this is the main title. So the main title of the film is right here. So the chapter that I'm looking for is well, I can preview this shit, right? I might have to open up my. So this is title 14. I might have to open up my There's 12 minutes and 52 seconds to the end of the movie. This is not a very good player. So this is 103.20. It's 114.30. So I can probably get a good. Ugh. Yeah, let's just be safe and do chapter 11 to 16. I don't really feel like opening up my DVD default player just to play this shit. Should I do MKV or MP4? Let's see what the advanced settings are. Video, audio, same as source. Subtitle, none. Doesn't need to be well, I mean, if it's MKV and I have the option, yeah, it might as well be extracted. Then I don't have to worry. Frame rate, same as source. MKV, that should be fine. I can convert it to whatever the fuck I want. I believe. Ugh. I know the last chapter will just be credits, so I'm not even going to bother. Let's do 11 to 15. It's like 20 minutes, right? Shouldn't take too long. And then I can just use the Wondershare converter program to like really hone in on the scene that I need. Because right now this is just a rough idea. Just because. What the hell is this? No update. Just because. Oh, I hope this works. Ooh. I don't even see a progress. Some Blu-rays are difficult to rip. Some Blu-rays really give you shit. Hone in. This is, yeah, okay, I get it. Unintentional pun. That's what I did. Hone in Pokemon. Ugh. Why is nothing happening? I might have to do some troubleshooting. That's my favorite part. I love it when things don't work. Dropping frames for some reason. All right, this isn't working. I need to figure out something. No? Okay. No. Yeah, that didn't do anything. Yeah. I might just want to like capture it from the actual video. I might just want to capture my screen instead. Ugh. All right. I'm just going to finish this because it wasn't doing shit for some reason, and I guess I'm just going to have to play it and capture my screen. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to do this. Oh. There we go. That way I'm not playing like full scenes of the movie at the same time. So give me 1 second just while I do some shit on this end that you won't see. Yeah. Yeah. Gotta change my keyboard. EA Origins is stupid, I know, but I wanted to play Mass Effect 3 on PC. Let's see. Sometimes I just got songs stuck in my head that I have to sing forever. It is called Mewtwo Strikes Back. It's got a meta score of 35. That's great. IMDb of 5.9. It's, yeah, I mean, I haven't even rated it. I'll give it like a, oh, what should I give it? 5 or a 6? Definitely not a 7. I think I should give it a 5, realistically. How come I haven't rated that shit? Okay. Why is my Vive updating? Okay, give me a second, guys. Sorry about the hold up. Sometimes it takes longer to do shit than it feasibly should. Sometimes things just happen that give you extra roadblocks and hurdles that are completely unnecessary, but that's just the part of doing what you're doing, you know. Okay. What if I try this? Down, ba 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 da 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 ba 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 ba. Pokemon. Brogimon. This is Bill Cobsby. Bill Cobsby would say. Pokemon. It's the best ending to Dead Space. All right. So I'll leave this going. And I guess I'll just come back to it. I'll get my Twitch chat back open. Give me a second. I guess I'll just have to use my phone for this instead. Pokemon. Gotta fuck 'em all. Gotta fuck 'em all. Yeah. Okay. Looking good, I guess. They do smell like maple syrup, but apparently they don't. I think it's just like psychological issues. I think we're just collectively insane is the issue there. All right.
Like, as long as there was some sort of possibility that it could have some stupid, cheesy, let's just be friends ending, then I'd usually be pretty okay. But it feels...
All right, so I know a clip I'm going to use there. And then maybe I can use this here for, like, I'd usually be pretty okay. Maybe I might do a callback to, like, ooh, why the fuck did that happen? A callback to that other image I use where I'm, like, in my Christmas hat or something. Oh. Oh no. Sorry, I accidentally opened iTunes on my other computer. Why do I even have that as like a shortcut? Get out of here. Get out of my taskbar. When have I ever used you? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Actual bullshit. I want no trouble. Every challenge along the way, with courage I will face. bam, bam, ba-dum. I will battle every day to get Arcanine's jizz all over my face. Ba-na-now. Come on me, the time is right. We can double team. Bam, 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 bam.
Then I'd usually be pretty okay. But
I just got cum in my eye. It's always been my dream.
But in any situation where the villain's motivation is nothing but I want to kill you and I don't give a shit what you have to say, then you
Okay. Let's see. That's a good shot. I could use that. Yep, there we go. I'll use this one. I don't think I will play Pokemon Sun and Moon. Those aren't the original generation, are they? I've kind of been disinterested in the Pokemon franchise. I didn't even beat like Black and White. Right? That was the last one I even tried to play was Black. I've just been so disinterested.
villain. But in any situation where the villain's motivation is nothing but I want to kill you, but I
Nope. So I want to reuse this shot.
actually starts. But in any situation where the villain's motivation is nothing but I want to kill you, but I
1 second. I was so obsessed with Pokemon, I kind of still am. I mean, for being perfectly honest, I do have a series about Pokemon going on my channel. So it's kind of fair to say I'm still a little obsessed with Pokemon, right? Yeah. Bow, 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 down, bow, bow, bow. Da, 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 da. All right.
is nothing but I want to kill you and I don't give a shit what you have to say. But in any situation where the villain's motivation is nothing but I want to kill you and I don't.
Yeah, I don't like how that looks slowed down, so.
Well, isn't that just dandy?
Let's try this one.
Nothing but I want to kill you and I don't give a shit what you have to say. Then
Yeah, those two lines kind of get reflected. I want to kill you, shooting. I don't give a shit what you have to say, shooting despite him holding up a flag, right? I haven't bothered with Pokemon Origin.
is nothing but I want to kill you and I don't give a shit what you have to say. Then any crazy fantasy resulting.
All right, let's just double check that there's no extra frames. Bah, yeah, that's fine.
Give a shit what you have to say. Then any crazy fantasy resulting from it. would only wind up keeping me up at night.
Now I know that there was footage of a kid staying up at night in my first part. I'm just gonna save just in case this unrendered footage, me skimming through it, winds up crashing FCP7 again. But I think I know where it is. It was in the Goosebumps Monster Blood. Monster Blood! I can't believe... How come this video isn't even rendered? That's weird. How come the video's not rendered? It should be the same file format. What is that? Well, I know he's, Oh, yeah! It's because it didn't... Oh. It was stretched improperly, so I had to do that, I had to stretch it in the software after the fact. So all of the Monster Blood, like Goosebumps footage, is all shit that had to render, despite none of the other footage having to render, just because the aspect ratio got messed up somehow, and so I was just like, well, fuck it, I can just fix that through editing. So where is he sleeping? Where is the footage of him sleeping? Yeah. So normally without effects, it was like stretched so that this line was like here, this line was there. But I knew that that wasn't like the normal aspect ratio, so I was just like, where are you sleeping, little boy? Yeah, American History X is good. I like it. So I don't need to do that anymore. Where are you sleeping? There's a part in this film where you are sleeping. This is way too late. Definitely aren't sleeping there. Might have to skim through it and risk crashing it by having too many frames at once, but let's see. Definitely past here. I know it's for a very short amount of time that he's sleeping. It's past here. I'm gonna save again just in case. Ugh. There you are. Alva! There we go. Baby boy. Don't want to show him getting woken up by something in the universe, but I do want to show him restless to somewhat symbolize or yeah, I guess symbolize me as a younger child, being restless, sleeping, being kept up at night by stupid bullshit. Ugh. Ugh. Arm in arm, we'll win the fight. It's always been a dream. Fuck my bum. All right.
Keeping me up at night, and according to have to say, then any crazy fantasy resulting from it would only...
You know what?
Then any crazy fantasy resulting from it would only wind up keeping me up at night, and according to...
Let's see what this dragged out footage looks like. Oh.
Up at night, and according to this film, the only reason why these
Yeah, I might want to have this go on for a bit longer.
only reason why these things would not
Let's see how shitty the resolution gets if to keep it consistent with the X, even though it's like totally the wrong aspect ratio to do this, but to keep it consistent with the footage that I'm working with. If we did this, and like I said, the same information of the aspect ratio is already there, so I don't have to change it. So if we did this, and we changed it to make it seem, oh, look at that! It's lower resolution, but it looks kind of cool. It doesn't look awful. I might want to drag the footage down a little. Like, let's see. I can bring it like that. And then just to make sure it's centered the other way, just add that to 0. Change that to 0. You can see more of his like restlessness. Let's see if we can bring it down to negative 40. Let's try negative 60. Just want to like make sure I'm not cutting off his arm or anything, so it looks like it maybe in some universe it was meant to be that aspect ratio, even though I know it's not, and we're just tricking people. Well, that's kind of part of it. That looks more natural. I don't know if I don't know. I'm just kind of OCD the fact that his elbow's cut off a little, but I think it's fine. Let's try. Let's see what happens when I do negative 130. Is that too high? Yeah, it's too high. Let's try negative 110. Yeah, it's too high. Negative 100 is where it's at. Save. And render. Because I think I like what it looks like. Yeah, I'm reading the chat a little, but I'm working, so. I've been doing nothing but editing since I got back from LA. Been doing nothing but editing since before I went to LA. You know, if I take any time off, which, I mean, I was also working while I was there, but I still considered it to be kind of time off because I was having fun. If I take any time off, I crunch super hard both before I leave and after, just to kind of make up for it, because otherwise I'm screwed. My back's so sore. 1 second. Ugh. I'm an we'll win the fight. It's always been a dream. Brogy man. Pierogi man. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny. Why don't they have a Pierogimon, quite honestly?
I don't give a shit what you have to say, then any crazy fantasy result. I want to kill you and I don't give a shit what you have to say, then any crazy fantasy resulting from it would only wind up keeping me up at night, and according to this,
That's kind of cool. I wonder if anyone will notice that.
keeping me up at night, and according to
That I used footage from like a completely different aspect ratio.
have to say, then any crazy fantasy resulting from it would only wind up keeping me up at night, and according to this film, from it would only wind up keeping me up at night.
I kind of want to slow this footage down a little.
Keeping me up at night.
Let's try that. Let's see how that looks. What was it like to meet Chris Stuckman and Chris Ray Gunn in person? It was like I was watching one of their YouTube videos, except it was in person. I don't know. They were cool. They were fun. Chris Stuckman was taller than me, and Chris Ray Gunn was much shorter than me. And I'm pretty tall, so Chris Stuckman's really tall. I had no idea he was that tall, but it wasn't daunting because I'm also very tall. I think Chris Stuckman is the first YouTube personality that I met that's taller than me. Did I meet Ethan? Yeah. In fact, one of the first things that Ethan said when he met me was that he had no idea I was so tall. Crazy 500? Of course I know nobody gives a shit, but I like it. That's why I'm making these videos this way, is because I like it. I don't care if you give a shit.
What you have to say, then
Ha! Appropriate timing.
shit what you have to give a shit. I don't give a shit what you have to say, then any crazy fantasy resulting from it would only wind up keeping me up at night. And according to this film, the
It's about making something that I like. You know, that's what art is. It's making something that you're happy with.
only reason why these things would not immediately attack you is for the explicit purpose of you letting your guard down.
All right, now we're making it to the scene that I sectioned off earlier, much earlier. Remember when I made this cut? And I said that that's what I wanted to lead into. Here we are. We made it, boys.
Down.
Yeah, good timing. Yeah. Don't want to show the people watching from home, but what I will do is show the beginning of that, and then show a clip from slightly earlier in the same environment. Just to show like the overarching situation that they're in, to give a sense of like of setting. Yeah, show them walking through here maybe. If there's another like wide shot, then I might use it. Huh. Dumb. Oh man, Jackson Parodi. I don't know how to pronounce his name. He did an accordion cover of that song from Nightmare on Elm, or sorry, Nightmare Before Christmas. I loved it. Ugh.
What you have to say, then any crazy fantasy resulting from it would only wind up keeping me up at night. And according to this film,
Notice how if I start it here, it looks fine, but if I start it before, there's like an extra frame there. That's what I was talking about earlier. So just to show you guys what's up, if I bring it to 99.9, just so that when I'm watching it in the preview window, just so that when I'm watching it in the preview window, going over before I export it, I know that everything's like a-okay and that I'm not making shit up in my head. If I change the sequence after an effect sequence like this, the blue on top shows that there was an effect sequence that rendered. If I change this one to also have an effect sequence, because it looked weird in the transition going into it, now it should be fine.
But only wind up keeping me up at night. And according to
See? Look! Fixed! Done. So this is the what we saw, like the weird like extra frame of like it being more zoomed out. What we saw there was something that only exists in the preview window as we're watching it here. And then the export, it shouldn't even be there, theoretically. But the biggest problem that comes out of having things like that in your preview window as you're watching over them is that you have to have a level of trust with yourself and you need to be able to say like, oh yeah, something looks a bit wrong, but I know I edited it well enough that even though it looks a bit wrong as I'm going over it, that like I'm not gonna fine tune it because I think I already have. But then if you miss one and it's in there and it's like, oh yeah, there's like 20 things that look wrong, but one of them is really wrong and you didn't even know. Like one of them like would be an extra frame that you can see here when you play it from here and not just from back here.
Only wind up keeping me up at night. And
Then you don't even know until after your video is exported, and then it's just an awful experience. And like I said, that happened in part 1. I don't know how that slipped through my fingers, but it happened in part 1, and I had to spend an entire extra day re-exporting it and re-uploading it and doing the annotations again and watching everything again, going through it with a fine-tooth comb and making sure that there weren't any extra frames. It's really annoying. It's really fucking annoying, but if you want a good product, then it's something you have to do. Oh, what is that? Oh, now that I did this one. Now that I did this one. Well, I'm just going to undo that render because now I know. Like, I'm positive that there's nothing wrong with this, even though it does look a little blippy. But now that it was like that effect going into a non-effect, sometimes it does that. But anyway.
Me up at night, and according to this film, the only reason why these things would not immediately attack you is for the explicit purpose of you letting your guard down.
Perfect timing to have them being shot also, I think. Look at this. We're over 16 minutes. We are using clips and whatnot. We got, out of the dialogue that we have, or sorry, narration that we have left, let's just assume that we're using that much footage or whatever. Probably less. Yeah, it's going to be about 18 minutes. Unless I use even more clips than I thought I would.
Would not immediately attack you is for the explicit purpose of you letting your guard down.
Still got to add music. Still got to go through a bunch of audio shit. Just wanted to show the skeletons because those are what really affected me as a kid. Secondary shot. Oops.
Your guard down.
You know, there's no corresponding sound here that I can kind of like cheat it. So so here's what I'm gonna do. So instead of saying like, so here, I'm gonna detach the audio. Here's the exact frame that ends. So instead of saying like, oh yeah, I'm gonna include Glenn Close, I think her name is. I think that's who. I don't even know who's playing her. It looks like Glenn Close. Instead of showing her spit out her shit and showing this guy looking, which doesn't even fucking matter. All that really matters to me is showing like the skeletons. Let's see if I can just drag that closer and use the same audio. Maybe that will work. Maybe it won't. No, it doesn't work because it's the same shot. It's the same shot, and it's later on. No, doesn't work. I'll have to use all that. Never mind. All right. And then 16/18/05 to 16/19/28. So 1928, since it's 30 frames, is rounded to 20. So 18 to 20 is literally just 2 seconds later. Which is kind of funny. You know what I could do? Instead of doing 2 seconds later, I could just, like, sometimes the amount I'm editing out is so insignificant that I'm not even, like, it doesn't even matter to communicate it because I know I'm not doing anything like really dishonest about it. So I can just do this. Here. Instead of that, let's try this in a smarter way where it's not just like one frame. I don't need to show Pierce Brosnan. What is his name, really? Here, to make that smoother. Audio out. Drag down. Audio out. Fade in. That sounds decent. Yeah, that doesn't sound jarring. Yeah, that sounds natural. I think that was a decent edit. And yeah, there I can show both skeleton shots, both sections of Congress being decimated by these Martians, which is what I really wanted to show here. And it's in slightly less time than I would have done it before. So another reviewer might have just not cut it down at all. They might not have shaved off that 1.5 seconds, but I feel like I have a better product if I'm able to communicate the same information in less time. Yeah, I don't think I need to show anything else. There's no more decimated. Yeah, let's not worry about that. Oops. So I like, as I was saying earlier, same information in less time or more information in less time sort of thing. Excuse me. All right. Might even want to cut it a bit short. Let's see how it looks pacing wise. Same information, less time.
Immediately attack you is for the explicit purpose of you letting your guard down.
Nice. I like that. Ah. Ugh. All right. Ooh. So I made it pretty far. I'm going to make another save. Uh-huh. Okay, what do I say next?
Now that scene right there is definitely the one that freaked me out the most, knowing that they could take out an entire...
Can I hear the T sound?
The most, knowing...
Most. Can't hear the letter T.
Most, knowing...
There we go.
Is definitely the one that freaked me out the most. Knowing that they could take out an entire room in seconds was not exactly a comforting thought. Apparently some people got pretty freaked out over the weird experiments that aliens did on some of the characters, but the only other people got pretty freaked out over the weird experiments that aliens did on some of the characters, but the only other scene that really got
Needs to feel like more of an attached sentence.
characters, but
Just getting rid of a bit of it there, just because I like the way it was.
aliens did on some of the characters, but the only other scene that really
That's
got
good.
to me when I was young.
Save after like literally every change.
Was when one of the Martians disguised themselves as a human being. She stands in front of the White House, and within 5 seconds, this fucking idiot notices her and wants to get his dick wet. He's like, I'm the press secretary, I can give you a personalized tour, let's go inside. And despite the Martian never once saying anything, he shows her a secret room and tries to make out with her. Now that scene freaked me out enough as a...
And that's when I introduce the next clip. So just like I mentioned this part right here, now we have another section of audio narration where I don't have to worry about showing a seamless clip yet.
Now that scene right...
And then by the end of this narration, there will be a seamless clip of the film where I'm not talking. Oh boy! All right, so that's almost at 17 minutes. By that seamless clip, this is 209:49:07 to 210:39:07. Yeah, definitely going to be over 18 minutes. And then the final part, I should imagine, will be... It has to be more than 15 minutes. I'm putting my faith in it because I haven't even started the next part. Like I haven't even recorded anything for it. I'm putting my faith in it, like the amount of shit that I have to talk about and the length of like the clips I'm showing. But I think by this point, especially like this is a weird review for me. Like I don't really do episodic shit. The closest thing that I've done to it has been like The Walking Dead. And especially with all these being like different shows and movies, like different lengths and, you know, having different things that I have to say about each one. It's kind of like, it's kind of difficult to tell how long something's going to be. I thought that it could be one part. But I also thought that about Unfriended, you know. I thought Unfriended would just be a quick thing. Who knows? Oh yeah, here's the scene. No, I wanted to talk about... Oh yeah, I wanted to... This fucking bullshit. Yeah, I wanted to talk about this dumb shit really quickly. I'll show her scratching herself. It's that gay, stupid fucking gag.
How are you feeling?
Apparently that traumatized some people. Somebody left a comment, but I don't really want to go digging for it.
Now that scene right there is definitely the one that freaked me out the most, knowing that... Apparently some people got pretty freaked out over the weird experiments that aliens did on some of the characters, but the only...
All right.
Apparently some people got pretty freaked out over the weird experiments that aliens did on some of the characters, but the only other scene that really got to me... Now that scene right there is definitely the one that freaked me out the most, knowing that they could take it...
Showing the scene. Talking about the scene, so I should show a clip from that scene. Oh, I'll just show him in the initial... I'll do a slow-mo of him, like, whipping out his gun or some shit. I kind of hate this movie. They're mindless killers, but at the same time, it's like, they don't even efficiently achieve their goal. Why even go into the White House and do this? Like, they're so sadistic about it. Why even dress up as a human being and like, gain access to the White House? They're not getting information. They never got any information. Why not blow up the whole planet from a distance? Like they're the most like inefficient conquerors in the fucking world. They could use it. They could use one of their lasers from like Mars. You know, they could do so much shit, and then they retreat at the end of the movie. It's just so bad. It's just poorly thought out. You know, it's just it's one of those movies that it's like, well, I know I'm kind of stupid, so you can't criticize me about it. It's illegitimate criticism. I hate movies like that. Like, do something worthwhile. You can make a stupid bad movie, but you have to make it like worthwhile in the same sense.
But the only other scene that really got to me when I was
Oh yeah, I want this over here.
now that scene right there is definitely the one that freaked me out the most, knowing that they could take out an entire room.
Let's see what this looks like. Don't need audio. Gonna get rid of that. Boy. Oops. All right. Okay. Let's see.
Now that scene right there is definitely the one that freaked me out the most, knowing that they could take out an entire room in seconds was not exactly a comforting.
Okay, that's not what I want. Here's what I'm gonna do instead.
The one that freaked me out the most, knowing that they could take out.
So that now that I know that this first shot, is of a longer length than the first thing I was saying, I'm just going to do this, play it in normal speed, and we'll have the first shot like
that
that.
Scene right there is definitely the one that freaked me out the most, knowing that they could take out an entire room in seconds.
And then I might just slow down this shot, or I might play both shots of the room being decimated. So there's one right here that I can use. Get rid of the audio. Yeah, let's see how this fits. Oh, look at that. Exact. Oh, maybe one frame off. But it looks like it's still okay.
Definitely the one that freaked me out the most, knowing that they could take out an entire room in seconds was not exactly a comforting thought. Apparently some people thought. Apparently
Why does that frame linger? There's like 2 frames of the same thing. That's like part of the movie apparently. It's gonna bug me, so I'll change it for the movie.
comforting thought. Apparently
What was that? The way I watched it shouldn't.
exactly a comforting thought. Apparently some people apparent 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 comforting thought. Apparently some people
That fixed it. I don't know why it fixed it. Story of my life. What tune was I whistling? The song that I think her name's Sally, the character is Sally in Nightmare Before Christmas. She sings a song by herself after she is like admiring Jack and it's really beautiful. I really love A Nightmare Before Christmas, and I used to, you know, like I've always loved it, but there was a point where I've almost felt like ashamed about it just because there's a bit of a backlash because people are like, "Oh yeah, just because emo kids like it, that means it's bad." That doesn't mean it's a bad movie. The music in it is so good. Some of the best music for any musical. I'm surprised there's no Broadway version. Honestly, why isn't there a Broadway Nightmare on Elm Street? I mean, Nightmare Before Christmas. Quite honestly, the music in it is so good.
Comforting thought.
Danny Elfman,
Apparently,
man.
some people got pretty freaked out over the weird experiments the aliens did on some of the characters. But the only other scene that really got to me when I was younger was when one of the Martians disguised themselves as a human being. She stands in front of the themselves as a human being. She stands. She's being. She stands.
Ugh! Nightmare on Elm Street musical would actually be pretty cool. I mean, they made one for like Evil Dead, right? Come on. Ayura. Wanna party platter? This fade wipe.
People got pretty freaked out over the weird experiments the aliens did on some of the characters. But the only other scene that really got to me when I was younger was when one of the Martians disguised.
Nah, I don't need to show it in like a reveal. I just want to show the whole thing. It feels better for this.
She stands in front of the.
Let's see where the scene ends or the clip ends. There we go. Let's try.
The characters. But the only other scene that really got to me when I was younger was when one of the Martians disguised themselves as a human being. She stands in front of the.
Boo! Well, at least when I say White House in this review, it's actually the White House. I don't know why I did that last time.
Human being. She stands in front of the White House. Front of the White House, and within 5 seconds, this fucking idiot noticed.
I think I can do this.
Human being. She stands in front of the White House, and within 5.
No, I don't want any movement
She stands
in the camera. Just the car.
Being. She stands in front of the White House, and within 5 seconds, this fucking idiot notices her. White House, and within 5 seconds, this fucking. She stands in front of the White House, and within 5 seconds.
Sometimes
this.
it makes sense to make the cut shorter than it actually was. So like that. I got rid of like both ends of it, and that way I can make it quicker.
She stands in front of the White House, and within 5 seconds, this fucking idiot notices her and wants to get his dick wet. He notices her and.
Always just make sure to do it before the cut. Make the first cut before it. Otherwise, you might end up with an extra frame.
Notices her and wants to get his dick wet.
See, now I can get her like entire head movement in that sentence. It's kind of funnier, I think.
Her and wants to get his dick wet. He's like, I'm.
See if I can bring even more into it.
Notices her and wants to get his dick wet.
That's pretty funny. Let's just compare it with the one we just.
Wants to get his dick wet.
No, I like the second one better.
Notices her and wants to get his dick wet.
Maybe I can make some sort of a compromise. Because I like the full head turn. You don't really get how far back her head was to begin with if I make it that short. But I like where it ends up. So let's see what this looks like.
Wants to get his dick wet. He's like, her and wants to get his dick wet.
No, I think I like the second one
wants
still.
to get his dick wet. He's
She gives more like serious eye contact in that one. Oh yeah, what does he say next?
secretary. I can give you a personal.
Oh yeah, okay.
To get his dick wet. He's like, I'm the press dick wet. He's like, I'm the.
I'm not gonna take advice from you. Tell me to when to zoom in and when not to zoom in. Fuck off. Sorry. This is my creative process. I mean, I do take suggestions, I guess, from like the guy that gave me that sound effect earlier. That was nice. That was when I was like looking for something, but no, I disagree. No, I do not want to zoom in on him when he says that.
Fucking idiot.
I like her head turn and her serious like look at him. It's like she's reacting to what I'm saying or what I'm saying he's saying, you know? I like that.
Within 5 seconds, this fucking idiot notices her and wants to get his dick wet. He's like, I'm the press sec.
And that way there's a shot because if I zoom in on him, if there's a shot on him and then I try to lip sync him with what I'm saying here, then I'm just creating kind of a distracting cut, right?
He's like, I'm the press secretary. I can give you a personalized tour. Let's go inside. And despite the Martian,
I might want to zoom in there, but I just need to I need to find a shot of him where he's either like talking for longer or slow down that shot that I just used. Shit. This looks like a stupid enough reaction face that I could use, and it seems to fit well.
he's like, I'm the press secretary. I can give you a personalized tour. Let's go inside. And go inside.
So I think I can do this.
I can give you a personalized tour.
And then, to keep the tradition of aspect ratio, we do that. And then we make a cut there, delete that. So the zoom in does not interfere with the aspect ratio. So I'm going to leave this render. I'm going to go piss. I'm going to refill my drink. BRB. Ugh. Sorry that took a while. I make the meanest Caesar of all time. That's what I was doing.
Wants to get his dick wet. He's like, I'm the press secretary. I can give you a personalized tour. Let's go inside. And despite
I love the way that looks.
wet, he's like, I'm the press secretary. I can give you a personalized tour. Let's go inside. And
Might slow it down just a little. Da, da, da. Hey. Hooah! Anybody played Stranger's Wrath? It's a pretty good game. Ugh, I make the best Caesars. Fucking fucking restaurants don't make Caesars as good as I make them. The only Caesar that I've had that's better than the Caesars I make at home. Oh, what was it called? It was in Whistler. I don't remember what it was called, like Pacific Rim or some shit.
to get his dick wet. He's like, I'm the press secretary. I can give you a personalized tour. Let's go inside. And despite the Martian never once
I don't like seeing like two movements of his mouth.
tour, let's go inside. Side and go inside. Side. Side.
It's kind of why I wanted to
Side.
slow
And
it down.
despite
It's just to get rid of that. Because then the word side is like one movement of his mouth rather than like two movements. It just looks better to me. I don't know. I just want to see how it is. No, yeah, there's a Caesar that they serve at some lodge in Whistler that's right next to like where all the Crankworks and like event shit is near the hill. Whistler, BC. And I can't remember the name of the Caesar. It was like Pacific something. But it had salmon jerky in it. You can see it on the menu. If you're at a place in Whistler and you see like 4 different Caesars on the menu and one of them has like a piece of salmon jerky in it and also uses shellfish puree, that's the best Caesar I've ever had. And I go back there all the time. I didn't go this year. Somebody had to cancel and he was my ride, and so it was just like, oh shit. But I want to go back to Whistler next year. I'm gonna get that Caesar again. It's the best Caesar I've ever had. Fuck, I want it. And Whistler's so small, it was like I could just go there whenever. Go to the Caesar place. All right.
fucking idiot notices her and wants to get his dick wet. He's like, I'm the press secretary. I can give you a personalized tour. Let's go inside. And just
Yeah, I don't know if I like that any better.
let's go inside. And just go inside.
I can just cut it off like that. That might work.
Tour. Let's go inside. And despite the Martian never once
There we go. I think that fixed it. I think that fixed the annoyance I was having.
wet. He's like, I'm the press secretary. I can give you a personalized tour. Let's go inside. And despite the Martian never once
I like
saying
that.
anything, he shows her a secret room and tries to.
Okay. No, because by the end of that sentence, I want to be at the finger biting. So when I say secret room, I should show the button. Ugh. Let's see, where do I want to be? Oops. That I will use right after. Just going to figure out what I'm using for this bit. Despite her not saying anything. Yeah, this part. She like skates over to him. It's kind of funny how stupid he is. By kind of funny, I mean not really at all. It tries to be funny. The movie tries to be like a laugh out loud comedy, but it's just fucking dumb.
And despite the Martian never once saying anything he
All right, I got this figured out. There we go. Flipping the switch.
shows her a secret room and tries to make out with her. Anything he shows her a secret. Saying anything he shows her a secret room and a secret room and
Sometimes just a couple frames make all the difference.
he shows her a secret room and
Nope.
anything he shows her a secret room and
Yeah, when I say tries to make out with her, I want it to be a different clip. And I don't want him to be looking away before I say that, so it has to be on the frame before he looks away. Because I'm fucking autistic, I guess. Ugh! Hi. Tea fry vanilla. Hi, blah, yeah. How's it going? This audio's so quiet in this part of the movie. You know what I fucking hate about movies? Their audio mixing is always like awful. In like a big budget movie. I try to make my reviews so that like the entire thing is somewhere around like this area of the mixer. But in big budget movies, all they care about is the theater experience, and they know that the volume's going to be cranked. So they can have their audio like all the way down here for some of the scenes and then all the way up here for some of the scenes. And it's just like when you're watching it at home and you like don't want to wake up other sleeping people or like you don't want it blasting in your own home. Then it's like you have to turn it up for every time it's down here and then turn it way down for every time it's up there. It's so annoying. So annoying. I hate audio mixing for fucking, theater movies.
tries to make out with her.
Look at this. It's so quiet compared to the rest of the movie. What is that? I want to hear the "Can we get that gum out of your mouth?"
With her.
I'm gonna have to manually edit this shit. Another thing that nobody notices is when I like manually edit the audio of the film. Because how could you notice? You only notice if there's something wrong with it, and that's what I'm trying to prevent you from noticing. I'm trying to make sure there's nothing wrong with it. That's the only way you could notice is if there's something wrong. Maybe a bit louder there. Let's try this. Bring this down to 4. Bring this up to 7. Let's see what happens. There, now the crunching sound effect is actually impactful. But this part over here isn't, like, I don't want to say deafeningly quiet, because deafeningly doesn't make sense in that context. What's the right verb? I don't care. It's way too quiet. I don't know.
Out with her.
Could we get that gum out of your mouth?
I love making a murderer, and if a Blu-ray existed for it, then it would be on my Christmas wish list. I was actually searching for that earlier today.
Out with her.
Could we get that gum out of your mouth?
I can save time. Why not? Let's see. Let's see if X seconds later is appropriate here. If I can save time, I'll do it. You know? It's my thing. I like saving time. I like having my content being to the point and not wasting anybody's time. I feel like that's what good content is. All right, so 170405 to 171315. So 05 is close to 15, so 04 and 13 are the rounded numbers, so it's 9 seconds. Again, nobody gives a shit, but I care. But again, nobody gives a shit, but I care. I'm going to use a different part of the song. Nobody gives a shit, but I care. That's the only thing that matters. And let's try a different part. No, I want more of a one of the more accented notes in the song. There we go. Let's try that. Just because the rest of the audio of what's happening in the scene is so loud that it can't be way too quiet. All right. So now this part's way too loud, and I can see it peaking. So I'm going to bring this back down to 0 and see what happens. Because I want the crunch to be noticeable. And then maybe I could bring it back down a little. Just so it's not like... Yeah, let's try this. Sound like Marge. Ah, I love hearing him say my finger, though. Let's try this. Let's see what happens when we don't even see this shot. That is perfectly fine, I think. Now, what I want to do with the audio here, and I'm sure that I'll pay more attention to it when I'm doing the music editions later, is, and when I mean later, there's no way I'm going to get to it today. I don't have much time left. Then I'll start giving a shit about, like, how the overall audio sounds in relation to the entirety of the project, right? So I know it's not peaking for the most part. I'll probably find some spots where it's peaking, and especially when I add music, it might be peaking somewhere. But right now, I know, like, around this area right here, it's pretty good. Might be going a bit above, though. So I need to see how that sounds like.
Secretary, I can give give you a personalized
Sounds pretty normal right
scene.
now.
Anything, he shows her a secret room and tries
For
to
like
make
that
out with her.
compared to this. But we'll see how it sounds in the final product. I might have to adjust that a bit. So we made it to the 17-minute mark. Congratulations. Might even want to cut this shorter. Oops. I like that. All right, so now I have 2 copies of the same movie. I can get rid of this. Blah! Move that over here. Delete that because I copied it. Now I'm just going to paste it right there. Let's see. Almost threw up a little. Let's see.
That scene freaked me out enough as a kid, but even still today, the thought of having my finger bit clean off is a little unnerving. Ouch. By the way, the humans went... Ouch. Ouch. By the way, the humans wind up defeating the alien. By the way...
All right, let's see.
Ouch. By the way...
Shut up. The 10-minute mark. That's so funny. You know, I heard about that. About like getting more ad revenue if you're over the 10-minute mark. And that's kind of a meme at this point. But I think my general impression is that you don't get more ad money from it, but you're allowed to implement mid-roll ads. So that means that you can put an advertisement in the middle of your video somewhere. So somewhere like either halfway or quarter way or whatever. As long as you're over the 10-minute mark, then you can do that. And so the reason why I haven't ever noticed that is because I've never done mid-roll ads. You're welcome. I just find them to be too distracting. Like, why would I want to put an advertisement in the middle of my video when I could just split the video instead? Really. If I really, really wanted to do that, I would just split the video. The only reason this series is split... Sorry, I just ate a piece of asparagus. The only reason this video is split is because if it wasn't, then it wouldn't be out in time. So my my sort of goal is to make sure that every part of a YMS review, so like part 1, part 2, part 3, every single part is somewhere over the 15-minute mark, which obviously I've successfully done that here. If I was thinking about ending it on Buffy, but I would have had, like, obviously I didn't edit that part yet, and so I didn't even know. I thought it would be over the 15 mark, but I guess I assumed wrong. So I wound up having to add in the next video for the review, or sorry, the next show being Mars Attacks. And so this one more than made it. Happy about the length of this video. But yeah, if this, instead of being a part 1, 2, and 3 video and just was like an entire video, then not only would it be like close to an hour long, but it would be out like 3 months later than part 1 would have been. Like, you guys would have been waiting so much longer. Yeah, mid-roll ads are awful. Just gotta say.
Now that scene freaked me out enough as a kid, but even still today, the thought of having my finger bit clean off is a little unnerving. Ouch. By the way, the humans wind up defeating the aliens, and it's the stupidest thing ever. Turns out they really don't like Grandma's music taste.
That's where I want the next clip. The next seamless clip without my narration. That's exactly where I want it. All right, let's see. Let's see the cut here.
Now that scene...
Yeah, that works.
Now that scene freaked me out enough as a kid, but... Now that scene freaked...
Want it even shorter. Because I'm fucking OCD.
Now that scene freaked...
Maybe even shorter. Can I communicate the same information in less time? Let's find out.
Now that scene freaked me out.
No, yeah, I like long videos from Red Letter Media, but you have to understand that what they do is like they record like for the best of the worst. They record like 3 hours worth of footage and edit it down to like 40 minutes or some shit. Right? And it's like they have everything set up. They have all the A, B, and C cameras synchronized. They're filming 3 different shots at once. And editing softwares are uh, what's the word? Streamlined, I guess, to be able to, especially FCPX, that's something that they really focused on, is to be able to have A, B, and C cameras all in one spot, and then you'll be able to see each different shot in your preview window, and then you can just select which one you want to cut to at which time in real time. And so it's like the editing process for them is fairly streamlined, and I mean, like, I don't want to talk shit, really, but I feel like editing a best of the worst video, or especially a half in the bag video, maybe not best of the worst, but especially half in the bag video, is a lot simpler than what I'm doing here. Especially like, I mean, if you've been watching this stream all night, then it kind of speaks for itself. Plus, they're an entire production team of people. They've got like at least 4 or 5 staff members doing shit, whether it be filming, editing, sound, acting, writing, whatever. And I'm just one guy, so that's also something to consider. Mark is very helpful, but he is only responsible for the Pokemon videos and the gaming channel, just because otherwise it would be a drastically different product, right?
Now that scene freaked me out enough as a kid, but even still today, the thought of having my
If Mark was doing all this shit for me, like, I don't know how quickly he could get it done. I feel like I'm more efficient at doing this kind of shit. No offense to Mark.
Now that scene freaked me out enough as a kid,
but like, even the shit that he does right now, it's like, it's so much simpler than what I'm doing here.
even still today, the thought of having my finger.
He does a great job, but it's a lot simpler than what I'm doing here.
Now that scene freaked me out enough as a kid, but even still today, the thought of
I am obsessive, but this is the kind of product that you get from an obsessive human being. And when I'm making my album, I've been working on my album since June. I've been working on it for a half a year. It's not going to be out for another half a year. It's going to like this is like a year in the making. And I want every single project that I work on to be something that I'm obsessive over, because that's how you create good shit, you know? That's what I feel art needs. Maybe if Red Letter Media was obsessive over Space Cop and didn't half-ass it and make something that's intentionally bad, then it wouldn't be a gigantic piece of shit. You know, when I make art, I'm going to obsess over it, because that's how you make good art. It's when you give a shit.
my finger bit clean off is a little unnerving. Ouch. Nerving.
Right, let's show this clip again of the finger being bit clean off. I can detach the video from the audio. Oops. Copy, undo, paste. There we go. Yeah, if a video is going to be like an hour long, I understand a mid-roll, although, I mean, for my lists, I feel like it's so fluid. You know, you're going all the way from number 18 or 20, whatever, all the way down to number 1. I don't want a break. You know, I don't want an interruption of this fluid motion of numbers.
Turns out they really
Which is why all my top 10 of the year videos are just one video and not split into several parts. I could easily split them into several parts.
don't like grandma's
You know?
music taste.
I don't think I would get shit. I don't think I would lose subscribers, but I just feel like the tone works better. I would rather do something that I feel makes the video better than do something that I feel makes the video worse. And that has always been
thought of having my finger bit
my
clean off is a little
mindset.
nerving.
I want to add a sound effect there.
Nerving. Ouch. Nerving. Ouch.
I want to get like a carrot chomping sound effect.
Nerving. Ouch. Now that scene freaked me out enough as a kid, but even
Just gonna make sure here. There's no. There we go.
now that scene freaked me out enough as a kid, but even
No, I made YMS in 2010, and it doesn't matter if movie channels were popular then or not. I knew I could get big doing it.
now that scene freaked
I was
me out
right.
enough as a kid, but even still today.
So don't question my logic.
Now that scene freaked me out enough as a kid, but even still today, the thought of having my finger bit clean off is a little unnerving. Ouch.
Okay, I want a sound effect there.
But even still today, the thought of
I want to add a different clip here. Again, no one will notice that I put this effort in, but I don't give a shit because I like the video better this way. Ugh! Just want to do like a reaction of the alien because I'm talking about being freaked out. I don't want to just show the lead up to the action and nothing else. I want to have it match what I'm saying. So, that shot's not long enough. I might have to slow it down. Let's see what happens if I slow it down. Did I get the exact frame at the beginning? Yes, I did. Let's see what happens if I slow it down. You know what? Funhouse, I was there in LA. I'll be on another Funhouse episode whenever they release it. They said they have no idea when it would come out, so I don't care. I really like their setup. They got a good thing going on. Very efficient, very streamlined. Everybody's working, everybody has a job, everybody's happy. They get along great. I love their shit. I'm so comfortable around them. I love Funhouse. Adam and Elise and all of them are just very nice people and make me feel very at home and comfortable.
now that scene freaked me out enough as a kid, but even
No, I don't like this slowed down.
as a kid, but even still today, the
Let's see what other footage I can use. Come on, there we go. I can just get her chewing gum. Because I know I had a shot of him. Wait, no, that would contradict. That would interfere. It'd be a weird cut. What do I do? What do I do? All right. Oh, I can show the aftermath. Is what I can do. Let's see if that works. Seriously, I know like a lot of people are going to be like, "Adam, you're way too obsessive. You could get videos out sooner if you didn't give as much of a shit." But I like that's not what I want to be. I don't want to be someone that gives less of a shit.
scene freaked me
I don't want
out
to be someone that
as a
like
kid, but even still
wants a worse version of the product that I'm offering. You know? Like I give a shit. I care about what I'm making, and it's more important to me to have a product that stands the test of time than one that is good for like my subscriber base and some quick clickbait views and that people eventually don't give a shit about, you know? I want something that people in the future will care about. Because people in the future are smarter than people now. They're the cool people.
now that scene freaked me out enough as a kid, but even
Look, you
still
can't even
today,
tell
the
that's
thought of
slow-mo. There you go.
having my
Again, a change and an effort that is made that no one will notice unless they're watching this video.
now that
But it
scene
makes it
freaked me out
better.
enough as a kid, but even still today, the thought of having my
It makes
finger
it
bit
better.
clean
It
off
looks
is
better.
a little unnerving. Ouch. By the way, the humans wind up defeating the alien. Ouch.
And almost exact frame. But I can play with it. What if I do this? There we go.
Still today, the thought of having my finger bit clean off is a little
Yeah, I mean, especially like people say I nitpick about movies, which is, I mean, partially true. Obviously, I'm not gonna deny that I nitpick at all. Um, sometimes I'm just flat out honest about it. But regardless, I'm very critical, and I have a very high standard for what I'm willing to accept and what the efforts I see that are put into things should be. And in the same sense, I expect that out of myself. Why would I not? I'd be a fucking hypocrite. Why would I like tediously complain about things that could be better in films that I'm watching and then in my reviews not do the same thing? I'd be a fucking asshole. Why would I do that?
The thought of having my finger bit clean off is
I mean, I'm an asshole either way, but I'd be a hypocrite. I'd be a hypocrite and an asshole.
a little unnerving. Ouch. By the
I need a carrot chomping sound effect, which I'm sure I can find, but give me a second and I will just in case something shows up in my browser that I don't want anyone to see. Just going to do that BRB screen. Carrot chomping sound effect is what I'm going to search for. That is my highest probability of success for finding the sound that I want, I think. Chomping sound effect. Let's see. Carrot on... Oh, chewing on carrot sound effect. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, I can't listen. I forgot about this already. I can't listen to it unless I have the stream on. So give me a second. I'll have to open up a few tabs. Carrot sound effect. Potato chips, royalty free. No cute bunny, thank you. Okay. Just because No, I'm not doing Cookie Monster Chomp because then I'm going to find a clip of like music and children and other characters talking. There's no way. There's no way. Oh! This is good. 14 views! No one's searching for carrot sound effects. Oh, I'm going to give you a thumbs up, buddy. Thank you. Ah! No thumbs up! Come on. Who's uploading these? It sounds very similar. Is this the same one? They're both 12 seconds. They're the same. Who stole from who? February 16th, 2016. June 2016. I take my like back, you asshole. You son of a bitch, they're the same. Oh, shit. There we go. They're the same. I'm not going to use this. Okay. I have good ears, which is why in a lot of my reviews I'll mention, like in my Walking Dead one I'll point out that Adagio in D minor or major, whatever, I don't remember the name, whatever song that was that people keep overusing, or in my Cyberbully review, Breathe Me by Sia. Oh shit, that's not the conversion I wanted to make. This is what I want. There we go. I have a good sense for music and sounds, and if you can't believe me at this point, I think you will when my album's out, because I'm pretty happy with it already, honestly. Ah! Ah! What if I combine them? So disgusting. Ugh. So, when you see that something's not locking, it's because you accidentally hit the N key It took me so long to figure that out. Now I hit the N key again. Ooh, look, it's locking. It was so annoying the first time that happened. Again, just things about the program that you don't understand until you're like super familiar with it. Ugh. So gross. This sound effect. Ugh. Just gonna combine these three. Ugh! Super crunchy sound. Ugh! Yeah, the rest of these aren't that good. Why did someone steal the carrot chewing sound effect? What an asshole. Okay. Okay, that's where I'm gonna use it. And I'm bringing it down here. Oops. Ah!
Irving. Out.
Ah! Brutal. Wasn't that a great idea to have a sound effect there?
Unnerving. Ouch.
Oof. So brutal. You're gonna have to turn it down a little bit. Jesus.
Irving. Ouch.
Oh, carrot. Carrot is exactly what I needed. Listen to the difference that made. I know that this is turned down a little, but listen to the magnificent difference
Still today, the thought
that
of
that
having
made.
my finger bit clean off is a little unnerving. Ouch.
Oh, oh, that's awful. Which is exactly what I wanted. Let's bring these down to -3 each and see what happens. Thank you, carrot sound effect YouTuber. I'll make sure to include the link to the correct video in my description.
Clean off is a little
Oh, why does the audio do that? Come on.
freaked me out. The most, knowing that they could take out an entire room in seconds was not exactly a comforting thought.
Let's see how this
Apparently,
is.
Some people got pretty freaked
Ugh!
out by the weird experiments the aliens did on some of the characters. But the only other scene that really got to me when I was younger was when one of the Martians disguised themselves as a human being.
Ugh.
In front of the White House, and within 5 seconds, this fucking idiot notices her and wants to get his dick wet. He's like, "I'm the press secretary. I can give you a personalized tour. Let's go inside." And despite the Martian never once saying anything, he shows her a secret room and tries to make out with her.
Could we get that gum out of your mouth?
Now that scene freaked me out enough as a kid, but even still today, the thought of having my finger bit clean off is a little unnerving. Ouch. By the way, the human...
I can adjust it a couple frames if it's off later, and it might be just because the audio that I'm getting is coming through the capture device onto my PC and then my headphones. So even though I'm not really noticing any kind of a delay, there might be just a couple frames of delay, but I can always fix that later really easily. Like I don't know if this is clear to you or not, but this is like I'm definitely not gonna be finished this tonight. No matter how long I stay up, I'm gonna meet my aunt for fucking dinner in like 12 hours. Oh god, I'm screwed. I'm so fucked. I haven't slept yet. Okay. Don't think about it, Adam. Keep going.
Ouch. By the way, the humans wound up defeating the...
All right, let's see. Green goo. Oh yeah, I gotta talk about the stupid bullshit about the grandma's terrible music taste and how they use it to defeat the aliens. So bad. Oh, there we are. Come on, did I hit N again? I did. Thanks for hosting me, Rub-a-dub-dub. Man, I'm almost done getting this shit organized, and then all I have to do is music. Maybe if I stayed up all night, I could finish it. But, I mean, if I did, I would want to do it in a way where I can actually hear, like, with every single frame of accuracy. So I would have to stop the stream to make sure that it's make sure that it's a-okay and that things that I did recently aren't like couple frames off.
Stay tuned and you'll
I mean, regardless, it shouldn't take me too long to fix if any of this is bullshit. Yeah, Mars Attacks is like worth watching, I guess. Just to, I mean, but after my review, it might not be. It might like, I mean, what could you get out of watching the movie that you couldn't just get out of me summarizing the movie and that's it? The only entertaining parts of the movie that happen are things that I'm talking about. The rest of it is just boring as shit, you know? Ugh. 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 Cultural milestone. Give me a break. Come on. Ugh. Okay, give me a second. Ugh. I'm loving the Caesar that I made. I'm very happy that I decided to make it. I'm using like pepper infused vodka, which I made myself. I basically let a bunch of like spices and peppers steep in vodka for like a week, and it like basically turns it like this kind of murky tannish brown color, and you filter it and it tastes so good. You have peppery vodka. It absorbs the taste of everything that you infuse with it. Vodka is just one of those alcohol liquors, whatever, that is really good at absorbing the flavor of anything you put in it. It's the tofu of alcohol. Oh, come on. Such bullshit. I hate this movie. I almost thought it was a good movie. Just like I know it doesn't take itself too seriously, but still. Just from my memory of having watched it as a kid, I guess, but it's kind of dumb. It's kind of bad. It's kind of bullshit. Tim Burton's bullshit. Can you post a link to Rule 34 in the chat, or will you be breaking Twitter guidelines? Well, first of all, this is Twitch, not Twitter. Second, there's nothing that I can find in the terms of service that would imply that you would be breaking terms of service by posting not safe for work imagery in the chat. And it wouldn't do anything negative to me as the streamer. If it did, I would have a serious talk with some Twitch mods, and I would get my channel back. There's no way I would be perma-banned for somebody else posting Rule 34. Let's see. How am I going to do this? Don't want the tail end of that music sting. Did you post Mars Attacks Rule 34? I'm going to open it on my other computer. Oh, that's just dragons fucking. That's an interesting contraption, I guess. All right. Yeah, Twitch has banned, well, temporarily banned people for posting pornographic material. But, A, I'm not the one posting it. B, it's not really all that pornographic if it's cartoon porn. Really. if seriously a Twitch admin was like, oh yeah, cartoon porn, that's not allowed, then I'd have to question them about like which games are allowed. You know, like Mount Your Friends, or what's that new one? Like the one where you try to where you're all penises and you try to like insert the other penises into the butts of other penises. Like if it's cartoons, there's nothing seriously wrong with it at all. I gotta say, like ethically, it's just a drawing. Ethically, it's literally just oh yeah, genital jousting. That's what the game's called. Ethically, cartoon porn, I don't care what you're depicting. It's literally just somebody creating shades of lines on a tablet or a piece of paper. You know? There's nothing actually harmful about it. It's your interpretation that's harmful. Let's say that there was a human being that was incapable of interpreting works of art as though like there was a species or a human being, or like, I don't know, maybe dogs can't figure out what's on pieces of paper. Like if you draw a smiley face, they won't even know what it is. Human beings, we can figure that shit out because I mean we only draw shit that is connected to us and how we evolved for our understanding of shapes and facial expressions and like outlines of bodies and whatnot. But objectively, it's literally just different lines and shades on a paper or tablet. There's nothing harmful about it. Anyway. Yeah, exactly. It's a cartoon. It's a cartoon. Somebody drew it. That's it. Somebody, like, you're not showing anything but like a series of lines and shades that someone sitting somewhere decided to input on their computer. Which is the stupidest thing to like get upset about, really. It's like, oh no, it's not even like, oh no, you drew something. It's like, oh no, you made me interpret something. It requires someone else to interpret it and to visualize it in order for there to be any sort of quote unquote harm perceived by it. That's what's weird about it to me.
Bit clean off is a little unnerving. Ouch. By the way, the humans wind up defeating the aliens, and it's the stupidest thing.
All right, let's see. That works. Now I'll just have to move the audio. What is this big thing? I don't even remember. I watched all these movies in preparation for this review. Some of them are just so fucking forgettable. I've been working on this review, I shit you not, since at least August. It's November right now. It's the end of November. I'm not going to be finished this review until at least next month. It's like 4 months. Yeah. I love Shed, man. And as much as he's getting like a little bit indefensible about like the Lieutenant Corbus or whatever, I still don't hate the guy at all. I still love him. If I were a close friend of his and I were able to have a conversation with him beforehand, I would tell him not to do it. But I'm not gonna like exile him for doing it. It's still just a drawing. I don't like that he linked to her YouTube account. There's things about it I don't like, but it's artistic expression in some sense. You should be able to do it. There shouldn't necessarily be a law against it.
By the way, the humans.
You know what? I tried to watch the Miranda Sings Netflix special. I noticed it on Netflix, and I watched the first episode, and I wanted to vomit, and I hate her more than I've ever hated her in my entire life, and I've always hated her. I've always thought that she was a piece of shit.
By the way, the humans wind up defeating the aliens, and it's the stupidest thing ever.
Maverick 2789. How long have you been here? Because, I mean, if you've been here the whole stream, your question should already be answered. Quite honestly.
Turns out they really don't like.
This is bullshit. This is so stupid. This, like, oblivious old person saving the day. I hate it.
Turns out they really.
Ugh, no.
Turns.
Maybe? Let's see. Well, I mean, like, the editing takes a long time, yeah, but so does conceiving, so does watching, so does writing, so does, like, recording, so does, you know, the entire process takes a long time, depending on how much effort you're willing to put into it. If I half-assed it, it would take a lot less time. But if I half-assed it, they wouldn't be the same videos, and I like the way my videos are, and I want to be able to create decent content.
The stupidest thing ever. Turns out they really don't like grandma's music taste.
Oh, look at that. That works.
And it's the stupidest thing ever. Turns out they really don't like grandma's music taste.
See, and if you're watching this in the YouTube, like, format, you don't even know that those cuts are there. You don't even know. It looks like one whole thing. One seamless thing.
They don't like grandma's music taste. Grandma.
Let's try this.
That they really don't like grandma's music taste.
The visual cut there looks better, but I just want to figure out how I can do this.
Really don't like grandma's music taste.
If I
By the way,
did this, that would fix all that.
Ouch. By the way, the humans wind up. Ouch. By the way, the humans wind up defeating the aliens, and it's the stupidest thing ever. Turns out they really don't like grandma's music taste.
There we go. Works out. This is so bad. So stupid. It's awful. So bad. It's a bad movie.
They really don't like grandma's music taste.
Why is it? Why does my computer decide to do that? Somebody give me a massage. Quite honestly.
They really don't like grandma's music taste.
Okay, let's see. Static. I don't know what that was. That's not what I tried to copy. Here's what I want to copy. Here's why I want it. Let's see how that looks.
Ever. Turns out they really don't like grandma's music taste.
Sometimes, like, it's good to have an action right before the abrupt cut. You know? It gives a sense of, like, interruption. Kind of like I explained earlier. Is like, the idea that something's kind of unexpected brings almost a subconscious sense of comedy to things, I find. I don't know, in my head. I like it. No, yeah, I want it even sooner. Just so you can barely tell that his head exploded. And that's it. Like, it gives you barely enough time to comprehend it. I like shit like that. You know what? I fucked a dude that really wanted to choke me once, and I didn't like it, and I was really uncomfortable, and I'm kind of scared of him, and I'm glad he moved far away. All right, let's see. Oh, man. Is that too short of a time? We're talking about frames, right? We're talking about individual frames, but it makes all the difference to me. I'm the only one that matters. You know? It has to be good for me to watch, or else I don't want to make it. I don't want to release it if I don't like it. I'm never going to want to release a video I'm unhappy with. That was perfect. I think that was great. I think that was the perfect amount of frames right there. Yeah, that worked. And I think I even explained that their heads explode right after. And even if I don't, I mean, which I'm pretty sure I do, I can just show it in these bits here.
This is seriously how they defeat the aliens. They just drive around.
Whoa, look at that peak.
This is seriously how they
Oof. What was that?
This is seriously how they defeat the aliens. They just drive around with big-ass speakers until all of their brains explode.
Glad I caught
This
that.
is no different than defeating the monster blood with airline food. It's lazy, stupid, and it's not funny at all. Fuck off. Did these things...
All right, so these 3 lines at the almost 18-minute mark. Let's see if I can kind of interrupt it a little. Might work, might not.
This is seriously...
I don't know.
This is serious...
That works fine. You know, some words work better than others for this sort of like interrupting layering vibe. So like S sounds in particular, F sounds, but some hard sounds like T sounds, sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it feels a little too jarring.
This is seriously how they...
Because it's already like a hard sound. I don't know if that makes any sense.
This is seriously how they defeat the aliens.
I'm definitely going to need to turn down.
How they...
See how close that is to peaking? Once I add music, it's definitely going to peak.
Seriously...
I have to turn down the word how, or else I'm going to be fucked later. If I don't notice it later, I'm screwed.
This is seriously how they defeat the aliens.
There we go.
They just...
Another reason why I should use the compressor and limiter, but I just haven't haven't bothered yet for some reason. I don't know why. I only ever remember until I'm like halfway through a video. Because I've got so much shit I'm working on at once. Ooh, 5 a.m. Well, I mean, I've been editing all day, but I've been streaming for 6 hours. I've been editing since I woke up at 2 p.m. So I've been editing for 13 hours. The only breaks I've taken have been to eat food and make drinks, and that's it. And they were all like microwave food and just homemade drinks, and that's it. So, all right, let's see.
This is seriously how they defeat the aliens. They just drive around with big...
Okay, let's see what footage I can use here. It is awful. I hate this shit. It's so bad. Don't need to show this scene. Completely unimportant. All right, let's watch this shit then. ever scrapped a video I wasn't happy with? No, but I've postponed plenty of videos that I've started. Pause. Just so I'm not making it not fair use. Don't want to full the... Sorry, don't want to show the whole clip seamless. What the fuck? Her happy fucking face. All right. Yep. Nope. Not showing the whole clip seamless. Talking over it. Just saying. No doubt in my mind that this is fair use content. Okay. Anybody watching? All right. Don't need to show any clips from that. Well, maybe. We'll see if there's a better one to use. Because I know I say he drives around and... How do they broadcast this through radio? Is that what they do? Seriously? Is it the one song that they use, or is it just like the genre? I don't remember. I watched this movie for the review, and it's still just so fucking forgettable. Alright, how do they transmit this? Oh! Everybody kind of learns, I guess. They have their speakers on. Like, what the fuck? Ugh! Ah! Yum. Oh, no. Ugh! What? I don't know what you said, lady. All right. Who has that boombox? Is that the character that's been driving around? Like, has he passed on this information? Has everybody just figured it out? What the fuck? They broadcast it to like every radio station, I guess. So stupid. So stupid. Out of like every song they could possibly insult and like be the butt of the joke for the movie, like, oh yeah, it's so bad that it explodes their brains. You'd think that they'd choose other songs. Like, yeah, it's borderline yodeling, I guess. It's grandma music, I guess. Like, why is this funny? It's not. Oh no, falsetto. If they're gonna do shit like this, they should have played, like, I don't know, Nelly, Britney Spears, In Sync. I mean, those are all guilty pleasures for me, but... Like, why this song? Why this genre? There's nothing about it. You would almost like somebody could literally do that in person. It doesn't even have to be like on the radio. It doesn't have to be like a song. If somebody figured out like, oh yeah, it explodes their brains, then one person could just be like, oh, woo. That's it. That's it. They would just have to say it. Why do they need to bring around speakers? Why don't they try it themselves? Why even go that extra step? Yeah, I watched Train to Busan. It was fun. I like that it didn't take itself too seriously because it wasn't great. It was kind of cheesy and a lot of stupid things happened. But it was cool. It was fun seeing a South Korean zombie movie. Okay. Yeah, nothing else happens that's important here. The shot that I want is this. Oof, what a bad movie. Mute audio, save clip. Oi! Bleh.
This is seriously how they defeat the aliens. They just drive around with big. How they
Excuse me.
defeat the aliens. They just drive around with big ass speakers and big ass big ass big ass big ass big.
There we go. I wanna sync the words "big ass speakers" to the big ass speakers that you can clearly see on the vehicle.
Around with big ass speakers until all of their.
Oh, come on. Why? Nope, that's not what I wanted. No! Okay. What did I just fucking do? There we go. Apparently W makes that happen, just wireframe and not image plus wireframe. It's a good thing that I'm familiar with this program. Otherwise, I'd be stuck here for another like 20 minutes trying to figure out what button I just pressed and how to undo that shit.
Until all of their brains explode. This is no different than defeating the monster blood with airline food. Around with big ass speakers until all. Around with big ass speakers until all of their brains.
All right. Maybe I should re-record that, but I don't know if it's like really that important to specify whether or not it was the speakers from them driving or them using. Look at this! They used a literal record on the radio, and I guess maybe in like 98 they would have to. Where's this? Look at this. He like jumps in here. How did he get here? He drove to the radio station. You just drove here. What the fuck? It's already in the fucking... It's already there! You burst in the door and it was already on the fucking turntable. What was that shit? Okay, look. On air. Door closed. Oh, should I mention this? I think I should. I think I should re-record a bit tomorrow. Tomorrow, whenever I find the time to do it. Monday, I guess. Oh god, I gotta practice my music too. I'm so close to having this done. On air, door open. Look at him. Just pops in there. Just pops in there. It's already there. Ooh, come on. I don't think this movie was supposed to take place in the 50s. If it was, they did a really shit job at communicating that, honestly. They literally did a shit job at communicating that it was in the 50s. if that's what it was supposed to be. Doesn't feel like the 50s. I mean, like, maybe now with that information I might notice something, but really, I guess from like the old TVs it might feel like that, but I mean, like, it's not like those type of TVs didn't exist in the 90s. People had those TVs in their houses, you know. No, yeah, these kids are playing like arcade games at the beginning of the movie. Look at this shit. I'll show you a scene that completely dismantles the theory that you have. First of all, the casino looks very modern. Second, their news station looks fairly modern. Third, look at this shit. Look at this shit. Driving like this looks super fucking like 80s 90s. Look at the vehicles. These don't look like vehicles from the 50s. These look like 80s and 90s vehicles. Right? Here's a bus. This is not a game from the 50s that they're playing at the arcade. There's no way that this is a game from the 50s. Look at this shit. What are they doing? Cinephile maniac. Don't judge me. You're wrong. You're wrong. Yeah, this is current day. It's bullshit. I'm not hating on arcade games, okay? I was playing arcade games while I was in LA. I went to an arcade bar. It's called the Barcade. It was pretty cool. Trying to figure... Yeah, maybe I should mention this shit. That they just, like, show up and... I mean, it's possible that, like, there's implied passage of time where he spends, like, 30 minutes at least trying to figure out how to get the record on the air, places it down, and then like all we see is this. So maybe it's like a little bit illegitimate to complain that he just showed up and threw the record on, because quite honestly, it could just be a very poor communication of passage of time, you know, which plenty of movies have done. And I don't really feel like it's worth my time, worth my passage of time to try and explain that shit, to try and be like, oh yeah, like I'm going to complain about, you know, something that might not really be a flaw, but like they did a really bad job at communicating, and like literally the difference between one shot and the other having a solid cut and not like a fade out, fade in, and that's it. Like I'm not going to waste my time with that shit. So I think I'm going to leave it at the
Drive around with big ass speakers until all of their brains explode.
I think I'm going to leave it at the driving around shit, because I have some footage to work with here. Yeah, there we go. Oh, look at her. She's so fucking happy. What a dumb movie. I know she's been like that the whole film, but like her character's not realistic. The main solution to the conflict is not realistic.
They just drive around with big ass speakers until all of their brains explode. This is no different than
Yeah, why not this?
drive around with big ass speakers until all of their brains explode.
Might as well. Might as well just show it like that. It's pretty accurate
no different
to how the movie shows it. So, save. Command S. And sequences. YMS. Trauma Part 1. I think I prefer the smooth to the chunky style. Airline food makes the monster blood sick. Okay, let's see.
Laptop, but airline food. Ugh. So airline food ideas. Throwing a bunch of shit at it because I guess nobody's got any better ideas. Really, just one big joke about. Okay.
All right. Copy and paste those clips here because I want to visually show what's happening there. Okay, yeah. Delete, deleted. Oops. Unlink. No audio, just video. Have to render it again because it is a compressed version of what it was. It is a warped version because the original file was stretched for some reason. Come on, airline. Oh, there we go. There we go. You swear every time my voice is different? That's true. I'm a demon. I don't have a real body. I'm not a real human being. I'm one of Satan's creatures. Ah, look at this. One day, some crazy Christian is going to take that seriously. They're going to look through all my old YouTube footage and be like, see, I found it. They're going to bring up some, like, Illuminati shit. And it's all true. And they're going to use me just sarcastically saying that as evidence. Can't wait. That'll be proof that I'm famous, really. Ugh. They'll make sure not to include the part of me, you know, making fun of them saying it. They'll only include the parts of me sarcastically confirming it. They'll be like, "See, it's proof. He's the devil. He's one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. He's a horseman." Thanks, Cinephile Maniac. Why am I working? It's 5 in the morning? Because I don't have fucking time, and I said that this would be out in November, and it's November 25th. That's why. Sorry. I got a little antsy. Because I have unhealthy work habits, and nobody understands the effort that I put into my shit. That's why. Because I want to get this shit done for November, like I said I would. Ugh. No. Yeah. I'm sick of like making deadlines and then not meeting them. And in all honesty, my problem is not that I am unable to meet the deadlines that I set. My problem is that I continuously, set deadlines that I know I'm not able to meet, just because I feel like when I say them at the end of the video, I feel like, oh, if I say, oh yeah, it'll be out in 2 weeks, or oh yeah, it'll be out next month or something. When I say that, I have this like small, short-sighted, like not going to think about it sense of comfort, where I'm able to say something where I know if I set that deadline, then my subscribers will be like, oh yeah, that's great. Like, oh, I can't wait. That's a reasonable amount of time, but I know I can't meet it. And then secretly I'm thinking like, oh yeah, if I set an unrealistic expectation for myself and then just like pull all-nighters for like half the month, then maybe I'll just like convince myself into magically doing it. Maybe if I just like don't go outside. I did manage to go to LA. I did work while I'm there also, so I'm not complaining too hard about that. But Jesus Christ. Ugh, I explained earlier. I pulled like 3 all-nighters within 5 or 6 days. And then in the 3 days before I left for LA, I stayed up for the vast majority of it. I only slept like 5 hours. And I wound up giving myself a cold just because I stayed up way too late. But I don't think I have a cold anymore. Ugh. Oh, airline food. There we go. I don't need to show that part. Don't need to show that part. Burp. There we go. Sorry, I'm a little bitchy right now. Let's see what this looks like.
Explode. This is no different than explode. This is explode. This is explode.
It looks like 2 different shots, but it's the
Explode.
same shot,
This is no
and the light
different
just
than
turns
defeating
off.
the monster blood with airline food. It's lazy, stupid, and it's not funny at all. This is no different than defeating the monster blood with airline food. It's lazy.
Let's try this.
This is no different than defeating the monster blood with airline food. It's no different than
Say more in less time.
defeating the monster blood with airline food. It's lazy, stupid, and it's not funny at all. Fuck off.
Huh. Alright. Ugh. Man. There you go. You spelled the word ant wrong, Samama22. Haha.
Feeding the monster blood with airline food. It's lazy, stupid.
Okay, I'm gonna use another clip from Mars Dex. I'm gonna show some clips of their like heads exploding or whatever. Maybe one that I haven't shown. That would be a good idea. All right. Don't necessarily have to show them driving around or whatever. Just have to show their heads exploding. That's it. Nope, not this part. Let's see what happens if I drag this out. There's probably shit in here. Okay. No, yeah, their heads. All right, maybe let's just show this part. Okay. Bam. It is some good ass whistling. Thank you. I'm incorporating some whistling into my album, and I'm not even going to tell you what track it's on because it's kind of important. And I think I found a way to like make it really cool. Honestly,
Blood with airline food. It's
I don't know what you're talking about. A tab for Mark. I don't know what you're talking about at all.
airline food. It's lazy, stupid, and it's not funny at all. Fuck off.
There we go. There's nowhere on my screen that says the word Mark. Oh, that? Okay. I get it. That's it. You're funny.
Did these things freak you out at all?
Okay, let's see. So, static cut. This is a new topic.
This is seriously how they defeat.
I need to add a clip there.
Food. It's lazy, stupid, and it's not funny at all. Fuck off.
Even shorter. Interrupting the F adds a small subconscious sense of comedy, I feel.
This is seriously how they defeat the aliens. They just drive around with big ass speakers.
Okay, let's see. See if I can maybe show the end of this scene. I don't remember where it cuts off, but let's see. It might cut off right there. Ugh! Oh yeah, I'll show the grandma just to like emphasize how fucking dumb it is. Like, yep, this is seriously happening in a movie. Quack, quack. There we go. Oh, that's such bad animation. Why don't I show this? I mean, for the year it was decent. But it looks awful right now. Especially like the bed bouncing. For whatever reason, that is just something that their animation department did not focus on. All right, let's see how big this is. Oof. Okay, I'm gonna unlink, and that way I can move this over and not have to worry about bumping into other things. Let's see how this looks.
This is seriously how they defeat the aliens.
That looks good. Oops. Let's see.
This is seriously how.
I don't like the cut. When I do a static, which I really want here, I don't like it going back into a very similar shot. So I might have to compromise. Because the static is supposed to imply like a cut away from something. And if I cut back to the exact same scene, which has happened in reviews before, but it just doesn't look that great, then there's like a different implication, you know, that I don't want from that sort of static cut. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. I don't know if this makes sense to you or not. Just explaining why I do shit. Good night, cold Jaman.
This is seriously how they defeat the aliens. They just drop.
Why don't I do this? The slow-mo won't look as jarring if I add a zoom effect. Then I can bring that aspect ratio. Shit. Oh, that's still at 0. So I can test out the zoom. Nope, needs to be a bit further to the right. Back to 0. That's a good zoom. I like that. Let's bring, bring these, bring these over. See how that looks. Ugh. I've been editing for 13 and a half hours. Delish. See if I cancel. I'll cancel it and render part of it so I can see how it is before the whole thing is rendered too. So that's another trick.
This is seriously.
Oh, what the hell was that?
This is serious.
Whoa! What's my computer doing?
This is.
Whoa! Should I just render the whole thing and hope that it doesn't pull that shit? What just happened?
This is seriously.
I need to restart FCPX. Save project as 36. Yeah, I might have to restart this computer. So, give me a second, boys. I will be right back. Let's see what happens when I do that. This computer's been on for a while. Been editing on this shit for a long time without it restarting, so needs to have a refresh. Needs to have some sort of a refreshing period. Give me a second while I do this shit. Yeah. Restarting is good for your computer. I was about to say PC. Doing a little C cleaner. I'm gonna die. Oh my god, my veins are sunken like a heroin addict. What's happening?
This is the nicest grass I've ever seen in my life, Vancouver.
All right, restarting. BRB, gonna grab another drink. Ugh. Ah. I'm dying. I'm actually dying. Come on, keyboard. There we are. Okay, FCP, back in action. Google Chrome, opening up. See how they do. Chewing on carrot sound effect. Close. Other tabs. Not gonna humor them just yet. Only keeping Chrome open so that I have it for a resource to find clips. Ugh. Okay, FCP. Hopefully, just starting it up again will mean that there are no issues at all. I would hate to have to revert to an older save, but that's why I make them. It's exactly why I make them. Is in case stupid shit happens. I don't pass out from sleep deprivation unless I'm like lying down and I'm intending on having some sort of a sleep, you know. All right, gotta set my sound output preferences. Gonna bring back the boys. The boys are back in town. All right.
This is serious.
So the only thing I have to redo is render this shit, and I think I'm just gonna let the whole thing render instead of trying to cancel it. 99.9% of the time, if I cancel it, I'm just able to see the first half. I don't know what happened that time. Excuse me. Ugh.
This is serious.
See how when I pause it, it goes dark? Sometimes you have to go into system settings, playback control. Again, just shit that I had to figure out. Accurate instead of approximate. Now it's dark constantly. Shit. Oh no. Gotta quit and come back. Damn it. Oof. You have to like switch back and forth until it works out. Sometimes like having the HDMI plugged in makes it fuck up. I don't know why. I have no idea, man. Ugh. Sometimes it's just fucking stupid. You just gotta fuck with it until it works. That's editing for you. Keep fucking with it until it works. Ugh. Oh, see now let's change it from system settings, playback control. Now it's accurate. Let's change it to approximate. Let's see what happens. Now it's still just dark as shit. Fuck. See. I changed it back. The boys were back in town. Unplugging my HDMI for a second. Give me a second on this shit, okay? Ugh. All right, let's see what happens. Unplug the HDMI. See what happens when I start Final Cut Pro and then plug it back in. You gotta just like fuck with it until it works. And I hate that so much. It's not just FCP7. It's every single editing software that exists. I've tried them all. They're all bullshit. They're all bullshit. I've used them on different systems. If you want to do real work on them, it's a pain. It's a pain in the fucking ass. Ugh. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. All right, let's see. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing. I'm going to do system settings, playback control. It's approximate now. Let's go back to accurate. Let's see what happens. All right, it's the same color. Now I'm going to plug in my HDMI input into my Mac and see what happens to FCP. All right. How fucked up is it going to get? Oh, look, it's the same. Wow, look, it's the same colors. Now I can switch. Oh, wow, look at this. Whoa, it's not dark anymore. Why did that happen? I fucked around with it, and now it's working. There's no logical progression to what I did, but I fucked around with it enough that now it's working. Great. I hate that shit. I hate trial and error bullshit. This is a computer. It's supposed to do what I want, you know?
Did these things freak you out at all?
It's supposed to do what I want. That's all I gotta say. There's no reason why it shouldn't.
Fuck off. Did these?
All right. So, little over 18 minutes. My approximate estimation was right.
Fuck off. Did these things freak you out?
Well, yeah, tech support is like turning things off and on again.
Fuck off. Did these things freak you? Funny at all? Fuck off. Did these things? Fuck off. Did these things freak you out at all? Yes, no, maybe. I've been noticing a lot of comments that my younger self.
Ooh, now I gotta look through the comments. Remember that shit. So, let's see. In this episode, Cyber 6, Rockadoodle, Buffy, and Mars Attacks. Let's see if I can get posters of... there's no posters for Buffy, really. Let's see what I can find. See if I can find, like, similar resolution posters. Just gonna go on Google image search, so give me a second. Excuse me. Yeah, not gonna find any similar looking posters for these, so there's no point. So when I say, did these things freak you out at all, I might as well just not show posters for them. Switch back. Hey, all right. Boys are back in town.
No, maybe. I've been noticing a lot of
Am I in the right key?
comments that my younger self should stop being such a fucking pussy. Good news, he's.
I don't even know. I'm not so familiar with that song that I would know. Look, just over 18 minutes. I'll have the end card. It'll be 18, like 20 or something. Happy about that. Got to add the music still. It is Friday. I'll go out to dinner with my aunt. I'll have a few drinks. Might come back drunk, but I'll be able to add the music while I'm drunk. It's one of the things that I cannot do while I'm drunk is record the voiceover. Because then I'll slur my speech and I won't have as creative things to say, you know, like it's all about observation. So I make sure not to have any sort of alcohol consumption or any sort of drug or anything while I'm doing the voiceover part. Whereas, obviously, as you can tell right now, I've been drinking for this part. It's pretty, like, I mean, there's nothing that I'm missing from drinking. Oh, why is it dark again? It was fine before. Oh my god. No! Fuck you, HDMI. It was fine before. You remember this shit. I did this shit. I'm not crazy. It was fine before. Bullshit. Bullshit, FCP. Fuck you. Oh no. God damn it. I hate this bullshit. I hate it so much. Fuck! Well, let's try this again. God damn it. The life of editing in any video editing software that exists ever. This is just how it is. Fuck off. Wow, there's suddenly a problem that I don't understand how to fix. It's annoying as shit, and it's completely ruining my flow of how I do things. Looks like I just have to accept it. Anyway, as I was saying, me getting a little bit drunk while doing the rest of this video editing process is not so big of a deal. And in all honesty, drinking sugary alcoholic drinks has helped me stay up until 6 in the morning. So I would be less productive if I wasn't drunk. I would be asleep by now. But yeah, I mean, like, the editing process is, there's always, as I'm recording it, as I'm making the lines of dialogue and the narration, etc., as I'm sort of figuring out the video in my head, I already have an idea of what I want, and I already have like notes in my head of what I'm going to turn the video into. And then after that point, like, doesn't really matter what I consume. Just plugging in the HDMI again. Doesn't really matter, how drunk I get. I always have those previous ideas in my head. Ooh, there we go. That's not way too dark. All right, cool. Yeah, fixed it again. Let's hope that it doesn't shit the bed again. So there are some processes, some parts of the video editing process that I can do sober, or some that I can only do sober is what I meant to say, and some that I'm able to do a little bit shit-faced, just because all the concepts and ideas are in my head. And as soon as I hear the dialogue, as soon as I hear like what I'm saying here, like in the voiceover, then I'm like, oh yeah, this is what I wanted to do, and then I can just do it. Like, that part is so easy for me to figure out that it's just like,
yes, no, maybe. I've been noticing
it's nothing.
a lot of comments that my younger self should stop being
Okay. So what I wanted to do,
but it's not. They just drive around with big ass speakers until all of their brains explode. This is no different.
oh, what was that? Holy shit. Oh my god. I said that earlier. It looks like a different cut, but it's not, just because of how it explodes.
Speakers until all of their brains explode. This is no different.
It still bugs the shit out of me, honestly. That's not footage of someone's brain exploding. That's footage of somebody getting shot on the motorcycle. So I shouldn't even include that at all, quite honestly. All right, I'm gonna replace that with footage of one of their brains exploding. One that I didn't use here, right? So I can copy this, go like this, remove attributes, speed, and basic motion. We get the same clean clip. Show this guy's brain exploding, and that should not be a big deal at all, even though it's not in the exact same setting as the truck. As long as I'm showing some sort of brain explosion, it should be perfectly fine. Oh, look at that.
Until all of their brains explode. This speakers until all of their brains explode. This is.
Let's try, like, as much as the alien bouncing on the bed was bad, let's try it like this.
Speakers until all of their brains.
Ah!
Speakers until all of their brains explode. This is no different.
Has to be perfect, sorry.
Speakers until all of their brains explode. This is no different.
No, gotta be a bit further back too. Oops. Needs to feel right.
Around with big ass speakers until all of their brains explode. This is no.
I don't know if the pacing of how he moves on the bed is ever gonna feel right, honestly.
Speakers until all of their brains explode. This is no different than. This is no different. Their brains explode.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
This is no different than defeating the monster blood with airline food. It's lazy, stupid, and it's...
So, if we're keeping in line with that thing that I did earlier, where I made it seem as though the monster blood shit was the same aspect ratio as Mars attacks, we could try this shit. Let's at least see how it looks.
Drive around.
Oops. Come on. Nope. There we go. So this one I might want to move up. It's 150. That looks decent. Oh, look at that. Looks nice. Why did I decide to stream myself editing this time? Well, because I've already been editing since 2 p.m. and I needed some extra motivation, and having an audience kind of helps with that. And when I started streaming at 11 p.m., I had just finished recording this dialogue that I'm going through right now. So I had just spoken these words that we're hearing myself edit through right now into the microphone. And so recording my dialogue into the microphone, I use Logic right here, that program. And then I record it, I export it, and I bring it into FCP7. But if I'm streaming, the streaming device that I'm using is my PC, which is a computer that's totally different from this. You'll notice that there's no streaming programs open here. The streaming software needs the microphone plugged into that computer. And so I would not be able to record dialogue into my laptop at the same time as streaming this audio that this voiceover commentary that I'm doing right now into my PC. So the fact that I finished the voiceover that I needed for this review meant that I was able to stream to my PC and use the microphone in that input instead. So that's why. In most cases, I'm not able to do that. But I'm coming towards the end of this review, so I am able to do that.
Explode. This is no different than defeating the monster blood with airline food. It's lazy, stupid, and it's not...
That looks good. I like that.
Big ass speakers. Their brains explode. This is no different.
I don't like the pixelation, but
this is no different than defeating the
I'm gonna get another cold. Fuck. Ugh.
explode.
I already got over it a week ago.
Brains explode. This is no different than defeating the monster blood with airline.
Well, I'm okay with this.
Lazy, stupid, and it's not funny at all. Fuck off. Did these things freak you out at all? Yes.
All right. So now I need to find a clip of something like freaking someone out. So what did we discuss in this episode? We discussed Cyber 6. We discussed Rockadoodle. I know what I should use. I should use the little kid being a shit. Not even going to spoil this shit. Not even going to play for you what I did here. You're just going to have to guess. But I know what I did, and that's what's important. You know what? Like, all the shit that I edited right here, this last... Let's see. So we made it to like 18 minutes, almost. Still no music, so still a bunch I have to do on this shit. We made it to 18 minutes from like... Where did I leave off? 11 minutes? Nope. I left off earlier when I started the stream. Here we are. 13 minutes. So that's like 5 minutes of footage that I edited through, and still not even like a fraction of the actual work that goes into it. Just this is just lining up the this is just, well, no, that's not even Cinephile Maniac. That's not even half of what I did. Of course I mentioned that. Like that should just be obvious, but so the 5 minutes that I edited here, not even a fraction of what I did. But like this shit, notice how few these extra layers are when I did this shit. Nothing in compared to what I did here or here or here, or look at all this shit here or here. I'm gonna hit the same pitch when I say here. Look at all that. Look at all that. You have no idea what I did there. But you'll see, and I think you'll be impressed. I think when you see that shit, as much as it might seem like me talking out my ass right now and just trying to feel important, I think when you see the video and you see what I did, I think you'll be impressed. I'm happy with it, and I think I made something really fucking cool. So, anyway,
Did these things freak you out at all?
I'm really happy with it. You guys will like it. Ah!
Did these things freak you out at all? Yes. Yes. Yes.
Oh, look at this. Look at this pacing. So I can add one for did these things freak you out at all? And then one for yes, and then one for no, and then one for maybe.
Scenes.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this genius shit. See, I don't even need to be sober to make cool shit. I already know what I'm doing.
All yes. No.
All
Yes.
yep. All
All yes.
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 No. All right, yes. And then since there were 4 shows that I touched on in this episode, I'll show different freaky things from each episode for yes, no, and maybe. Just came up with that right now on the spot, okay? Bah! That was a bit of a spoiler right there, but I don't care. I did say spoilers in the video description for this stream, so I won't upload this until after, well, I won't upload the stream of this until after the video is published, but where's that one clip? Oh yeah. It's after they steal the voices, but before Buffy realizes it. There we go. Best shot of his face right at the end of the clip.
No. Maybe. Maybe.
There we go.
Out at all? Yes. No. Maybe.
Ah,
Freak you out at all? Yes. No. Maybe. Yes. No. No. At all? Yes. No. Maybe. No. 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 At all? Yes. No. Maybe.
we'll see when I'm not streaming it also, because I might have to adjust it by a few frames, as I've already explained. Oh shit, what was... Oh yeah, the Pokemon thing.
Like as long as there.
Yeah, I'll have to do that later. I've already got the clip on my other PC, but I don't really feel like moving it right now. Let's see, what's the most terrifying clip I could put in here? Is it the chomping?
Irving. Ouch.
Is it the chomping, or is it the Congress being decimated? Man, I'm happy with this video. I'm really glad that Mars Attacks made it in here. I was half expecting that I would finish this video at like maybe the 16-minute mark with Buffy, and then when I edited it together, like mostly when I was in LA, I started realizing like, yeah, Buffy isn't even gonna make it past the 15-minute mark unless I really stretch it, and I didn't really feel like bullshitting. I didn't really feel like, stretching things out like a lot of reviewers will do or a lot of YouTubers will do. I just, I want to make decent content. And so I'm happy that this video has Mars Attacks because I feel like it really fleshes it out. It's a really good thing to end the video with. It really is. I'm glad it's in here. And I know that part 3, like all 3 of those things that I mentioned in part 3 are like golden content, right? Part 1, like the golden content was the monster blood shit, which was like the end half of the video. This one, the golden content is probably Mars Attacks. Buffy is great to mention. The other things are great to mention too, but
Did these things freak you out at all? Yes, no, maybe. Did these things freak you out at all? Yes, no, maybe.
I might switch it around. I might do the I thing for did these things freak you out at all, just because it'll be in order.
Did these things freak you out at all?
Oops. Because I mean, this is the order that they appear in the video, so.
Yes, no, at all. Yes, no, maybe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, no, 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 maybe, maybe.
All right, let's might as well just find a clip and stick with it. If I don't like it, oh, it's so awful. Yeah, I'll have to just use one of them shooting. Because there's such a short time to convey what I want in there that like it has to be one of them shooting. Not that. Let's do Congress instead. That's a close shot there, so it's the easiest to figure out what's going on in like a short amount of time, right?
He doesn't.
Nope. There we go.
Stop being such a fucking pussy.
There we go. Da, 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 da.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, fuck. Look at that. Wow. Maybe I should show their bodies being disintegrated, or
Maybe.
maybe I should slow this down a little.
Oh, maybe.
That's not bad.
Oh, maybe.
That's good. I like that. If I hate it later, I'll change it. Ugh!
Yes, no, maybe. I've been noticing a lot of comments that my younger self should.
All right, let's find these comments. It's a part of the video. Oh, BRB. See if I can find them. Okay. Going through part 1. Childhood trauma part 1. Comments section. Trying to touch back on some of the comments that were left. There are currently 2,000 comments. I'm just going to have to scroll, click load more. All right, so I think I can show you guys what I'm doing here. Let's see. Hopefully there's nothing that I don't want you to see here, but whatever. Whee! Woo! Comments. 4 weeks ago. 4 weeks ago. A bat. Oh, is that? No. Okay, more. Wee! Wee! They have a Goosebumps podcast? Interesting. Flying pizzas from Jimmy Neutron. That's funny. Come on. Oh, so many comments. Not really a bad thing. I love your comments, guys. This is pretty crazy, though. How many comments I have, really. Who would have thought? There's comments on Oh, fuck you. Okay, so this is oh, shut up. So this is one that I want. Asshole. Right. Some people relate. Some people don't. Is this why you're gay? Fuck off. Okay. I just want to like get to the beginning. Okay. First comment, cool. He was truly first, Jeremiah Fink. This guy was not. Okay. You're not first. Memes, you're not first. Fuck off. Okay. Zoe Berger or something. Okay. Command F, Control F, whatever. We're gonna find on the page the word pussy. See how many. Oh, look at this. 1 out of 27. Adam, you're a pussy kid, Jesus. Awful. All right. Control F. Pussy. Number 2 out of 27. Damn, dude. I thought I was the only kid that was scared by the Monster Blood episode. Thanks. Now I feel like less of a pussy. Okay, that was fine. No. Man, I didn't know Baby Adam was such a beat up pussy. That was a meme, so I'm not going to take that one seriously. 2 get a lift. That's my Twitter handle. Look at that. Piano lessons can be murder. I don't remember the episode of Goosebumps. And again, I'm only sticking to things that affected me when I was a kid. No. No, these are all memes. Nothing ever. No. God damn it, Adam is such a pussy. No offense, but seriously, man. Only things that. Whoa! Blender scene in the Goonies? What? Really? Yeah. You're gonna criticize me for being scared of the shit that I was scared of, and yet like be scared of shit that isn't scary at all. Like you're just completely outside of your own perspective that you think that like, oh yeah, because it affected you, then it's legitimate because that's it. Well, okay, this one. All right, let's. This one might be okay. Man, all this hate. Okay, that's it. I think I got enough. All right. I know there are more comments, kind of in the same field of what I want to express when I talk about comments. But I think these might suffice. If I really feel like going through all like 2 or 3,000, then who knows? But I think that Control F did a pretty good job. So, what I'm doing right here is I am clicking and dragging these screenshots into my Final Cut Pro timeline. And with these screenshots, I'm going to... I don't know what the Weeping Angel is. This person seems to have like a pony asshole as their YouTube thumbnail profile picture, I guess.
I've been noticing a lot of comments that my younger self should stop being such a fucking pussy.
So let's see. Let's see how I can narrow these down. There are 5 of these. Literally the least scary shit in history. What is this? Adam, you were a pussy kid, Jesus. Goddamn, Adam is such a pussy. Pussy, pussy. So good. Control F was the best thing I did. All right, so each of these I'm going to size so that let's see what happens when I bring this shit over. That doesn't make sense. Hmm. Oh, that's normal. Uh-huh.
I've been noticing a lot of
And going to black image. Just this default black image that I have here. And then I can resize it however I want. And I can use this as my like go-to sensor bar. Obviously, you guys can see this shit. But it doesn't really matter because there's not that much attention on this video. And I mean, you guys can find this shit on your own anyway. My hand is twitching. Ouch. Weird feeling. All right. At least might want to resize this. That's all right. Doesn't need to be perfect there in that sense. There you go. I'm awful. I say it doesn't need to be perfect, and then I like fucking obsessively move it over frame by frame. I'm a retard. Stop it, Adam. Stop it. What are you doing? It's fine.
noticing a lot of
Oops. Whoops. Come on. Okay, so let's see what happens if I do this. So if let's say I want to be like a little perfectionist about this and make it look kind of cool when they go through each name, what I can do, which this might not work on every single one, is I can line it up in such a way where, see, I can make this like kind of like faded. And then if I do that, oh, look at that. See? If I do that, then I can line it up in such a way where they kind of overlap each other, and then when they go from one to the other, it's like not that jarring of a change. They look like they're kind of in the same spot. Ugh. So then I can take this black, copy and paste, move it over. Oh, no, I already did that. Oops. So I can take this black, move it over, and then since those look a little rigid, kind of jarring there, I can look at the exact. So this needs to be negative 128 like the other one is, and then it looks like a single line. Right? Look at that.
Comments that where I'm coming from.
Okay, so there's 3 more that I need to include. So let's look at the pacing of this.
I've been noticing a lot of comments that my younger self should stop being such a fucking pussy.
Yeah, I can fit 5 there. Ugh, I'm sore. This is not... I'm going to not fit his whole comment. I'm just going to... Okay, let's see if I can line his up with this shit. Ugh. What was the... was 682. It's not going to match because I took them at different sizes anyway. 650 maybe? Let's see. Not bad. Let's try 660. All right, let's try this. That doesn't look bad at all. Then, instead of having to readjust, oops, you just move the crop from the right like that. Then I won't have to worry about how high it is. I can also do this. Do the same thing here, and then it'll be a good distance away. 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. This one is so far the furthest, and if I want it to be consistent at all, I can do it like that. 4, 3, 4. So far, this is the only one that sticks out now. There we go. Decent. All right. 2 more.
Stop being such a fucking pussy. Stop being such a fucking pussy.
All right, what is the last comment, just in case I want to end it on the other one? Yeah, this one's funnier. All right, I want to make this slightly visible. Adjust it to like somewhere similar size. No, that's too big. 700. Nope, let's try 650. And it looks like we have a very similar size. Look at that. So, similar size, similar spot. Back to 100 opacity. Move these here. Change the crop here. Look at how simple this is. Simple yet complicated, I know. But, I mean, considering what I'm doing, it's fairly simple. Right? I'm like the Bob Ross of editing right now. Look at that. Look at that. Oh. Why are these the same comment? Oops. Okay, maybe I only need 4. Shit. Damn it. Ugh. I knew it looked similar.
I'm noticing a lot of comments that my younger self should stop being such a fucking.
I'll only include 4. That was a waste.
I've been noticing a lot of comment.
Just want to make sure it's paced properly.
A lot of comments that my younger self should stop being such a fucking pussy. Good news.
So tired. All right, let's try 650. Oh, look how that worked out. Maybe it is the same size just because of like the pixels. When I do the screen cap like that, no matter what size I do, like it's gonna be the same size. No matter how big I make a portion of the screen, it's gonna be the same size. Maybe that's the case. I feel sick. I feel sick. I feel sick, Tommy. Oops. All right, negative 128. Let's do negative. Actually, 100. No, let's do 0. No, let's do negative 50. Negative 25. Negative 30. Perfect. Okay, that works. I think that's fine. No one's real face is shown in here anyway. But now we don't see the whole comment. So, life sucks. Let's try 620. Let's try 600. Let's try 550. And the height should be the same. No, it shouldn't, I guess. This is not bad. I might just want to fix this in the morning. I'm kind of running out of steam. Ugh. Energy drinks only last so long. The fuck?
Being such a fucking pussy.
Well, I'll see just how stupid that is when I wake up. I think I'm gonna end the stream. I think I'm done. Kind of falling asleep. 6:30 in the morning. We'll see how that shit is when I wake up. I mean, if I'm not going to dinner as soon as I wake up, I guess. Maybe when I'm back from dinner, I might do some more shit, but today's Friday. Yesterday was Thursday. Today it is Friday. We so excited. So this is all I have left to do in terms of video sync, and then I got a bunch of music that I gotta fucking fit in, and then the video is pretty much done. Assuming there are no mistakes, assuming, like, I don't know how meticulous and obsessive I'm gonna have to be about this shit, but ugh. From 2 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. That's 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. is 12 hours, and then yeah, that's 16 and a half hours, I guess. I've been editing. Shit. Okay, I'm going to bed. Good night, everybody. Stay tuned. There'll be a cool video out at some point. This month is what I'm aiming for, so. Thanks for watching. Thanks for keeping me company. It was a great way to motivate myself to stay up this late. I will catch you on the flip side. Goodbye. Love you guys. Good night. Have a great night. Goodbye. I mean, good morning. I don't know. Goodbye.